Welcome to the 2026 North Suncoast Media Day. I'm excited to be here. Get ready to buckle up. Season soon to begin. Practice starts this Monday, July 27th, followed by most of the fall classics on Friday, August the 14th. North Suncoast basically consists of Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties. We also include the South Sumter schools in with us, as a lot of those schools also compete against the county schools I just mentioned. My name is Bill Browning. I'm honored to be here as a head football coach in the state of Florida for 29 years. Had the privilege of turning around programs at Springstead High School, Hernando High School, and I started the Sun Lake High School football program. I hope everybody's ready to get started and you're excited for the season to start as I am. I know you are. And we'll be previewing 23 teams, starting off with the Villages, head coach Richard Pettis. And I'm going to open it up to the media have any questions. We got an outstanding cast of media here from the state of Florida. They do an outstanding job. And does anybody of the media have any questions?
All right, well, Andy Vilmarza with Rivals on 3. Coach, you guys coming off of the 9-win season last year, just kind of talk about trying to build off of what you guys did last year going into this season, and just how do you feel about this particular team?
Well, first and foremost, we'd like to just take this opportunity on behalf of the Villages High School for having us here today. Anytime you get a chance to get your program exposure and you get your players exposure, it's a win-win for all of us, so thank you for having us. Had an incredible year last year, as you just mentioned. Probably went home a little bit earlier than we wanted to from the playoffs. Graduated a large group of seniors, but we've got another big group of seniors coming. I think we've got 25 seniors, rising seniors that will be on this year's team. So it's been a great offseason. Our winter offseason program went extremely well. Our spring went extremely well. Summer's probably been one of the best summers that we've had in the 25 years that I've been at the Villages. It's been absolutely incredible. I told the players, we just finished up camp last week. It ranks up there probably in the top 3 of our camp, and these guys are dialed in, ready to go.
Well, got to see you guys in some 7-on-7 action during the off season. Just kind of talk about how that's impacted how you prepare for the season, how much that helps.
Well, most of our skill guys would say anytime you get a chance to go work on your craft, the kids love to go out and play ball. There's nothing like the 7-on-7 stuff to be able to do that. And you know what? When you have a chance to have 25, 35, and that includes our JV players as well, just to go out and be able to do that each and every day and to have the competition. We have the big tournament at our place every summer as well with Will Detter with the FHSA 7v7A. But anytime they get a chance to work on their craft, pitching and catching, that's the name of the game, and just an opportunity to get better each and every day.
Well, I got to ask your quarterback, Mr. Kennedy here, just kind of talk about how you've progressed over the summer, how you've been able to kind of get better with your craft, and going into this season, obviously, you guys have higher expectations than last year.
So basically, I just been working on my feet work, trying to get stronger, trying to get the ball out my hand faster, trying to get faster, get the ball to my athletes, letting them do what they do. And yeah.
Talk about 7-on-7 helps you with just kind of being able to get in sync with your receivers.
7-on-7, it helped me like understand the personnel, like who I'm throwing to, like it helped me like understand the defense, seeing where guys at, seeing how my guys run routes, and finding the open spots like that.
How excited are you going into the first day of practice?
Oh, I'm excited, man. We got some new weapons coming in. I'm just ready to get this chemistry going and seeing what we got this year.
What are your thoughts on just kind of some of the changes with Florida high school football? You hear about the open division, the kind of season you guys just had. Is that something that you think about?
I ain't really hear about that, but hey, R11 versus theirs, we gonna be ready.
All right. Well, let me ask Trinard here a question.
Now this is Jamarian Clark receiving.
Jamari's here. Trinard didn't come?
No, sir.
All right. Well, let me pose that open division question to you, Coach. Just talking about how Florida's changed their rules, or the FHSA, you'll have the 8-team open division. I've been asking coaches at all the media days just kind of their thoughts on that, and the Max Preps rankings is going to go ahead and decide who those top 8 teams are. Obviously, you guys coming off the season that you guys had, if you guys were able to run the table, I mean, what are your thoughts if you guys were kind of on the outside looking in? Is that something you guys would want to be a part of?
Oh, absolutely. I think for years FHSAA's tried to put things together. You know, obviously things change every couple of years because of the reclassification. But putting the best 8 teams, you know, in the state together, regardless of the classification, you know, everybody wants to be the best, but beat the best as well. And the beauty behind all of it, we're fortunate enough we get to host that open division in terms of, when I say our community, the village's community, we're going to be able to host those games at our facilities. So it would be awesome if the Buffalo is in that top 8 at the end of the year for sure.
And just kind of talk about that opportunity, you guys getting to host that, how much kind of motivation that probably gives the players and the staff to maybe strive to be in that position.
Well, you know, it's hard to believe we're getting ready to start our 4th year going into our new facilities. We've been fortunate to have several of the All-Star games, FACA All-Star game, the North-South for years at our place. The rural division, and knowing that we have the opportunity to have the open division at our place. There was a reason why we built what we built at the school. You know, we're building hotels as we speak now. The community is growing. We're centrally located right in the middle of the state. So not only being able to have the open division, you know, our goal and our dream is to be able to bring, you know, the whole state championships to the villages as well. You know, all the way from 1A to 7A. So that would be pretty cool. But no, the open division is going to be exciting. It's going to bring a lot of excitement to Florida football, FHSAA, and obviously in the town, because so many people forget this. We've got a lot of retired high school, college, and pro NFL coaches that live right there. We have a retired coaches thing every year. All those coaches are invited to come to our first game. So I know our community is just as exciting as our players and our coaches are.
Well, I'm going to give way to Larry Bluestein. I don't have to say who he's with. He's going to come and ask some questions.
Good morning, guys. Thank you very much for having me. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone. I want to address this, guys, to all of you. We'll start on the end. Please tell everybody who you are, and also what was the losing the final game to Tampa Berkeley Prep last year in a close game, obviously, a game that you guys were in. Talk about the feeling that carried over into the off season. I'd like everybody who is part of that to answer. So please let everybody know who you are and you know what it's going to take to get over that hurdle, that hurdle this year.
I'm Ashton Hunt. I play defensive end. The loss last season, it was real rough. Like, it was a close game, all game back and forth kind of energy, and like getting so close and then losing first round, it hurt a lot for us. And I think throughout the off season, we gotta like just want it more. We gotta put that extra work in so we can get over that hump next year
Right.
or this year.
Javars Woodard, and unfortunately, I wasn't here for the loss. I just transferred, but I was hearing great things about it. Them boys they're hungry. Like during the off season, we're getting hungrier and hungrier, and I think this year we'll definitely get over that hump.
Right. But you've been part of the off season, so you've seen it, and you've worked. I'm sure there's a lot of seniors on that team that are leaders that said, hey, listen, I don't want it to end like that anymore. So you've been part of this. You're part of that team. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
a great thing.
I'm not sure if I'm over it yet, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, that last game
That's what I
always
wanted to
stings
hear.
you a little bit. But I'll say this. It was a game. It was going to come down to whoever had the ball last.
Right.
And, they scored with 40 seconds, a minute 40 to go. We just ran out of time. I think we've got to the plus 40-yard line, and we just ran out of time. But two great football teams. I thought two well-coached football teams. And, unfortunately, we were on the other end. And so hopefully we've learned from that, and we'll finish a way to how to close games a little bit more in the future. So that's kind of
Nice.
where we are now.
Come on, Jay, step up right there. Here's your opportunity.
Jaden Kennedy, the quarterback. It stung me, man. Like, I couldn't leave the field, seeing my seniors walk off the field, crying last game with them. Like, it stung me. Like, I called Coach Pettis, first thing in the morning, I told him, this can't happen. This won't happen again. Like,
Nice.
I'll make sure I lead. So I come to practice every day, smile on my face, trying to lead these boys, making sure that don't happen again.
Nice.
May I ask the question again, please?
Just how last year, or what if you weren't part of it, how you've fed off of what happened last year and how hard you've worked to make sure that when you're in a situation like you were last year to end the season, that the season won't end like that.
Oh, my name is Jamarian Clark. I'm a receiver. I was here last year, actually.
There you go.
The feeling I had, it was like, I don't know. That's just something I wouldn't want to feel again.
Right.
But through this offseason, I just been trying to get 1% better every day. And throughout the grace of God, he's going to allow us to hopefully make it to the state championship and win it this year.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Andy and Larry. Coach Pettis, Eustis, South Sumner, Tavares, and yourself in the district this year. Can you just give me an overview of how you think the district's going to pan out and what problems those teams present for you?
Well, South Sumter's in our backyard. We haven't played them in the last couple of years, and obviously we're in the same county, but well-coached team by Ty Lawrence. They do a great job of that program. Coach Gavin Jones at Tavares, same thing. We've played those folks for a few years now. They do an outstanding job. We haven't played Eustis in a while. It's been a few years, and but they've always had a ton of athletes, been very competitive every time that we have played them. So, it's up for grabs, and that's our new district, and we're excited for it. I'll be starting my, like I said, 25th year here, overall 36 years. So I'm just as excited today as I was those many years ago. We've got a team this year that's really well focused, and like you've heard them all say how much they're dialed in to the spring and to the summer, and they're looking forward and ready to go next Monday, July 27th.
Okay, awesome. And I'll throw this out to any one of you four players who want to answer, feel comfortable answering it. What's the biggest difference from the 2025 team to what we're going to see in 2026?
I'll say the leadership and what counts the most, the trenches.
Yeah, that's a good answer by your quarterback, Coach, right there in the trenches. That's where it's all at. Anybody else want to add to that?
I mean, I'd also say the leadership. Like, we got to find more guys that'll step up and take charge. Because, all our captains, obviously, they were seniors. They graduated. And so we're just looking for those guys.
Okay, great. And men, I wish you guys the best of luck. The Village is coming off a 9-2 season. We look forward to watching you play this season. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having us. Go Buffalo.
reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Welcome, Land Lakes High School. Coach Dan Goodspeed's the head football coach. Great to see you again, Coach.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Thanks for having us today.
Thank you. Land Lakes is one of the teams I always look forward to listening to. Being an ex-Sun-like coach, obviously there's a little bit of a rivalry there. Coach, I'll let you have an opening statement, and then we'll open it up to the media.
Yeah, we've had a really good summer set of workouts. A lot of great leadership has stepped up and come out of that. I think we've, really put the work into the field and in the weight room. I think we see it in our numbers that improved across the board with our metrics. Right now we're feeling a pretty sizable team. So the numbers have improved over the years, and we just really need to take that next step. And I'm hoping with the guys at this table and the leadership that we have, they're ready to do that.
Awesome. And just real quick, you mentioned the numbers. Projected numbers, varsity, JV. I know it's a little bit tough with the JV until you actually get out there.
Well, we've had 97 kids in camp right now.
Awesome.
Over the summer. And then, every time the fall starts, you always get an influx of new guys that, we didn't know summer was happening. Well, it's happening.
Yes. And I'll now open it up to the media. Any questions?
Good morning, guys. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Hi, Coach.
Good
How
to see
doing?
you.
You've been at this for a minute. Guys, talk about how the 2025 season. Coach, I'll start with you, and you could pass it down to the players. How much the ending motivated you in the off season? Because we know that the off season is long. I mean, we start, if you're fortunate enough to extend yourself into December, that's great, in the playoffs. But you take a look at where we're going to start here in the middle of August with the Kickoff Classic, and it's been 8 months. What have you guys done over the last 8 months from an individual standpoint to make your team better?
Well, that's a great question, and I love it. And you talked about how long the offseason gets. I mean, we were fortunate enough last year to be able to play Childs, which was a great experience, getting on a long road trip going up to Tallahassee. And I love those long trips for our boys, being a bus and take the charter up there and have that, group of being together. And I think that kind of spills into the next year. Keenan West really did a good job in that game and moved us around. And I think he really had a coming out party in a roundabout way saying, because I think he struggled a little bit at the beginning, and then he found his rhythm and really moved our offense. So it was a good experience overall. And then whenever you get into the off season, it always feels long. I mean, when football goes away, I'm a football guy. We're watching football nonstop, and as soon as it goes away, you're like, what's out there? So I'm really excited to get going with football. It's one of the best times of year right now. Fall coming around. So what did we do to be more efficient in the off season? We changed our workouts a little bit. Had great buy-in in the offseason in the spring with the leadership that we have now. And I think over the years you kind of talk about, and it's the buzzword now, was culture, right? What are we trying to get our culture to? And I think that's easy to say, but I think that's an important piece of that, because I think right now the team is showing me that they're for each other. and I think that goes a long way. I mean, you could have a team of stars or a team of average guys, and I think that, you know, the quote that's running around now on socials is from, you know, Nick Saban, and he says, you know, I got to get the right guys on the bus and the right guys or the seats that they need to be in. And I think that over this spring, they showed me that when, you know, we're lifting. Before it was kind of like these guys were over here, this is over here. Now we're getting behind each other. And I see that in the weight room and then on the field. They're pushing each other through and challenging each other. And I think that's what needs to happen as we go. You know, and it's been a process to change that mindset over the course of my tenure at Land O'Lakes. And I feel like every year, you know, we keep increasing our strength of schedule on the teams we're playing. I think our district is, you know, a really good district this year. I think the teams on our schedule are tough. And I think that, you know, it's going to challenge us every way. And that's what I think looking down the road that they see, and they want to be there with that. So, and then from a coaching staff, we added a couple of coaches in different positions. Most of my staff has all played at least college football. If not, you know, a couple guys in the pros, so they get to see they know what it's like looking through a helmet and running a program like that.
Nice.
So, and I think there's been buying it because they've seen guys that have been there before. So that's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, if you could introduce yourself and talk about what you guys have done in the offseason to elevate this program and to put you guys in a position to win that district.
I'm Bryce Norris. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah, so this offseason, we, as from an offensive line standpoint, we brought in a new coach, Coach Johnson. And from day one, he set a standard for us. He set a tenacious standard for us. So he showed us what it means to be violent through the whole workout, through every lift, through every practice. And with that, we've been striving for violence up front on our offensive line. We want to be the most tenacious people on the field. We want to be able to move people up front. We want to be reliant for our wide receivers and quarterbacks. We want to be able to be reliant on running the football and moving down the field when we need to. So,
yeah, and I was going to say, Bryce, you were at a lot of things. I saw you at a lot of things this offseason. To be that leader, to be a catalyst, so the younger players on your team are going to have somebody like you saying, hey, he was at that event last weekend. He's going somewhere there. Talk about the importance of being that leader, because they're, you know, on a team like that, you're going to have a lot of younger kids that are going to look up to you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, with that, with going around places, seeing new things, I really like to bring it back to my people and back to people at Land O'Lakes High School. You know, I want to bring it back to my players, and I want to, from what I learned from the places I go, I want them to bring that back to them and be able to improve them from what I learned. So I want to be able to give off what I know to them as this upcoming senior year comes.
Okay. Anybody else? Could you?
I'm Isaiah Abel, linebacker, and
What year?
2027.
Okay.
And we just been grinding this off season. It's really been hard, but we really are pushing every day. We got some of the best coaches in the world behind us, telling us, steering the ship, and we're just taking it all the way. I mean, the energy that you bring as leaders, that's contagious. It moves around the whole locker room. I mean, if your leaders aren't giving you good energy, nobody will. And just the work we've been putting in, I feel like we've really been putting in extra time, extra work than all the previous years I've been here. I feel like it's been, our bond as a team has been stronger than ever before, and I think it's really going to show on the field how close we are as a team.
Nice. In the end, looks like you haven't missed any days weight room now. Come on. You've been in there. I know you've been in there plenty.
My name is Grayson Benoist. I'm class of 2027, and I'm a senior.
Leadership?
I would say we're really, like what Bryce Norrie said, we got a new coach, Coach Johnson. He's been really showing us what it's like, and we are going to be the nastiest people on the field.
I like it.
Like he said, so yeah.
I like it. Andy?
Thank you.
All right. Andy Vilmarzo on
Hey,
3.
Andy, how are
Rivals. I'm good. How are you, Coach?
Always good to see you.
Well, kind of talk about the first fit tournament. You guys were a part of that. Just kind of your thoughts on like that tournament, just being part of that inaugural class of teams that was able to participate in that, and just how do you think that kind of helps in giving the kids a postseason outside of the state series?
Well, I thought it was great. I know there was a couple issues with, teams, buying into it and then falling out. I actually loved it. It was a chance for us to get another football game against a very quality opponent. We were on the fringe. They were on the fringe of making the regular tournament. So, going up to Childs and getting to be out of, the greater Pasco, Hillsborough area, and then going up to Tallahassee. I mean, that was great to just see another team, how they do things, how they operate, a different style of offense that we haven't seen. So it was a lot of great things. The trip was awesome. We got to go. We actually took time to stop at Florida State and let the boys walk around campus. I think that's important to our administrators and to me to let the boys get out of the Land O'Lakes bubble and see what else is out there in the world. And then to play that game, our booster club set up, it was almost like a small college trip. We were on the charters, we stopped and got out, walked around, did a walkthrough, stopped at a restaurant, had the buffet lines like, small colleges do, and then, got to go to Florida State for a little bit and then go out and play a football game. I loved it. It was a great experience for us, and I think the boys would agree. Had a great time. Loved the competition. It was very good. Hopefully, I don't know, is it staying around this year? I hope going forward it's something they do. But our focus is to get into the playoffs.
Do believe it's back for this fall, so will be an opportunity for teams to participate in that. I know you talked about history a little bit and just being somebody that's covered the county since 2007. Just how much just kind of reflecting or being able to tell the guys, like you're following in the footsteps of guys like Drew Weatherford and James Pencil and, the Weatherford brothers, just kind of how much you got to let them know there's a lot of tradition over at Land O'Lakes for them to kind of.
Yeah, that's a great question. So last year we were able with the leadership in the school, a disconnect for me was with our alumni base. And just like you said, I mean, back when I was with the Buccaneers, I came to those games when I was playing, and on a Friday night before we went to the hotel, I came and stood on the sidelines or on the fence just to watch high school football because I think high school football is the purest form of football. And to see those guys out there and to see how Land O'Lakes was, and the reason we moved to Land O'Lakes was because we wanted that small town feel, and the school is a really good school. And so we had the opportunity this year to welcome back all the alumni in a true homecoming fashion, but it was just for the alumni. So they put up a tent, and it was like our 50th year or whatever the number was, a whole bunch of years at Land O'Lakes. But, they put a huge tent in the end zone and had a video out for the history of it, and we sat down the boys so they could see, what is behind them. Because I think, that history goes back, and then you can see any good program from college, high school, into the pros, that history drives what goes on. And I think there's been a disconnect over the past years before I took over the program of having that. And so, let's see, the Weatherfords and all the, alumni that made Land O'Lakes what it is today were there. And for the boys to be able to see that and have them back, I mean, I think that's an important piece that's just hasn't been there. So the tradition is deep in there. We just got to get back to that.
And I pose this question to any one of the four players. Just kind of talk about the feeling on game day. I see the photos, see the videos, just packed crowd. You guys follow that golf cart. I think there's a horn with it that goes leads you guys onto the field. Just knowing that you're kind of following in the footsteps of players like, the Weatherford brothers and, many others. Just kind of how are you taking that and being able to kind of look into the history of the Gators?
Oh yeah, I love having them there for homecoming. It was a great experience. I even talked to one of them before the game, and it was just good to know like how they've came before and what they've done here at Land O'Lakes, and just to talk to them to see how they felt about it. So I know that I share some of those same experiences when I'm out there, and I want everyone at Land O'Lakes to have that same experience and follow in the footsteps and keep everyone going in the same path of succeeding at Land O'Lakes.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to pass it off to Coach Browning here.
Okay, and end up, we got about 60 seconds here before we got to get to the next team. Coach, opener against Newsom. I don't think, in my knowledge, the Pasco County team's ever played Newsom before. What's that opener mean to y'all?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I know we wanted to start working our way down into Hillsboro, and I think that's, the more we can get out and see different types of players and different types of offense and defense, I mean, I love it. Where we want to go eventually, we're going to have to go through teams like that. So, why not get that experience early in the season? I think it's, my perspective is sure, we have a lot of good football teams in Pasco County that you can play, but the more you can get out and see those different things, and, it challenges me as a coach to, formulate an offense that we need to, have to go against them. And then it challenges our boys, and, they just get more recognition across the board. So I'm looking forward to that with New Some Alonzo, matchup there early in the season. It'll be a challenge for sure it'll be a challenge. But I think between our off season, I think we've positioned ourselves to be ready to go for those first 2 games by the hard work these men have put in. So real excited about it. Don't know what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, right? I'm a coach. They're the players. They got to make it happen.
Okay, great, Atlanta Lake. So appreciate coming out today. Wish you all the best of luck and get off to a great start of practice next week.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having us and you guys doing this every year.
Thank you.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that, you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Okay, next up, our third team in the 2026 North Suncoast Media Day is Hernando High School out of Brooksville. 7-4 last year. The head football coach is Choppy Alexander. And Coach, opening statement today.
Opening statement, before I let out a word, I just want to make sure I let everybody know that I want to give glory to God. He's the most important thing in my life, and this season is dedicated to him and for the glory of him.
Thank you, Coach. And I also want to mention you guys were district champs last season, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to open it up for questions to the media, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
How's it going, Coach? Andy Vilmarzo, Rivals on 3. Just kind of talk about coming off of a district championship, going into the off season. Obviously, I call it the mythical high school football transfer portal. Just kind of seeing the player movement, what's your feelings on it, and just kind of how players are moving around. And do you feel like, coming off of a title, was it kind of disappointing to you to see some players decide, going elsewhere was a better option for them?
Never disappointed. I've been coaching about 20 years now. That's kind of the landscape of what high school football is right now. And, as a head coach, you just can't focus on issues like that. Just have to just adapt to the way that the game is right now. But I feel like the young men that we have on our football team is, a very special group. They have bought into what we're, to our standard. The standard is the standard. That's what we kind of go by, as far as our team goes. And I feel extremely confident with the young men that we're going to have putting on the field this year.
Talk about some of the guys you brought with you today, and just kind of what are your expectations for them going into the first day here on Monday?
These young men, these are our leaders. We call them our black hats. They are like the extension of our coaching staff, and they have been working hard the whole summer. They've bought into what we're trying to do. They're our role models. They've been working hard, and I feel like they kind of had that ripple effect throughout our team, and I feel like we're going to have success based on this core group that we have sitting up here on the stage.
How much does winning a district championship kind of give them the confidence to know that they want to repeat and do that again here going into this fall?
We talk about it quite a bit. Last year. Our goal was always try to win county, try to win district. We really want to do that. We don't put too much emphasis on the big goal. We try to take it one game at a time. we kind of start, week one and kind of see how we go and try to fix our mistakes and just try to get better each and every day. I preach to our kids, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And that's one of the things that we work on. And I feel like if we just continue to get better, there's nothing that this team can't accomplish.
And I'd be remiss to say, I know you've gone through kind of a transformation as a person. You've gone on a kind of like a weight loss journey. So talk about how that's given you more energy and just kind of rejuvenated yourself with the program.
I tell you, Andy, I feel the best I've ever felt in my whole life right now. It's just, I think last year I came to this school, I was about 300 pounds. But when I was in Christian River 2 years ago, I was about 390 pounds. I've been working out with my kids. I run with my kids. I do conditioning with my kids. So I understand the grind. And they see me, and I think they respect that. And when I did it last year, I think that's what made them want to give me all their effort, because they seen I'm out there doing the same thing. So that's one of the things I think they respect about what I bring to the table, and I think I just feel good about it.
All right, well, I'm going to pass it off to Austin with the Hernando son. I know he's got some questions for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Coach, how are you doing?
Doing well.
So just to start off, going into the second year with Hernando here, what are you hoping to see, and sort of how are you feeling going into this next year here?
I feel extremely confident, and I'm wanting to see my kids work hard. I want to see everybody buy in. All my new guys that's coming in, they've been working hard. My JV, I'm going to put a lot of time in those guys and make sure we're continuing to develop. I plan on being here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like a fly-by-night coach. I plan on being in Hernando County and Hernando High School, and I love this school. I love the community. I love these kids, and so my expectation is for us to do well, work hard, and win.
Yes, sir. And going into the season, is there anything in particular you really want this squad maybe to be known for?
I want to be known for a team of character, role models. I just don't want us to be known for winning. We want to make sure we put a lot of time into developing these young men and just letting them know that, hey, there's life after football. It's only a small window that you're going to get to play football. But after football, what kind of man are you going to be after that? So we're going to put a lot of emphasis on that and just make sure we're developing them as a person. And I think that I think that matters way more than anything I can ever teach them, as far as X and O's.
And last year you went on I think it was a 7 out of 8 game stretch where you guys won. Was there anything you saw out of that stretch? It being like in your first year where you're saying like, I think we really we got something here, and maybe you can kind of like build off that going into the next season.
It was just last year. Like I have to be honest, it was kind of a blur last year. I mean, last year it was just so many different things. It was my first year. I was getting adapted to a lot of things, so it just nothing ever changed. I mean, the things I did last year, the things I'm going to continue to do this year, next year, and 5 years from now. So I mean, it's just I just feel like if we just keep staying consistent, I just feel like we'll continue to get better and continue to grow as a team.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Thanks so much for having me here. I appreciate it. This is to the gentleman that you brought, and I want you to go down the line, tell everybody who you are, what position you play, and also what year you're at. And my question that I need to address to all of you is, how beneficial is the offseason to you? 7-on-7, camps, combines, away from the regular conditioning with your team, but an opportunity for you to go to a USF or to a Southeastern University or a Kaiser to get better individually to make yourself better for the team.
Bradford Ball, class of 2028. I play cornerback and wide receiver. The way we are doing off season is getting better every day. Like he says, the standards never changed. It's what can I do for the team to make this better every day and make sure that we can go back to being district champs again.
Nice.
Mason Paulette, class of 2028.
A key returner, too. A key returner from last year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And like he said, it's not about us individually. Like, in this transfer time or whatever, like transfer age, I feel like all these players are worried about them instead of worried about us. Right. And like last year, back of our shirt said, "We is greater than me," and that's just kind of what we're trying to push for in this next season, and that's what we really tried to improve on from last year. Because last year we had the thought, but we didn't really execute on that, and we had a lot of, like Coach Schaub likes to call them me monsters, like all worried about themselves, not worried about us. And I feel like this off season, maybe they say we don't have much talent or has much size or speed or whatever, but I feel like we really have that like unity, and we've been able to bond over the ones that have bought in to this new age.
Nice.
So.
Well said. He sounded like a coach, didn't he?
Yeah. He sounds like you.
Waylon Williamson, class of 27, quarterback. You know, just showing up every day, you can make it fun. Like, some people just don't want to show up in the off season and put that work in. Like, we show up every day in the weight room, on the field, and we make it fun. Like, we make people want to be there. I mean, this past week, we got about 10 new kids from last season that didn't come out all summer to finally come out this summer. And they're just bringing the energy, and, you know, until we get into full gear next week and then popping shoulder pads.
Yeah.
It's the best part.
Yeah, it is.
My name's Keegan Ward, class of 2027. I play edge and tight end. And
It looks like you didn't miss any weight room this offseason either.
I think the biggest part of this offseason is just all of us growing together. And really at the end of the day, you know, everybody this summer that showed up got better. We all grew together. It's a brotherhood.
Nice.
At the end of the day, every game it's going to be all 11 hats to the football and defense. You know.
Yep.
We're very disciplined, very conditioned. Yeah, Coach Shields make sure of that. Yeah.
My name's Zachary Bryant. I play O-line and I play D-line, and I'm class of 2027.
Yeah.
And this season, the off season, we did like a lot of good work on and off the field. We bonded, like stuff like that. And like camps, I feel like camps is really like, it helps you get better individually, like as a person.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. And you're going to be one of those leaders that a lot of the younger players are going to look to.
Oh yeah.
On and off the field.
Yes,
in the
sir.
classroom too, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Abe Dowdell with Gulf Coast Sports Network. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Coach, you know, I got to see you last year, got to see you in action your first year. It's going to be real quick. I see you said you brought some leaders up here.
Yes, sir.
Listening to what these young men just said, they sound like leaders. Mason, I believe you dominated on the defense last year. How are you going to get that defense to be the same way you guys had it and better?
So I think like last year we had more size or speed or whatever with that. But me as a leader, I think is better this year because I kind of know going into my third year of high school, third year of varsity, I kind of know more to get these guys to want to play for me and want to play for the team, being the middle linebacker, the leader of the defense. And I think that's what's really going to help us do better this year.
Very good. And it seemed like the players are buying into Coach as well as they're buying into you, because I've been seeing some of your videos of you working out and you reaching some goals and you keep pushing your goals in the weight room and getting everybody else to be in the weight room right behind you, and that's a great thing.
Yes,
Waylon, you the quarterback this year.
Yes, sir.
How you plan on leading this team?
I plan on fighting and dying for this team. I mean, I love Hernando. I love the city of Brooksville, and I'm so glad I came here last year.
Okay, like Coach said, you guys are buying into the program, buying into what he's doing. Good luck to you guys this season.
Thank you.
Okay, Coach, you open up with Dunellen, correct?
So we got Sun Lake, Dunellen, I think they're about second on our.
Yeah, Sun Lake's the classic, correct?
Yes.
And then Dunellen and then Hawthorne. Hawthorne's also a new opponent.
Right.
So your schedule's beefed up somewhat. Can you just talk about a little bit about that opener with Dunellen?
Well, Dunellen, we played Dunellen quite a bit when I was coaching up in Citrus County. Of course, everybody knows I coached at every school in Citrus County. They've always gave us really good competition. Last year, we went to the first round of playoffs. We wanted to play teams that's going to help us, try to reach that next level. First round, that was good. But each year you got to build on it and try to achieve greater goals. So if we can go second round and beyond, we think that's going to be great. And we think that we play a better team that's going to make us great. And it's going to help us in our district because we have still got the same district, but we had Nature Coast. They haven't added to our district. So, so if we're going to be the team that we say we're going to be, we got to play these teams. Like I had one of my favorite wrestlers. I think he quoted, "If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best." You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to shy away or run from anybody.
All the time, Coach. Yeah.
Right. We're not going to run from anybody. We're going to go out here. We're going to grind every day. I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to run sprints with them. I'm going to do it with them. And we're going to put our best foot forward, and we're going to have a good season this season.
Okay. And finally, Mason, is your dad still on the coaching staff?
Yes, sir. He's right over there.
Oh man, I didn't even see you. Great seeing you again. All right, I was back at Hernando back in the '90s, so showing my age a little bit there. But it was a privilege to be the head football coach there at Hernando. I wish all you guys the best of luck in the district and getting back to another district title. And it was great having you, and we'll be following you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey there! Have you heard about Ron Schuster Pest Control? They've been serving the Nature Coast since 1983 and are experts in keeping your home and lawn pest-free. Give them a call at 352-683-4003 to schedule your appointment. Remember, when it comes to lawn treatments, the grass is always greener at Ron Schuster Pest Control.
Next up in our 2026 North Suncoast Media Day is Sun Lake High School, brand new head football coach. And Coach, I know you've told me it before, but I'm going to ask you to pronounce your last name so I don't chop it up here.
Sure, it's DiGiacomo.
Okay, Chris DiGiacomo was great. He reached out to me this summer, and we went out to lunch and talked Sun Lake football and the history of Sun Lake and the type of athletes they get and so forth, and what he's looking forward to doing. And I'm extremely excited for the opportunity for Sun Lake get this thing rebuilt. Coach at previous stop at Silver Lake Regional High School, turning around a program there in Massachusetts, so he's got some great experience. And at this time, I'm going to hand it over to the media for questions.
All right. Well, Coach, first off, welcome to Pasco County. I know you took the job over the off season, and well, being somebody that covers high school football nationally, coming from Massachusetts, getting to talk to a lot of Massachusetts guys, I guess first and foremost, what do you see difference-wise between the Bay State and the Sunshine State?
There's a lot of positives. Certainly the athletes, the skill level is higher down here. Kids being able to be outside all year round, playing all kinds of different sports. I'm really excited that there's spring football. That's something that we didn't really have back home. So that's a great opportunity to develop your team and get everybody on the same page. That's been great. And I think that the mindset of football here, it's obviously really important, and that's really what I'm looking forward to, because it's important to me. So I want to put myself in a position where football is at a premium and people really care about it.
What made you want to leave Massachusetts for Florida, other than the obvious reasons?
We actually left to be closer to family, so that was the primary reason. But since we left, my wife, my kids, I got 3 little boys, they love Florida. My wife loves it here, so we don't see ourselves going back.
Well, you definitely escaped the cold weather, I'm sure. You're not going to miss the winters. I know you got a pretty good running back here in Nathan Merriman. I'll go ahead and pose a question to him. I know you missed most of last season. Just kind of talk about how the spring went, how the summer workouts have gone, and then, how do you feel physically going into the season?
There's been a lot of changes since we got a new coach, and one of the big things is we're a family now. I wouldn't even say we're a team, we're a family. We do everything together. Going into the spring, it was different because we had a coach for 2 weeks. You were there for 2 weeks? 2.5 weeks. So we had to learn everything. A lot of stuff to polish, but we're ready now. And going into this season, expect a lot of great things.
We got Blake Daniels here. Kind of talk about the defense. Obviously, your guys' linebacking core was one of the best in Pasco County last season. A lot of key tacklers back on the defense. Kind of talk about your role in this season in a transition with a new head coach. What do you have to do to be a leader on this team and get this team into the 2026 season?
Going in with a new coach, it helps a lot. And then with Isaiah coming back and Carson and Ian and Leslie also, we're still all leaders in the team. We're training the new guys, the younger guys, and that's just all it takes. We just gotta teach them, and yeah.
Well, I'll pose the question to one of the other 3 players here. Just kind of touch on how important it was to stick together in a day and age where, when change happens, when it comes to a head coach, players kind of move around and go to different schools. I mean, how important was it to you to kind of stick with Sun Lake and know that that was the school you wanted to be at?
Well, I've been with Sun Lake since my freshman year, and I've been playing football. And what's the point of changing now? Because everybody here is like a family to me since I've been knowing them for so long. And if we just stick together and keep on training together, keep on pushing ourselves, then I don't see no problem with us. I don't see no problem with transferring. And like I said, we're just one big family. We got to stick together.
All right, well, I'm going to pass it off to Larry Bluestein here with Prep Red Zone. He's got some questions for you guys, I'm sure.
Thanks, guys. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. I appreciate you guys. Nathan, God's looking down on you this year. You'll be fine. You're one of the guys that's going to be the leader. Coach, football's football, right? I mean, whether it's in Massachusetts or whether it's on the Nature Coast, it's still football. And even if you were back in Massachusetts and you took over a team like this that was looking for an identity and looking for somebody to be the leader, you're going to count on your players that want to be here and players that are going to be the rock for the future. Talk about some of these players who are your seniors, who have been here and are going to set an example for the incoming freshmen, the sophomores who didn't get an opportunity. Talk about that, and I'd like for the players that hadn't had an opportunity to talk, to introduce yourself and let everybody know what position you play and how you feel about being that leader and then that example for the younger players.
Well, like you said, football is football. I've been a head lacrosse coach. I've been a head football coach multiple times. I love lacrosse, but there's nothing like high school football. It truly is a brotherhood. It's a special thing. And football it's a lineman assignment technique. Where do I go? What do I do? How do I do it? And teaching the game, and then building a culture where people care about each other. Every program that I've been able to take over and turn around, the formula has been the same in terms of the standard, but I've been very blessed to have great leaders, great seniors that bought into what we were doing. And I feel like I'm in another situation where I've got a group of guys, a group of seniors that are bought in, that they're great leaders. They're not just good football players, but they're great people. And it's made the transition a lot easier. I'm really excited about all these guys leading our team, and they're setting an example for the younger kids as well.
No doubt. Gentlemen, at the end, you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself. Talk about, what this program means to you. I mean, this is, like Coach Browning said, he's been part of this. I mean, Sun Lake has never been that program that shoots to the top. What's going to be different now?
So I'm Carson Bowers, class of 2027. I play safety. It's definitely been with obviously losing the coach and then having a new one and everything. At first, it was very scary. Everyone was talking about leaving, who's staying and everything. And once Coach D came in, I think I can speak for all of us from the first week, it was kind of like, all right, this is going to be our guy. Like, whoever wants to leave, you can leave. Whoever wants to stay, we're going to buy in and we're going to stay, and we're all going to put our best foot forward. And I feel like we very much owed it to Coach D to come in and, as us seniors, give him the best that we got. And I feel like we've done that, and we're ready for the season.
Nice.
Xavier Bell, class of 2027. Having pride in everything you do. This team, the history hasn't always been great, but every season is about what can you bring differently, what can you do differently. And it starts with coaching, and back to what Carson said. Since the first week he's got here, we've all said collectively that this is the guy for us. He's been a great coach to us. He's continuing to be a great coach for us, and we feel that if we need to do what we need to do to win, then it's a priority that we need to make. And, the narrative has always been about Sun Lake hasn't done things that are good, but what we're focusing on is controlling what we can control. And obviously the goal is to become a playoff team, get a winning record, make history at this school, which we have a chance to do. And I feel like this school is going in the right direction to be better. And, we have a lot of good returners. We have Nathan, we have Blake, we have a lot of good people, key pieces that can help us win. So it's really just about going into every week, every Friday night, thinking about what you can control, trying to win games, compete at the hardest level that you can. And I'm thankful to be playing beside all my brothers. Everybody else, they can say what they want, but we know what we have, and we know what we can do with what we have.
So you give any pregame speeches? Because I'll run through the wall for you. I mean, look at you. I mean, you got priorities. I bet you do great in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I figured, because you sound like you're somebody that has your priorities. And what I see is 5 leaders up there. And I think, Coach, you agree that you brought the 5 guys that are going to be the foundation for this season that are going to bring this program to the next level. Am I wrong or am I right?
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. And I'm not just saying this because he's sitting right there, but Coach Browning's a legend. He started the program, had a lot of success there. The field's named after him, and I want to turn around this program for these boys and all the other boys in the program, but I also want to bring it back to prominence and having it back to a level where he left it. So that's a huge, important part for me.
No doubt. Legend, come on up and close it.
Thank you. Xavier, real quick, take me through your summer workouts. What have you done to improve yourself as a football player this summer?
So what I've done to improve myself as a football player, I feel like it starts with weightlifting. And I feel like in football, you have to have the size, you have to have the speed, everything you need to do to compete. So what I've been doing personally, I've been increasing my numbers with lifting and everything. And every time that I can put in football, whether it's throwing with my receivers, understanding playbooks, know how to run schemes through our plays and everything, I've just been doing that because on a Friday night, it's going to count. Every snap is going to count. Every single thing that you've put into the offseason is going to come back, and I feel like it's important. So I've just been controlling what I can control. I've been weightlifting. I've been throwing with my receivers, getting better at what I can do.
Okay, and you're going to take over at quarterback, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you always been a quarterback, or you're primarily more of a wide receiver / running back in the program prior to?
So coming into my freshman year, my goal was to become a quarterback, and that's what I stuck to. But I came at an odd time to where we had 7 quarterbacks on a roster, and it came down to who could run routes, who could do other things, who could be more versatile. So honestly, I took the role to become a wide receiver / athlete, and it's worked out good for me for the past 3 years. Our last quarterback, Hayes McGuire, he left, so the role of quarterback needs to be filled, and I knew that I have what it takes to lead this team to something great. Okay. So I've just been putting in work for it.
Awesome. And if Finally, Mr. Merriman, how's your health? I mean, from what I've seen you out on the field, I've seen a little 7-on-7 action, and I was actually at your spring scrimmage game, black and teal game. Look like you're back running full bore. Everything good?
There were some rough patches, but we're back 110%.
Okay, all right. Son, I really look forward to watching you guys play this summer. I think you're going to be in for a great season. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you, Coach.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Okay, welcome. Our next team up at the 2026 North Suncoast Media Day is South Sumner High School. Head football coach Ty Lawrence, who took over for the program years back from legendary Inman Sherman. Ty, great to see you again. In South Sumner, we welcome you here. This time, Ty, I'm going to have you make an opening statement, then I'm going to open questions up to the media.
Yeah, thank you for having us. It's an honor to come to this media day, and y'all do a great job with this. But leading into our season, we're a team that last year finished 6-5. We've got 2 offensive starters returning on offense. We have 4 starters on defense returning. We've got a great group of kids that have worked extremely hard this off season. They've bought into everything we've asked them to do. We finished up our summer last night. We had on our varsity team, we had 35 guys finish that never missed a night. We had 28 ninth graders that never missed a night. So our attendance rate for the summer was right at 94% attendance, right? And so we've done a great job. Our kids have done a great job. Our captains have done a great job getting our kids there and making sure they had rides there and home. And so we've done everything right to this point to get ready for the season. And we're excited about our season this year. And we've got some opponents that we haven't played in a long time on our schedule, and really looking forward to playing those guys, right? And so it's just this 26 team is an extremely close-knit group that we can coach hard. They love each other. It's a coach's dream to coach a group of kids this close and this tight.
Okay, well, I tell you what, that's awesome attendance numbers. I mean, that's certainly got to build some cohesive camaraderie and mental toughness and cohesion amongst y'all. Those are my hat's off to you with those type of attendance numbers. That's great. I'm going to open it up now to the media.
Good morning, Coach. Great,
Well,
always
it's good
great.
to see you, man. I'm so excited that you're here. It's
always
an honor. It's an honor for you to be here, man.
It's always great to see you, and every time I see that logo, I know that you guys are always competing. Coach, I know, Coach mentioned Coach Sherman, and I go back, a lot of years with South Sumter, and the one thing is there's always a lot of pride in this program. That community gets behind you 1,000,000,000%. And
Absolutely.
Talk about, and I know you. When I see a 6-5 record, I know that you're not sleeping very well. I know you.
Right.
Talk about what it's going to take to get over that hump and get deep into the playoffs like you guys are used to. What's it going to take?
I think it's going to take you're correct, 100%. We lose sleep over 6 and 5 seasons, right? And because we take great pride in our what we do, right? And the way that things are these days with the scheduling and stuff like that. So it's our schedule. When you win so many games over so many years, right? It's hard to find a schedule, right? And so we've had a really difficult schedule the last few years, and I think we're getting back to where we still have a difficult schedule this year, but it's not like it has been, right? And so I think that helps a little bit. But to get over the hump, I think you just got to keep plugging every day, building days. One thing we talk about is stacking days on top of days on top of days, right? And so these guys understand that we can't afford to take a day off, right? And so we talk about it quite often about stacking days. Just keep stacking, and and so when the season starts here next week, we'll be ready to roll. I mean, they've worked extremely hard this off season.
Yeah, no doubt. Gentlemen, I want you to each individually answer this question. First of all, when you address, please let everybody know who you are, what position you play, and what year. I've been to the school, and I've been around Coach Lawrence, and I've been around this program for a long, long time, and there's a lot of tradition. You walk those halls and think about the Coach Everett's and all those guys who have played and wore that same uniform as you did. Talk about the pride of wearing that uniform and being in that community and having the respect of everybody who's played before you and every young kid who wants to wear that uniform like you. Talk about that and what it means to you to put on those colors every Friday night.
Well, I'm Milo Patterson. I'll be playing quarterback this year. I'm a senior. But to start with, like, the coaches that we have, it's just great to know that when you look around and you see, like, who you're playing for, they've been there before. Like, most of our coaches, they played for South Sumter. They know what it is. They know what the tradition is. And they know how to win. So it's easy to trust and believe in them. And it's really nice to have such a tradition that fans still come to the games every year, and you just know that the whole town has your back.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to play out there with that much support, and it makes you a better person.
No doubt.
I'm Nolan Single Gates. I play inside, outside linebacker, senior. And I think that it's important for our tradition because, like, we have a reputation to hold. Like, we're known for being physical. That's why a lot of teams might not want us on schedule. But I think we have a very prestigious coaching staff, and I'm honored to be able to play for them because I know if I fight for them, they're going to fight for me, and it's no place I'd rather be.
No doubt.
I'm Logan Ward, safety, senior. The tradition mean a lot to me. Just being a part of South Sumter is great, and especially the little kids because they all look up to us.
Yeah.
And
like you did when you were small and you were looking up at some of the older guys, right?
Yes, sir. So they all look up to us, so we just have to be that role model for them.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm Tanner Rumor. I play linebacker, and I'm a senior. And the tradition at South Sumter is really amazing. It's a really incredible program. Like, the history of success we have, the great coaching staff, but I really love the community. Like, you could lose a couple games, have a down season, every single night the stadium's going to be packed, parking lot's going to be packed, everyone's going to be there supporting you because they just love our football program. And that's really incredible to me, and I really love that.
Bushnell's rocking on a Friday night when you win. Yes, sir. I know that.
I'm JBR Green. I play receiver. I'm a senior. And I'm blessed to have the coaching staff we have. We're blessed to have coaches like them. We can trust them. When we always on the same level. And our community, very supportive.
Yeah.
They do a lot for us. They show up. And the little kids, they always watching us at our practices, asking us questions.
Yeah.
We blessed. We very blessed.
You can fly, I'll bet, Javion, right?
Yes, sir.
You're probably one of the fastest guys out there. I could just see. Because that hair's up. So, I mean.
I'm Landon Marshall. I play D-line, and I'm a senior.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things about our community is we just have so many levels of competitive football. So we've all grown up coming around South Sumter football. So having the entire community backing us up from, 6U football coming up and they all come out and support us, I just love the entire community coming out and supporting our team. So
No doubt. Coach Lawrence, this is a group, man. This is your group. This is a group that I could tell that you're comfortable going to battle every Friday with.
Absolutely. I mean, I cannot express it enough about how close this group is, how hard they've worked. They've just done everything we've asked them to do, right?
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, that's all we can ask is, hey, let's do what we ask you to do as hard as you can do it, and let's just see where it goes, right? Yeah. And so they've done all that up to this point, right? And so it's like a coach's dream to have kids like this that will buy in, right? That's not common these days, Larry. No. You know that. We've had 2 kids transfer in this summer. One moved from Virginia, right? And we had one at a closer school that came to us. But other than that, it's us, right? And so we take great pride in that. Bushnell kids or Sumter County kids, right? And so we like it that way. They've got skin in the game, and so to speak, and so we're extremely excited about it.
No doubt. Andy?
Coach Lawrence, I know you've been at South Sumner High School for, a long time, as long as I can remember. How many years total now has it been for you as a total coach in there and then as a head football coach?
I started in 1998, right, with Coach Sherman. And I did leave for a year and went with Coach Darlington over at Apopka, but I came back pretty quick. And so this will be my 29th year coaching football.
Okay, awesome.
27 at South Sumter.
Awesome. And real quick, we got about 30 seconds. Logan, you mentioned being a role model. You got a young kid in the community wants to be a defensive back, free safety. What advice could you give him?
I would just tell him to be confident in himself, because being a DB, you're going to get balls caught on you, so, don't get down after that. Just always be confident in yourself.
Yeah, very, very, very important. Very, very important, because you're going to have ups and downs. South Sumner, great having you here. I wish you all the best of luck. I know you have a new district, and go out and win that thing. Thank you.
Preparing for that next step in life isn't always easy. At Nautilus Financial Group, our combination of experience, professionalism, and access to a wide variety of products and services to help meet all of your financial goals. For a new level of attention, insight, and capability, contact the trusted team at Nautilus Financial Group.
Okay, next up is Anclote High School. And Coach, it's great having you here. I'm going to shorten it to Coach Berger, if that's okay with you.
That's everybody.
All right, and it's great having you back again. Coach Berger, this will be your 3rd year. All right, I know you've been working hard to get this program turned around. It's really you have one of the tougher jobs on the North Suncoast. I know you're working at it diligently. At this time, Coach Berger, I'm going to open up the opening statement for you.
As you said, I'm going in my 3rd year. I'm very excited to
be back in Anklet this year, be my 4th year there. Have a great group of kids coming in. We're pretty young again this year, but with the schedule that we have, we feel very confident that we'll have a successful year that we haven't had in a long time there at Anklet.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I'm going to open it up to questions from the media, and then I'll take it from there.
Good morning, Coach. Good morning, gentlemen. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Glad to be here, honored to be here, to see you today. Coach, it's a never-ending process to build the program. You know that. Even when you reach a level, you still want to go further. What do you find yourself doing with the younger players, like middle school players? Do you invite them to games? Do you invite them to practices? Do you find yourself maybe going over to the middle schools or even the elementary schools to kind of infuse your program as a community-based program into their lives?
One thing we do, I have a great relationship with the head coach over at the middle school. So we're at every home middle school game that we have. Our guys work the chains and sidelines for them, and then I'm there pretty much the whole game. So we talk with the players a lot through all that stuff. And then during the summer, we go over and we talk with the head coach on stuff and kind of like let them know what we're doing, and then invite them over to our practices once we get into spring and then into the fall.
Yeah, which is vastly important because by the time they get to your high school, they know you. You know, it's not like they're coming in, they're scared, oh, geez, you know, I know Coach. I know a lot of the players over there. I would like each one of you gentlemen to answer the question, what it takes to bring Anklet to that next level and what you're doing as part. And please introduce yourself and let everybody know what grade you're in and what position you play.
My name is Giovanni Clayton. I'm going into my senior year, and I play linebacker. It takes a lot of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, as everyone says, to build what, you know, has never been there. But over the years, from my freshman year now to my senior year, I have seen progress. And it might be slow, but it's working. And, you know, the next couple years, I do see us being a whole lot better than, you know.
Yeah, and you're doing your part.
Yes, sir.
Which is great.
Yes, sir.
My name's Declan Carroll. I play linebacker, and I think that just hard work and dedication, keeping the spirits up, keeping the spirits high, keeping the energy good, everyone focused to the one goal that we all are here for, you know, play football and win games.
And Declan, you get out of the weight room and you see a 9th grader and he sees you sweating and busting your tail, getting better and better. That's a great influence.
Yeah.
My name is Jackson Schmachtenberger. I'm going to my freshman year. I play quarterback and safety.
Yeah.
And I think what it takes to like turn a program around is you have to put a lot of hard work and training through no matter what. If you're like sore or no matter what, you have to push through no matter what.
Yeah, and you're a two-way player.
Yeah.
So to me, that shows a lot because you're giving your all on both sides of the ball, which means you have to put in more effort watching film, more effort working out so you could be in better shape. I think that's great because that to me is leading by example without even having to put out any effort, just doing what you do daily. Nice.
My name is Devin Schaefer. I'm wide receiver at DB. I'm going into my senior season. And it's really just hard work, confidence, and don't feel like just because you're letting yourself and others down, make you stop. Always keep working, put in that dedication towards it because I promise you it will pay off. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Mark Highhorn. I play defensive line, and I think you have to have a lot of attention to detail, and you have to be very hardworking.
Yeah, looks like you get in the weight room a little bit now. Come on. Yeah, are you one of the weight room guys on that team? Are you in there first and you're last to leave, Coach?
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, he's one of the hardest ones that all these guys up here have been there day one.
Yeah.
The senior class has been with me from day one, so very special group of kids and stuff like that.
And you brought them for a reason because obviously they're the future of this program, not just this year, but because of what they've meant to the team and this school over the last couple of years, they're going to leave a legacy that some of the younger players are going to build on.
Most definitely.
Yeah, no doubt. Andy?
Thank you.
Not too far away from Anclote. I actually go on that trail that goes by the high school. So sometimes I see you guys out there. Apologies that I don't stop by. I keep telling myself, I'm like, I'm going to stop by one of these days. Just kind of go on my 6-7 mile walk and stop into practice. Kind of pop my head in. So be on the watch out. I might may be able to pop in here during the season. But Coach, kind of talk about just kind of the positives going into the season, just what you've seen out of the guys and being able to kind of feel encouraged that you feel like the team might be able to kind of, win 2, 3, 4 games.
First of all, our schedule we have is probably the best we've had in a while. This is the first time where I've had full control of the schedule, so I feel like we're putting ourselves in the best position. But these 5 guys sitting next to me are part of the reason why I feel we're going to have a multi-win season this year. They're there day in and day out working. They're pulling the young guys in, mentoring them. From our first year, second year, we lost a lot of guys between graduating and moving, whereas this year our numbers are back on the rise to where we should be able to have successful JV seasons and stuff like that. So that's going to be a huge part into the future at Anclote. But with these young guys next to me, their leadership and dedication is going to take us to that next level to where we can compete with a lot of these teams. Once again, we're in another tough district with Countryside, Dunedin, all those guys, Tarpon. So we know we have a tough road ahead of us, but we feel the first half of the season should be pretty good for us to where we can get our momentum going and confidence going into district play to where we can compete against those teams.
To kind of know where you're going, you gotta have to look back at where you've been, and the program has had success, has been in the playoffs, competed for district championships. Do you ever kind of bring that up to these guys as a group and kind of let them know, like, hey, it can get back to that? It kind of starts with you guys as players. How much do you kind of fill them in on that as the head coach and saying the history's there?
Oh yeah, definitely. We talk about that a lot, stuff like that. We also talk about like our local rivalries between golf. This year we don't have golf on the schedule, but we've had in the last couple of years. Now we got Tarpon back on the schedule, so like basically just introducing those local rivalries that where we can actually compete against these teams. We beat these teams before, so we just got to get that confidence going and all that stuff. And with these seniors that I have, they're a very special group to me. They're the first group I had as even as a coordinator there, so I'm excited to see how these guys leave it all out there and leave their legacy at Anclote.
All right, I feel like I got to ask a fun question to the guys. Which game on that schedule are you most looking forward to playing?
To me, I'm excited for Hollins. My freshman year, I was able to play them and we beat them, so I'm excited to rematch them.
I'm excited for Tenor Rock. We played them twice last year, and we were in close game, but we still didn't win. So I want to come with the victory this year against Tenor Rock.
I would say Hollins because that'll be my first high school game, and the first game I watched was against Hollins, and they won.
I'd say the game I'm most looking forward to is Tarpon Springs, going against Jeremy. I've known Jeremy for years. Great coach. I know he's going to have a great program there. They're a very tough team in our district. We played them a few years ago whenever Greg Klein was head coach, and it just that competition there, and to just build that rivalry again to where we can compete and play for the Rusty Anchor again.
I'll definitely say Bishop because last year it came down a nail biter. We won, but it was like the last 2 minutes, so definitely Bishop.
I would say Tarpon because I used to go to middle school there.
All right, hey, we probably run into these guys at the Sponge Docks or something. But I know probably a place to eat is down the road at the Daybreak Cafe. So, well, Coach, thank you for coming here today, and look forward to seeing you guys sometime in the preseason when I go on one of those long walks I'm talking about here.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Coach Berger, I don't know you well, but I know you're a man who must love a challenge. And for you and the players up there, there was a time way back when the dinosaur days. I took over a Springstead High School football program that had a school record of 20 wins and 70 losses. And the third year we turned it around and did pretty well after that, and the program has been rolling ever since, really. And when I took over that program, I found it was as much mental as it was physical. I mean, the faculty, the rest of the coaching staff I inherited, everybody thought you just can't win here. How much of a mental challenge, Coach, has this been for you?
It's definitely had its times and stuff like that, mentally and stuff like that, between kids moving. Said last year, holidays are a very transient area, so there's kids in. You can see my roster from spring to fall. It changes. We're talking about on the way up here, like if we still had a lot of the kids that we've had these seniors freshman year all the way up, like we'd be a whole different team. So we faced that adversity. And then just the enrollment rate in Pasco County is just declining. We're under 1,000 kids this year. So, I mean, we're at the bottom of 3A. So going against teams like Tarpon and stuff like that, it's knowing that they'll probably have 2 to 1 against us. We still got to line up and play.
Yeah, and I will say, I think a lot of people, they look at people's coaching record, and you cannot base it on a coaching record. 'Cause I tell you what, there's a lot of coaches out there who do a tremendous job just to win 3-4 games, finish 500, compared to a team that might have went to the first round of the playoffs, but was absolutely stacked and has more continuity in the community. So I know that's a great challenge for you mentally. Any of the players like to say anything about the mental aspect of the game?
The mental part of it?
Yes. I mean, how you know the losses have to wear on you. So how do you keep positive?
You just got to keep going. I mean, personally, I use loss as fuel for me.
Awesome.
So whenever I mess up, I don't take it well, and I strive to do better each and every play.
Great. Anybody else?
Yeah, football is 50-50 physical and mental. It's a very mental game. You have to be mentally sharp play by play. You mess up one play, you get in your head, you can't do that. You got to stay sharp. You got to be ready for the next play. Keep your head on a swivel. Always be ready for the next thing.
And Coach Berger, finally, in wrapping up, what's the biggest difference you see from the 2025 team to this year's team coming up?
I would say the hard work and just dedication these kids had. We noticed in the spring, we had a lot of new young guys come in, but they never gave up. They never quit. These guys work day in and day out. So that's the biggest thing is, like, we might not have the biggest guys, the most athletic guys, but these guys fight to the very end.
Awesome, man. I tell you what, Ant Club, I wish you guys the best of luck this fall. Go out and get off to a great start. I think Tender Rock is your opener. And good luck, Coach. Thank you. Thank you for attending.
Certainly, I'm an avid golfer. Been, golf usually weekly. Play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been paying for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
Okay, next team up in the 2026 North Suncoast Media Day are the Springstead Eagles. Their head football coach is Mike Garofano, who's be entering his 14th season, has had some great success there. Coach, I'm going to open up the opening statement. Introduce yourself, what you coach and Coach Garofano's staff, and Well, looking at you brought some stout guys here today. It looks like. Go ahead, Coach.
Yes, sir. My name is Frank Hines. I'm the associate head coach, defensive coordinator for the Spring State Eagles. Thank you so much on behalf of Spring State for having us today. Just want to start off with saying that we're very excited for the upcoming season. A lot of new things going on at Springstead. We're lucky to be the first school in county to get a turf field as well as a new track this season, so we're very excited about that.
Thank you, Coach. And now I'm going to open up to media questions.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Coach.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing? So just to start off, last season you guys had a very, very tough schedule. Coach Garofano talks about often about how he really makes sure to really load the schedule up with a lot of high caliber teams to test you guys early and often. So how do you feel like maybe the previous season's games, where while the schedule, the record didn't maybe go exactly how you wanted, how you feel that's prepared you for this season?
Well, we'll be battle tested. We had a lot of kids last year that were the first year starters. Now they're coming into their second year starter, and the schedule is still as tough as it can be. Our first 3 games, I'll put them against any other teams in the state. Ocala Forest as our kickoff classic, Trinity Catholic as our first game of the Nature Coast, of course, is always a big one for us. And then Zephyr Hills to kick off the district is going to be a tough one as well. But we have battle-tested guys, guys who are working into roles, and guys who are now second-year guys on starters. And we're bringing a lot back that we think we can be very, very well against them.
And the guys that you mentioned who were first year last year, second year this year, would you be able to talk about some of those guys for me?
Yeah, the guys on the staff, on the board with me here, guys, our Elijah Rogers, we have Willem Figueroa, Lucas Bridges, Antonio Graham, and Aiden Coleman. Aiden is our quarterback, 2 offensive linemen, our fullback, and our safety, all returners. We have also guys, returners like James Hicks as linebacker, Gabriel Dooley as a running back and linebacker. We have Cam Hartley, who is a returning offensive lineman, Dusty Cheney, returning center. A lot of guys still coming back. That's going to be a problem, I think, for a lot of teams.
And is there anything specifically the staff would want this team maybe to be known for going into this season?
We want to preach the attitude of consistency. Be consistent with everything you do. Try to be as consistent as possible. Even when you're tired, try to make your first play and your last play as consistent as possible.
And this is a question for Figueroa. Could you just talk about how excited you are coming into this season for the year and how you're feeling about it?
I'm really excited for this season, and I feel like we have good competition, and we've been preparing all off season for it, and we're ready.
And question for Coleman, if that's okay. Just one quick one. Would you just be able to talk about sort of how you're feeling about this season coming in and how you're feeling about leading the team?
Yeah, honestly, I feel really great about it. We've been really working on the offseason with chemistry with the guys, really working on mentality, focus, not missing reps, just really focusing on limiting mistakes for the season. I think that's one of the biggest goals for us. But yeah, I'm excited for the season for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Abe Dowdell with Gulf Coast Sports Network. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Good morning.
Good, good. So, y'all going into a new season. You got turf. What are some of the expectations of going and playing on turf? Because we don't do it that often here in Hernando County.
The expectations are, it's definitely a change. Definitely blessed to be the first school in the county to have turf. The expectations are high. The key to make the playoffs is to win the district. So if you win the district, you're in. Or play to the best potential if we don't end up winning the district and try to get into the playoffs.
Gotcha. My next question is going to be for Figueroa. You played a big role in the Eagles' game plan last year. What standard have you set for yourself going into this year?
A higher standard. I already hold myself at a higher standard, but going into the season, I got to do better than I did last season.
Okay. Coach, let's talk about the offensive line. Springstead is normally well known for having a good offensive line. What do you got coming into this season?
Absolutely. We have Antonio Graham is going to anchor us at guard. Gabriel Dooley is going to be our center. We have Jacob Jamie as a tackle, Cam Hartley as the other tackle. But we have other guys that will be able to step up, like Ryan Mongold is able to play all positions. And we feel like we have very good depth in our offensive line.
Gotcha. Graham, you're a senior this year. One of the leaders on the offensive line. How you going to make sure Coleman and Figueroa can do what they need to do on the field?
Yes, sir. Of course. I'm blocked to the best of my abilities. My teammates are going to do the same. We talk a lot about unity, especially when it comes to the offensive line. One part's gone, then the whole line's messed up. We're going to do our best to be as a team, lead, get better as a team, and coming in this season, we're coming different.
Okay. Coleman, what's your game plan for the season with the team, and how has the summer been going for you in prepping everybody to be that leader?
Yes, sir. The game plan is pretty much the same. I mean, we love to hit, and so I know Will loves contact too. He's a big boy. So, yeah, we're really focusing on the run game, but we also have a pass game too. The O-line, they do great. They do great up front. And also I've been working with receivers a lot too, worked on the chemistry with them as well.
Good luck, and good luck to you guys this season.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Thanks so much for being here, and thanks so much for your dedication. And Mr. Figueroa, I know you had a monster year last year, and I'm sure they're going to expect it. Coach, let me ask you this. A lot is made about the offseason. It's long, okay, 8 months plus. What have you guys done during this offseason to make sure that last year, tough 2 losses, then you put 3 wins together. What have you done this year to be more consistent?
Well, with our strength and conditioning, I think that with one of our coaches, Justin Wentworth, we kind of came together as a staff. With his expertise, we kind of revamped our strength, how we go about the weight room. I feel that helped out a lot. We also implemented, because we're also very lucky to have beach volleyball at our school, and we were allowed to use the beach sand as training to help speed and conditioning, as well as kind of looking at different things we do with our speed and conditioning outside and trying to get to reach our full potential.
Yeah, no doubt. Little offbeat question, if you could pass it down to each player. Before every game, obviously, you want to get kind of focused. What kind of music you listen to?
I usually listen to my gospel music, but I'm also heavy on rap and stuff like that. Get me locked in, but usually 30 minutes before the game, it's complete silence.
Yeah.
Just locking in and visualizing
Nice.
what I'm doing. I like to listen to a little bit more calmer music in the beginning, but then right when it gets closer to kickoff, I like to listen to old school rock.
Yeah, okay. Get a little hype right before that game. A little bit too hype sometimes.
Couple hours before the game, I'd like to listen to probably Rod Wave, a little bit of rap.
Okay.
Stuff newer.
Yeah.
And then when it gets closer to the game, ready to come out on the field, just my own thoughts, just getting ready, prepared mentally and physically.
Yeah. Before you pass that down, what's your favorite food? Because looks like you could put it away.
Probably steak. I'd probably say steak.
All right.
I like to eat a good steak.
Nice.
I don't really listen to music before games.
You just lift weights.
Yeah, I'll just sleep, or I'll listen to Thames.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would say probably worship music. I'm pretty grounded in my faith, so it eased my nerves.
Nice.
And then I agree with my quarterback. When game time comes, you got to put on that Metallica a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Look at you. Enter Sandman. Good stuff. Good job. Thank you, guys.
That is a great tune, Larry. So one of the best. Coach, new district. Got 5A Golf, Hudson, Pasco, River Ridge, yourself, and Zephyr Hills. Your thoughts on this upcoming season with the district opponents?
It's as tough as they come, and we like it that way. Some teams we haven't seen for a while, like River Ridge and Hudson in season. Zephyr Hills, we played them a couple times. They're a very tough team. They're very well coached, all teams down the line. But the name of the game is win the district and you're in. So that's our ultimate goal. Try our best to win the district, try to get into the playoffs.
Great. Mr. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
Take me through your summer this year. What have you been doing to improve yourself?
Really been in that weight room a lot. And not only that, working on a lot of chemistry with the guys too. really focusing on everybody knowing what they're doing, even the O-line, blocking assignments, everything, and really limiting mistakes when we do that. Really been working not only just in practice, but outside of practice too, trying to bond with the team as well.
Okay. Have you done much 7-on-7, or don't you guys do much in?
Yes, sir. We do 7-on-7 a lot. We did great, honestly. Really did. We got the JV guys reps as well, so really trying to get everybody reps. And yeah, but we did 7-on-7 too. Felt like we did great.
Awesome. And Coach, any surprising young player, maybe a freshman who's kind of come out of nowhere in his development that may help play a role on the varsity this year?
Two surprises that we've had. We've had a returning player, Martavian Douglas, and a transfer, Jeremiah Brown, from Hernando. Both kids are going to be stud athletes. Both kids are going to come in and be helpers from day one. We're really excited that Martavian came back and Jeremiah decided to come over.
Okay. And we'll take it. Let's start over here to my right, your left. Team you're looking most forward to playing this season?
Definitely a couple. Zephyr Hills, Nature Coast, and River Ridge. Those are kind of more of our caliber teams that we're trying to push ourselves and compete with. We lost to Zephyr Hills and Nature Coast, so we're trying to, see what we can do with this team and turn things around.
Okay.
I'll agree with him there. I'll say Zephyr Hills, Nature Coast, and River Ridge.
I'd definitely say I'm looking forward to playing Nature Coast. Zephyr Hills, too. Zephyr Hills was a top-tier opponent last year. Difficult team, so is Nature Coast, but I know we can win both of them.
I'm definitely looking forward to playing Nature Coast, Zephyr Hills, River Ridge. Nature Coast is going to be a tough game, but I think we can win it.
I'm definitely looking forward to playing Zephyr Hills and Nature Coast. Zephyr Hills, I'm excited to play them again. I didn't get to play that much last season in the game, but I'm excited to get more play time this time and see what we can do. Nature Coast, it really comes down to who makes fewer mistakes, so I'm definitely excited for that.
It's interesting how the rivalries have changed. Once in Hernando County, you're talking back in the dinosaurs days when I coached at Springstead, there was only two schools in the county, Springstead and Hernando. So everybody was said at Hernando. Now everybody mentions Nature Coast. Coach, how much of that rivalry has that been to Springstead and Nature Coast?
It's a big time rivalry. It's bragging rights, but like as you were saying, Hernando is just as big. We have the Burger Bowl that ends up helping us with our banquet. Glory Days has been gracious enough to sponsor that and give us a banquet. So that has bragging rights as well. That's a big time thing for a program to have their banquet paid for by a company. But both games equally, I think, are very tough. I mean, bragging rights in the county is huge.
Yeah, and finally, you guys open up with Forest in the Fall Classic, correct?
Yes.
And how are you going to make the format? Are you going to keep all the horses in for the entire game? You're going to play some of the JV players the fourth quarter, or haven't you figured that out yet with Forest?
I think it's a half and half, a half of varsity and half of JV, just to get everyone acclimated, everyone in, try to get as much playing time as possible, try to get as much experience as possible for game one.
Okay, great. And the opener is against Trinity Catholic. It's a newer opponent.
Yes, sir.
Out of Ocala. What kind of challenges are they going to bring to you?
Coach Wentworth, he's been there. He kind of knows the program. He kind of helped work through the game, but it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge for us because it's a high quality program, well coached team, and we expect the best results for us. We're going to be as prepared as possible.
Okay, is that home or away, Coach?
That's away.
That's away. Okay, so you got to go up to Ocala. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Springstead. It was great having you out. Wish you all the best of luck. Going to be following you, and good luck in the new district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go Eagles.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Next up, Gulf Coast Sports Network 2026 Media Day is Nature Coast, coached by Chris Hawley, who was his first year last year, went into the third round in the playoffs. First year at Nature Coast. Before that, he was at Wharton College, I believe, correct?
Wheaton College.
Wheaton College.
Yeah.
Wheaton College there as the running back coach, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And did a great job in the first year, looking to build on that, which will be a great challenge for him. And I'm going to put it out to an opening statement for you, Coach.
Yeah, we had a good off season. We're really excited for this group of kids. They're one of the things that I was talking to somebody about the other day was how much fun they've been because of their work ethic, their intensity, the way that they conduct themselves. We found that we've got a really good group that we're really excited for. So, yeah, just been enjoying the off season, but we're kind of we're ready. We've been ready for camp for about a month, so we're excited to get going.
Awesome, and I know we got some media chomping at the bit to talk to you, so I'm going to hand it over to them for questions.
Thank you.
Hey, Coach, how are you doing?
Good. How are you, Austin?
Good. So just to start off, year one, it was a really strong year for you guys. Would you be able to talk about just sort of how you're feeling going into this next season? How you feel last year has also prepared you guys going into this year?
Yeah, we kind of put last year by the wayside a while ago. I know I kind of keep getting asked about it and stuff, but it was done for us a long time ago. We moved on. Probably, I think I started to see the difference in our kids probably mid to late January. They started to do a great job of kind of finding their identity as a group of kids, and so that's kind of been long gone for us. We're very happy with what our seniors did for us and what they did for me in my first year. But this group created their own identity pretty early and was ready to kind of make their own stamp on Nature Coast, Tech football, and I'm excited to see what these kids can do.
And talking about their identity, what would you like this team to be known for going into this season?
Kind of want to keep in a way, it's kind of continuing what I say as much as possible to them, which is we focus on ourselves, we focus on Nature Coast, we do what we do, and every single day you come in with the idea that each day is a new part of the process for you. Are you making the right decisions? Are you doing the right things? Are you holding yourself and your teammates and even the coaching staff accountable in various ways? And they do a really good job of that. They do a really good job of that.
And this is a question for the guys, but is there any matchup this year that you're really looking forward to, specifically maybe that, whether unofficially or officially, just sort of circling in your head that like, yeah, I'm looking forward to this?
There's really it's really just Nature Coast versus Nature Coast every week, so we just want to improve on getting better for ourselves.
Honestly, we don't really care about the schedule. Who do we play? We just go day by day trying to improve ourselves, and at the end of the day, it's Nature Coast versus Nature Coast.
I look forward to playing our defense every day at practice. We start camp Monday, so it's just being ready to compete every day.
As the guys said, Nature Coast versus Nature Coast, not really circling nobody on the schedule.
They already said it all. We're here to win. That's all we want to do.
Great answers. So going into the opening game of the season, I suppose what are you hoping to see?
I think the main thing that I want to see is, did we have that improvement from our spring game through the 7 weeks that we had over the summer? Did we see improvement? I think, we did well in our spring jamboree. That was nice to see. It was kind of a microcosm for what it was. It was a good night, right? But after that, I wanted to see, are these guys going to continue to push themselves the way that they had, that they did for a solid, I think, 3 or 4 months, from January to April. And I think we did. I think something that really stood out to me that I don't think I was expecting in some ways was that there was about 56 kids that were there every day, maybe 4 days or less, I think is what we put it out to be. So we had good numbers consistently throughout the whole thing from a very large group of kids. So I kind of want to see, like, did we take that next step forward? And yeah, that's the thing that I want to see the most going into our classic. You know, did we see that improvement that I was hoping for?
Fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, Abe Dowdell with Gulf Coast Sports Network.
Morning.
Now, I know we're here at Media Day. This is when all the coaches and players get to talk about what's going on, what they like to see in the season. How does it feel getting ready to go into this season and everybody's looking to beat you?
We don't really, I'll be honest with you, I just kind of focus on our guys. Like, I mean, between the 90 of them and parents and paperwork and everything that you have to deal with, there's not really much time to look at everybody else and wonder how they think of us or what they think of us or anything like that. I don't have social media, so I don't like hear anything. So I don't really have an answer for that, because most of the focus is on making sure that we're doing not just on the field, but off the field. Like, am I getting all the things done that I need to get done, you know? So there's not really, you know, I don't think there's really much of an answer for that.
Now, last year, Cassius Williams, I believe, was your quarterback.
Yes.
Who's filling his shoes this year?
Christian Garrett. Yeah, he came in I think, January, and he's been with us, played our spring game, and did very well.
Gotcha. Now, I know you got a returning running back that probably was one of the best ones in our county that we've seen for a while, Mr. R.J. Jones. What have you done this offseason to prepare yourself for this season?
Day in, day out, you know, in the weight room, different camps, getting better and better, you know, drills, all that.
Okay. Lizer, you were dominant on the defense last year. How do you expect to bring that same aspiration that you had last year this year?
I've been working out all summer, getting faster. I'm a lot faster now. Gonna beat him with speed. That's all I have to do.
Okay. Coach, players, good luck to you guys this year.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Thanks
Larry.
so much for coming out, Coach. Appreciate you guys.
Good to see you again, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Hard work. Yeah, I saw you in the off season last year, and you guys worked really hard. Which is my question, and I would like to go right down the row. 8-month off season, long off season. What have you guys done personally to get better as a team?
You want to go with the kids?
Yeah. And tell who you are, what year you are, and what position.
Dominic Picarello, 2027. I play DB, and really we just like to compete against each other every day throughout this off season. So it's been us versus us the whole off season.
Nice.
Dontrell Parker, class of 2028, linebacker. You know, I try to push everybody, you know, in the weight room, you know, during adversity, you know, things like that. I kind of create my own workouts, you know, just to push everybody past their, you know, mentally, physically. You know, outside of there, you know, I just continue to work, and that's pretty much it.
Dontrell, you got your name on that weight room wall yet? Come on now. Look at you. Look at you.
Not yet.
Is it okay if I answer real quick?
Sure.
So I think the thing, kind of to go off of what Pick said, was the thing that I really enjoy about this group is that the competition doesn't come from like a mat drill or going outside and running versus each other. It comes from even in the weight room. Like, you know, I'm going to put 5 more pounds than you just because I want to be a little bit stronger than you. And they do a really good job of that together, of just pushing each other the next step, which I think it makes for a fun group.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think we had a O-line coach come in January. He unfortunately had to leave for the military, but he helped me take a huge step as a human being, football player, understand the game better, went through football, lineups, defenses every day just to help me understand the game.
Taught
better.
you a little bit of technique too. I mean,
Everything.
Yeah,
He helped me just understand the game better, and
that's always great.
yeah.
Ronnie Jones, class 2028. I play running back. Definitely, I think competing is, but like with us, nature coach for nature coach, as coach said. In the weight room, sprint. Some of me and the guys, like I say, Willie, Tyler, we sprint, we compete, see who could beat each other first, and sprint. Who could be better in this? Who could lift more weights?
Get college offers already?
Yes, sir. I received one from Stanford University.
Nice. Congratulations.
I'm Joseph Lazar, graduate 2027. I play D-line. We're all like brothers in this team. That's what we're trying to make it like this year. If you have a brother, you compete. That's all you do, and that really helps us. Even if they're freshmen, seniors, does not matter. We're competing.
Do you relish to be a leader on the team so the younger players could look up to you and see your work ethic and what you put in so they could follow the same path?
Yeah.
Okay. That's big. Everybody needs a leader. Coach can't be there every second.
Yeah, we're an extension of him.
Good. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Coach District consists of Central, Citrus, Crystal River, Hernando, Nature Coast, and Weeki Wachee. Your thoughts on the new district?
I think the thing that I like the most about it is there's more games. Coming from I believe we were 14 district last year. It just the out of conference schedule. It made for a little wonky for me coming from CCIW in college where you had 10 teams, so you only had one out of conference. It just was a little wonky for me. So I like the balance in the schedule with having more teams. It's created us. It gave us a way to create good out of conference matchups. So I'm pretty excited for it.
Okay, and Eastlake is a fall classic opponent?
No, Plant City.
Plant City, okay, yes. Plant City.
Eastlake, we played Eastlake and St. Pete in the spring game.
In the spring, that's correct. So Plant City in the fall, it was Eastlake in the spring. Okay, Plant City, what kind of format are you taking into the classic as far as keeping the starters in, JVs, et cetera, and after that, what are you looking forward to in the classic?
We're treating it like a normal game. I think there's a lot of things that, as a coaching staff, we need to make sure we're good on. I think there's a lot of evaluation that happens too, But I think for us as coaches, having a classic that's normal makes sense. So, as far as what it's going to look like, it'll look like a normal game for us. We need to make sure the communication, top to bottom, from myself to the coordinators to the assistant coaches, are good. Guys in the booth down to the field. Are we getting our substitutions correct in situations with personnel and special teams? All of that matters. So to be able to do that in the Kickoff Classic matters to us. I think the most important thing, or the thing I'm most excited for, is post game. They're going to get us pizza, which is great. Yeah, I think there's too many things that we have to look for. I think spring game you can do that because I think you're evaluating some things in a different light. But I think for the Kickoff Classic, this is really your only chance to go, okay, do we have everything the way it is? Last year, it was the same thing. We were able to sit down and go, okay, let's look at personnel. Let's look at, did we communicate right? Did we substitute right? What are the things that we have to work on, offense, defense, special teams, to be able to be ready to go into the next few weeks? And once we were able to do that, we saw a difference, and we were able to kind of string together some wins after we were able to do that. So it's important to be able to do those things, and that's why we're treating it like a normal game.
Okay, great. Nature Coast, I appreciate you all coming out. Best of luck. Get back into the playoffs, and we'll be following you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that, you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Hey,
there! Have you heard about Ron Schuster Pest Control? They've been serving the Nature Coast since 1983 and are experts in keeping your home and lawn pest-free. Give them a call at 352-683-4003 to schedule your appointment. Remember, when it comes to lawn treatments, the grass is always greener at Ron Schuster Pest Control.
All right, well, I'm going to take it away from Coach Browning because, well, this is my alma mater, and I felt like I needed to go ahead and take the mic from him. So, those who don't know, went to Gulf High School, graduated in 2006. So, without further ado, the Gulf Buccaneers, coached by Sean Epperjesse, heading into his 6th season. And, Coach, coming off the spring, you guys won a thriller against Land O'Lakes, and Jonathan Jackson rushed for double the amount he had last year altogether. Just talk about that spring game and how that kind of catapulted you guys into the offseason.
Well, first off, go Bucks. Glad, always love getting questions from you, Andy. We know you know how much we love having you around. So, but yeah, I love the spring game. Our spring game just had everything you're looking for in a game, period. So we had our moments where we showed where, we kind of put things together and could move the ball well and get down the field and play some really good defense. And then we had at times where we showed some of the issues that we ran into last year, the lack of consistency, but then we showed that we've also developed that nature to finish, you know what I mean? So, last year we kind of struggled with that a little bit. We'd get ahead in games and not finish them or, give up some leads and things along that nature. So, obviously it wasn't a great thing to see us give up the lead, but when you're playing Land O'Lakes, a Dan Goodspeed coach football team, and I think everybody knows how I feel about Dan Goodspeed, there's a grain of salt with that. They are a great football team. They're always going to be well coached. They're always going to be, a tough opponent. So for us to take the fact that we did get a nice lead, they did battle back, and then we still find a way to win that football game. And the way we ran the ball, because to me, if you can run the ball on a Dan Goodspeed coach football team, you can run on anybody. So I'm very proud of that game. I've seen some things that will really help us in the fall, especially against some good football teams we play this year. So for me, it just kind of touched everything we needed to see. We needed to see that we can play at a high level. We needed to see that we can struggle and bounce back, and we needed to see we can win games late.
All right, well, I want to jump into some of these questions where I think I'm going to get some spirited responses from you guys. I know you guys look at the schedule and you guys are kind of seeing games early on that you want to play. I know there's a game right from the outset that you're looking forward to, but I mean, kind of expand on that. I know Mitchell and Gulf has become kind of the rivalry in Newport Richey.
Facts. I mean, when I walked in the door, I'm pretty sure Andy Schmitz was my first call. They were at the top of the mountain, and they've been there since I've been coaching, and like you said, 6 years now. That's crazy. But they're just great at what they do, and why would you want to not obsess about anything other than that? Like, if they're at the top, why would you be afraid to play them? Why would you be afraid to take that phone call? Why would you be afraid to take them on the schedule? And we're not. Like, we obsess over it all summer. And for that reason, it's, there's a huge amount of respect, but we also, we're in the same area. Our kids play each other from little league, middle school, all the way to high school. And it's a great physical football game every year. It's, to me, it's a fun game to obsess about all summer.
Well, I'm going to ask the guys. Got Curtis next year, your quarterback. After last season, threw over 1,000 yards. Kind of talk about, is that the game you're most looking forward to, or is there another game you're looking at?
Yeah, it's really just Mitchell. It was close at first, but then they just finished it off, took the win. But yeah, it's really just Mitchell.
And talk about this offensive line being, you got two stalwart offensive tackles. Just kind of talk about how the line is maybe the biggest you've seen at Gulf, and how you feel about those guys up front.
I feel good about them. I trust them. They're gonna do what they do. They big, they strong, so they gonna protect me.
All right, well, let's get it over to Jonathan Jackson. Obviously, a big spring game. I think almost 300 yards rushing. Just kind of talk about how that game gave you a lot of confidence going into the summer.
Yes, sir. It gave me a lot of confidence going into the summer, especially last year after my injury. Unfortunately, I didn't play a lot last year, so I'm looking forward to a big season this year.
Do you look at past running backs like Antonio Munez and kind of think like, maybe I want to be like that back, or is there anybody?
I don't want to say it like that, but like I don't want to be Antonio Munez. I want to be Jonathan Jackson. So I want to be my own back. I know I have a lot big shoes to fill. Antonio was a great running back at this program, so I just want to be my own running back and hopefully do good.
I'll pass it over to Brody. Is there a game you're looking most forward to when you look at the schedule?
Yes, sir. Mitchell and River Ridge.
Why those two opponents?
River Ridge is the old defense coordinator, Coach Stubbs. He coached me for a while, and a lot of the kids over there didn't like me that much. So it's always like a real competitive game. And then Mitchell, I just have never liked him since I got to the program. And I played against him in middle school, and I'm just ready for that game.
I don't think anything's changed since I left golf. Go ahead with got the big offensive tackle there, Marcus. Talk about you came over from Anklo during the off season. Talk about your new surroundings at golf and how you kind of are fitting in with all the guys.
I think I fit in pretty well, pretty quick, and coaches took me under their wing, taught me stuff I didn't really know at Anklo. They elevated my game. I would definitely say that, and my teammates, they helped me fit in immediately too. I felt a connection even just that first workout, that first day. Even like it was a better connection I felt at Anklo for 3 years. So, which I was actually surprised about because, I'm at Anklo, my comfort zone, stepping out. I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. And I come to golf and, I wish I did it sooner. So, yeah.
Well, and you just talk about that spring game. It being not usually spring games are thrilling contests, but for you guys, it comes down to the final quarter, final plays, really. Talk about just being in that kind of game and knowing you guys right down the stretch can win games like that against clubs like Land O'Lakes.
Yeah, it felt really great. I wasn't used to that at Anklo, of course, That was my first ever spring game I ever won, so, it felt great. And it felt great to be able to compete at a high level with an opponent like that because Land O'Lakes, that's a good football team, And I'm not used to competing with a football team like that. I'm used to,
All right, well, pass it down to Big Mike here. He's transferred in from Sun Lake. Just Mike, kind of talk about your role playing on the defensive line, playing at a defensive tackle position, just being able to kind of help infuse, your talents and be able to help the Buccaneers this fall.
I plug the gap in the middle, make sure no running backs get through. I'm a big plug in the middle.
I talk about playing for Coach E, just how you like that.
I love playing for Coach E. He's a really good coach.
All right, and then go back to you, Coach. Just I know we've talked a lot about the landscape of high school football and just how things change, just how you look at Pasco County. Tom Ketchum with Pasco County High School Football put out its first Super 7 rankings, and you guys, I believe, check in at number 4, number 5. Just, being able to see those kind of every year. I know Tom's been doing it for a long time. Just how do you take those rankings and try to motivate the guys and tell them, like, hey, we want to be a little bit higher than where we're at?
Well, I'm not going to lie, I didn't see it, so surprise. We don't – I don't want to say we don't ignore those things. Obviously, we pay attention to them. I've printed them out at one point and hung them in the locker room. Especially when there was a Super 7 a couple years ago that every team above us was on the schedule. So we were just kind of scratching them out one by one. But at the end of the day, it's Friday nights are were the most important part of it. So the motivation for us is, we floated around that 4, 5, 6 for a long time now, for basically 4 or 5 years. So it's time to try to find our way to the top.
How important is it in looking at those records the last few years? You had that 7-3 season, or where you guys got to the playoffs and competed against Lake Wales last few seasons. I know, just talking to you, definitely not happy with. Just how do you kind of get back to that and be able to get the team to the postseason?
Well, there's always a lot of context. So at the end of the day, to me, if you get to go to the dance, like at the end of the day, that's the goal. So it doesn't matter if you're 7-3, 5-5, 3-7. Like that, at the end of the day, is irrelevant. But you obviously, the more games you win, the better chance you have. So with that said, even that we had the 7-3 year with the playoff, and then the 5-5. To me, those are successful seasons. So, but we're gonna prepare every week to beat everybody. That's the goal. We're not going to think anybody on the schedule is too tough to beat, and just build the best resume we can going into, you know how I feel about the guy down in Tallahassee, that nerd, and whoever's doing those points and those numbers and however he does them. I don't necessarily agree with whatever the secret equation is, but at the end of the day, I mean, the system is what the system is, so it's our job to build the best resume possible in order to get in. So,
well, I want Larry to come up here, and I know he's got a couple questions, and I know he doesn't get to talk to the alma mater ever. So here's Larry.
Thanks, guys. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Coach, thanks so much for coming out. I don't think there's anything left. Andy pretty much went back to when you were in kindergarten. So, but I do want to ask a little offbeat here. I'll go down the line. Sunday night at home, okay? What's Mom cooking? Anybody? Ask it. What's your favorite food that Mom's cooking on a Sunday night? Because I know you eat.
No, I know. I like macaroni.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to have to go with chicken Alfredo. My mom's really good at making that.
That's the best answer so far. Mm-hmm. Coach, what are you making?
Definitely a medium rare ribeye on the grill.
Oh, nice.
That's it.
Oh, nice. Baked
no
potato.
Sides. No sides.
No sides.
No sides.
Okay.
I like when my mom cook some steak, mashed potatoes.
Okay.
My dad's a big fishing guy, so we eat a lot of fish and rice. That's probably one of my favorite.
100%. Healthy. That's why you look like you do.
My mama make these special like ranch chicken.
Yeah.
Or I like meatloaf a lot.
Send it back. I'm gonna ask you one more question. What music do you guys listen to before the games?
Rap. A lot of rap.
Okay.
Hip hop. A lot of it before the games.
Okay.
Get the energy lit, pretty much.
We've had gospel already, so you might as well add that. So go.
I like to listen to Rod Wave.
Okay.
We're in Florida, so I got to go with Kodak.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just saw him the other day. Go ahead.
I like to listen to NBA Youngboy.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Coach, couple closing questions real quick. Openers against Southeast. A lot of who's it against?
You talking about like kickoff classic?
No, not the classic. Your very first game.
Mitchell.
Mitchell. Okay. What kind of challenge are they going to present this year? I know they're going to have they lost a lot of seniors. Tell us a little bit about that Mitchell game.
I wouldn't even challenge is a strange word to use for Mitchell. They're a damn good football team every year. They're well coached. They've got more coaches than any high school team I've ever seen. So they're just well coached across the board. They're tough. They're smart. Their kids play fundamentally sound football. So I think challenge is not the right word to describe that. They're a tough opponent. It doesn't matter what they have. You've seen it year in and year out. They're always ready to play football. So they're not a team that you get to blow out, even if you're drastically more athletic or any of those things. So you're in a fist fight for 4 quarters regardless.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay, and golf, I wish you guys the best of luck this season. We'll be following you, and go out there and get yourself a district title. Thank you. Wesley Chapel now, Media Day. Head coach Bruce Patterson. Last year, Wesley Chapel finished 6-5. Made it to the first round of playoffs. Got some valuable playoff experience against a tough Lakeland High School football team. All right, which I'm sure will pay dividends in the long run for him. And Coach, going to hand it over to you for an opening statement.
Well, thank you. First off, thank you guys. We appreciate you guys every year for doing this. The exposure for the boys with this is great, just media-wise, and being able to explain who they are to everybody watching. Like I said, Coach Patterson, third year with Wesley Chapel High School. Excited for this group. We're a very young team. Lost 25 seniors last year and had a lot of boys step up this off season. Brought a couple players with me. Bryce Fleming down on the end plays wide receiver and safety. Evan Kelly right next to me plays running back linebacker. Levi Pavlikovic plays quarterback, but I think he's a free safety. Darian Borden plays wide receiver and cornerback, and Joseph Garcia, offensive line and defensive line. So thank you.
And Coach, before I hand it over to the media, I wanted to ask you, how are your numbers at the program now? I know when you took over, I don't even believe they had a JV team the year before. So how have your numbers grown since you've been there?
Yeah, well, so our first year there was no JV team. We were able to put something together. I think that first year we were somewhere around 80. Last year, had a lot more kids start showing up and coming out from inside the hallways. So we were about 110 last year, and I think this year we're somewhere around that same area, 110, 115, with probably about 80 to 90 showing up.
Ooh, that's
this
great
summer.
numbers,
So,
Coach.
Yeah, it's amazing what a change of culture can do for a school and a program. To see these kids start showing up and wanting to get behind something that they believe in.
Okay. And I'm going to open it up to the media now. Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Thanks so much for coming out. Coach, coming off a big year. I know it does wonders for a program. You lose to a team like Lakeland and obviously a well-established program, but something comes out of a game like that. I mean, you lose, you go home, you take the 40-minute ride back home, and you think about what just happened. And you lose a lot of seniors. The returning players, and I'm going to ask each one of you the same question. What do you do in the off season after a loss like that to motivate yourselves and the team for the upcoming season? Because you have 8 long months between when that game ended and when 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now in that kickoff classic against Mitchell, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is
yes, sir.
Pretty nice kickoff classic. And then Bradenton Southeast is your opener.
Yes, sir.
But what do you guys do? Coach, I'll start with you. What did you do in the off season that's going to kind of kindle that fire right back? Because when you have a lot of seniors, there's a lot of leadership that goes with it. And then the young men coming back may not have had that leadership quality, but they grew up fast.
Right. Well, luckily, a lot of our underclassmen were part of the varsity program, had some playing time experience, got to see what the seniors were doing. So this offseason was big with us on just leadership culture, right? So we started a leadership program. So on a certain, let's say on Wednesdays, we had a 45-minute leadership class every week, different topic. What does this mean? What's your version of it? And how can we grow together with this? So I think a big thing for us this year was obviously weight room and speed work, but also not killing the kids, right, and making them think that you need to be here regardless. So we went with a different kind of schedule where not too many days during the week, 3-4 days, but we give them, go 3 weeks on, 1 week off, right?
Yeah.
Go be kids, get away from football. I think everybody up here plays a second sport. So it was, go develop as an athlete, go compete in something different, but still check in for that weight room.
Yeah. Go down the line, tell everybody what your second sport is and how you use that to kind of recharge your batteries for football.
Well, baseball, we're actually a pretty impressive program. We make a far playoff run every year. So it kind of helps competitively. Like, I stay hungry, stay trying to win games. Also, I play outfield as a receiver, as a safety. Helps me track the football better.
Nice.
And it keeps me on edge and sharp, ready for football season.
I do weightlifting during the winter, and I think that's just like a really good sport to do to implement for football because, you know, we lift every single day, just getting stronger, and then having the experience at meets, just, you know, keep focused on something.
Yeah.
And like I said, get stronger and just keep my mind focused for sports.
As you got stronger, did you see yourself becoming more confident?
Yeah, I would definitely say, like this last year in weightlifting,
Yeah.
we went all the way, or I made it myself to regionals.
Nice.
Missed states just by a little bit. And I think that was a very, it was just like a really cool experience to go, you know, this is my only second year doing weightlifting, and being able to go that far, it really like sets my hopes up for the future.
I agree.
So I'm excited to, you know, see how far I can go with that.
Good.
Yeah, so my second sport would be baseball. And as a quarterback, you know, it's going to keep my arm healthy instead of me just sitting around. I'm actively throwing.
You
I
pitch?
also, yeah, I pitch and play outfield. I
Okay.
also, yeah, in outfield, I'm also running, keep my stamina up. And it's just humbling being out there because the program we have. So it just keeps me in shape.
How come Coach said that you're a safety?
He said that because I'm really athletic and I just like to play ball wherever I'm at.
Yeah, my second sport is basketball. You know, it keeps me like conditioned, keep me on point with my cuts, reaction time. So I feel like that helps with it for the most part.
Good dribbler?
Yeah, I play
Good
guard.
passer? You led the team in assists.
Nah, I led the team in steals actually.
Oh,
Better
look
defender.
at you. All right.
I weightlift in the off season, which is very important for my position, which is O-line. You know, you got to move the big boys with a big body.
Did you get into the regions?
Huh?
Did you get to regions?
No. This is my first year.
Okay.
So next year, I'm really pushing for state with a very good coach, Coach Smith. This is going to be very nice.
Nice. Good job. Andy?
Well, I was talking to Coach Patterson out in the hall. I was like, every time I see him at a 7-on-7, he's so locked in, we can't even talk because I think he's mad at the world about the punch air. But, Coach, kind of talk about how the offseason's gone and just how 7-on-7 has obviously kind of helped, you know, this team and getting better going into the season.
Off season's been different. It's been more interesting this year than the past two. Probably just because it's they understand the standard. They understand what our goal is. They buy into it. But I think I have a team that's probably closer than the teams I've had the past couple of years. So they've learned to do a really good job with joking around and being goofballs, but knowing when to lock it in. So it's been a very funny offseason. We have some characters for sure. But it's been fun watching the growth, right? You see the juniors and seniors now that were freshmen when I got there. You see them in the weight room on one side, and you're like, goodness gracious, this is amazing. Then you look over to the new freshmen, and you're like, oh, man. It gets better over the years, but it's been a fun offseason. I'm excited to watch these boys this come Monday and see what they're ready to do together as a unit.
I think something we haven't touched on here on Media Day is you guys are very active on social media when it comes to kind of posting out like your workouts, your schedule, just everything when it comes to them and their, you know, their weightlifting. I mean, kind of just talk about how you know that is an important facet of running a program nowadays to kind of inform people out there via social media about the Wesley Chapel Wildcats.
I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's a brand, right? Your program is your brand, and you want to do whatever you can to make people aware of what you guys have going on and the success you're having and what the boys are doing to make it look fun, make it look enjoyable, and just really try to get the community to buy into what we're trying to do. And plus, it's a social media era. These kids are on me left and right. They post. They're fun.
I was going to say a lot to do over in the Wesley Chapel area now that's become probably the most heavily populated area by far in Pasco. to kind of talk about how that's happened over the years. I mean, 3 years ago you became the head coach. I mean, from then till now, I mean, how much is that expansion you've seen just in your immediate area?
It's crazy. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, stuff is going up every day. Some of it, it's like, why? But then, they just put a Chipotle in by my house, so I'm not upset. So there's pros and cons to it. More houses are being built, which hopefully means more athletes. Schools are growing. So it's just, I'm hoping the community can continue to stay together and grow together, and just find a way to support these boys in the program in the high school.
I think I'm going to jump on with Larry doing the food questions, because I've been to the Grove and I've been over there to the Tampa outlets. So for you guys, you 5 players, where's a hangout spot if you got to go to the mall?
We'll start with the big one down there. I'm sure he'll give you a great food.
So during the season, we actually like going to Steak and Shake. It's actually pretty nice over there. Darian likes it the most. He's over there like every weekend. It's crazy.
I'm trying to think of where the Steak and Shake is over there.
Near the Target.
All right. You learn something new every day.
I'd probably say you go Cheddar's probably. That's pretty good eating spot for the most part.
I would say Chick-fil-A, because it's like most of the days after school, we usually there. For the games, we usually there. So yeah, I would say that's the go-to.
All right, Chick-fil-A, the official sponsor of Wesley Chapel.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go a different route. Like I said, Chipotle. And if you ever go to the Crate, there's a spot called Tacos El Patron. Best carne asada tacos you will have, I think, in all of Florida. So.
Oh, Larry, I'm going to have to go get tacos.
I'm not going to lie. I had the same exact answers as Coach Patterson. I love Chipotle, and I was trying to remember the name of that taco place, but like me and my family, we go there a good amount, and they just have amazing tacos.
Nah, I just spend most of my time at Chipotle and Chick-fil-A.
All right, he's like coach and his teammate there. All right, well, I'm going to pass it off to Coach Browning here. Thank you, guys.
Coach, one last question. Your first game, game 1, is against Southeast. Can you tell us what you expect in that game and a little bit about Southeast? A lot of fans aren't familiar with that school.
We expect something different, right? Our coaching staff got together after the season and tried to figure out what do we want to do different this year to prepare the boys for making an off-season run. And the biggest thing was getting out of the county. So, going down there, it's a football environment, it's a football city, it's a football school. They have a lot of speed. We've seen them at a couple track meets, so we know they can run. And they have athletes, and it's just something different to prepare us for what our goals are come the end of the season.
Yeah, excellent. I know back when I coached, I always wanted to play teams with a lot of speed, because you have to defend it once you get to the playoffs, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Wesley Chapel, thank you very much for coming out. The best of luck, and hey, have a great start next week, beginning of practice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Okay, we now welcome Citrus High School out of Inverness. They have a new head football coach, Jason Roberts. He's inheriting a 0-10 program from last season. Citrus has not had a winning season in 9 years, so I know that's going to be quite a challenge for Coach, and he's looking forward to turning it around. And I want to give you an opportunity for an open statement, Coach.
Thank you for having us here. Yeah, we have had some rough seasons, but we're actually really excited. Spring went really well for us. Even though we're young, that's a good thing. We were very sound during spring. So there's a lot to look forward to. Myself, the coaching staff, we're really excited to see how well they've picked up our philosophy offensively, defensively, and been able to attack it. And you've seen the turnaround. I mean, there's definitely don't look like an 0-10 team from spring. So
yeah, and I'm excited for you all. And I was always a head coach that kind of wanted to go into a struggling program. I turned two around and started a third, and I found that, of course, you have to work on the physical aspect of the game, but to talk to me a little bit about the psyche going in and changing that mindset that, hey, we can do this, man. It's such a mental part of the game that often isn't talked about enough.
yeah, absolutely. So we've done this, myself, several of my coaching staff, we've done this before at my previous stop at Lake Weir, to where, our words of focus are commitment and consistency. And it's something we stress every single day. They have to be committed to what we're doing. They have to buy in. They have to be committed to every single play, every single rep. And they got to stay consistent by doing that. No matter if the play goes bad, you still got to be committed to the next one. And that goes the same thing. Like when the game goes bad, you got to change your mindset. If you don't believe you're going to win, you won't win. You're just going to take yourself out of it right away. So, and that's something we stress all the time. You have to change that. You have to continue to believe, and you have to stay committed to it.
Yeah, appreciate it, Coach. And I'm going to open it up to media now.
Okay.
How you guys doing? Chris Bernhardt from the Citrus County Chronicle. Coach, just first of all, just coming in, this being your first, coming in from the outside of the county, what's your just perception of where Citrus County football is right now in terms of, this is the second time in 3 years there's been new head coaches everywhere. So how, from the outside looking in, what's your perception of that situation?
Actually, I think it's a jewel, really. Coming from a different county with multiple schools, I like the fact of only 3 high schools in it. The communities really rally around it. It's something I really haven't had at the my previous stop. So that's really cool for me. It's different, to see that. I take phone calls from people I never thought I would take phone calls from or have to even worry about talking to during the football program. So that's really good. I think it's a fresh start, though, for all 3 schools. I think that's kind of good. I mean, I think we got, myself, Bryce, first year over at Crystal River, Wesley White, his first year there as well. So, I mean, all 3 of us first year. It's going to be interesting to see how the county shakes out and, how we're all fighting for that top spot.
You're the only one of the 3 that's had previous head coaching experience. How has that helped you? This is your second stop now. How has it helped you get things going now?
I think it helps with the foundation, to where when I'm coming in, I'm not, running around with your head cut off when you first get that head coaching job. Stuff you didn't know you have to be responsible for as a head coach. I'm aware of it now, so that's good that we're able to get in right away, able to get the inventory, get stuff, the nuts and bolts already ordered and on, in process already. So that's a good thing.
When you are trying to rebuild a program like this, what's the first steps for this season? What needs to be accomplished?
I think it's not only understanding of the game and your philosophy, but it is, understanding of what they're capable of doing. You have to show them they are capable of doing it and get them to believe in that. That, I think, sometimes when you take over a losing program, we fight that a lot. Well, this is how it was done before. This is the way it's had, and we can't do that. Yes, you can. Stop saying I can't. That's something that I learned very young when I was in the military as a sergeant, and I've just taken that over into coaching as well.
And where do you think this team is going to be able to have some strengths?
I think we're going to be very sound, especially defensively. I think defensively is probably our biggest strength right now. They just seem to pick that up really quick. Plus, we're pretty aggressive. We're coming after you, so they like that. And if you make it fun for the kids, they definitely like to go after that.
Anyone in particular stand out on defense?
I think our linebacking core is strong. Our linebacking core inside and outside. That's going to be our strongest part of our defense, which is good since I like to send pressure. That's going to be definitely our strongest point.
Who are going to be some of the leaders? Maybe some of the guys you got up there
Yeah,
right now.
so Case and Davis here, Enrique, they're our two middle guys. Charles is an outside guy. Sincere is one of our safeties. So these guys, I know it sounds like I just brought all defense players, but I didn't. They help out on offense too. But they really picked up and understood. I think, Sincere, you got a scoop and score during the spring game. Enrique was one of the leading tacklers. I think you just mainly played offense during spring, right? Yeah. So, as we're getting others some reps, but I mean, they fly after it, so it's really good.
I'm sure you guys are tired of what's happened the last few years. Is that a motivating factor, or is it more just kind of trying not to think about the past?
For me, that doesn't matter. What happened in the past doesn't matter. It's a matter of how can you pick up what we're doing and moving forward. As for them, if that's motivation for them, that'd be a question for them.
And just where do you feel like you stand in the district?
I think we'll be competitive. I think there's a lot of turnover, I think, between all the schools in the district, as in, who's returning and who's not. So I don't really know who to say who the number one is, right? I mean, I think I saw the post on Twitter, too, asking, is this a completely open district? I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I've never had to – I think the only team I've ever had to play or coach against was Wiki Watching in Central. I think they're the only two I've ever coached against before. So.
I guess I can talk to the guys, too. Yep. Pass along. If you could first state your name and your position.
My name is Charles Bacon, and I play receiver and outside linebacker.
So what's been your impression so far of Coach Roberts and the new regime coming into the season? How is it different?
I think that it's a lot better, and I feel like we're able to grow more as a team. And I feel like having him as a coach, he really motivates us to stay consistent. And I feel like we'll have a lot better season this year.
What year are you?
Class of 27.
Okay. I kind of want to ask Coach, is what's happened in the past a motivating factor for you guys? You try not to think too much about it. How do you use that?
I think it motivates us. It motivates us somewhat, but also I don't really care about the past. I just want to be better this year, and really just.
All right, go whoever wants to go next.
Enrique Santiago, running back, linebacker, class of 2028.
And again, what do you think of just the way how things changed this year from previous seasons?
I feel like he's teaching us, like you said, commitment, consistency. He wants us to not only bring ourselves and show commitment to the team, come to summer workouts, but bring our teammates as well. Make sure we're there, getting better.
I'm sorry, what did you say your position was?
Running back, linebacker.
Well, he was talking about. I think he was talking about the linebackers and the defense. What do you think about that being the strength of the team?
I think that we are one of the better parts of the defense.
What makes it so strong?
Our knowledge and how focused we are in practice. He makes sure we know all our gaps, all our assignments, and reads and stuff like that.
You pass along to the other guys.
Sincere Brown. I play safety and receiver in class of 2028.
Okay. What do you guys feel like you guys are able to achieve this season?
I feel that we are able to achieve a lot because honestly, we all stay on the right path, and we're all looking for better things for our football team, our community, and everything around it.
I think you said you were running back. What was the position?
Oh, safety and receiver.
Oh, safety and receiver. Okay. What do you think of why the defense is going to be the strength of the team this year?
Because we're always playing downhill. It may not seem it over the past couple of years, but we all love hitting. We all love the game of football. And most teams, I would say, would not give us the benefit of the doubt of this, but we are a very intelligent defense. I can say that.
What about the offense? I haven't talked about that much, but what do you guys, how you guys feeling about the offense is progressing to this point?
I feel like our offense this year is definitely going to be something. It's definitely going to be a show. It's going to be something worthwhile seeing.
All right, I pass the next guy.
Kason Davis. I'm a running back and a linebacker. I'm a class of 2027.
27. So I mean, you've this is what I guess you're going to be a third different head coach, I guess, since
Yes,
you were a freshman. Is that difficult for players to go through that? Just to have to, each year have to have a different head coach. How do you guys overcome that challenge?
We connect collectively as a group. You see, especially in the landscape of high school football nowadays, you see transfers, you see all that type of stuff. But we really have this core group of guys who have maybe been through those 3 head coaches, but we're just really open. We're really open to learning anything. And structurally, this is the best we've picked up any defense and we've picked up any offense.
And is there, you guys feel like you need to maybe, maybe search for respect a little bit? And is there something, is that kind of motivate you guys too to kind of establish, hey, we're not this Citrus team from the past?
Absolutely. Overall, we don't really care about what everybody else thinks of us. We care about what we think of ourselves. And right now we're on a pretty good level with ourselves. We know where we stand and we know who we are as a team and we know what we can do. We're just waiting on everybody else to figure that out.
Thanks.
Okay, coaching and closing up, district this year consists of Central, Citrus, Crystal River, Hernando, Nature Coast, and Weeki Wachee. Your thoughts on this new district?
Actually, I like the district. It's probably one of my favorite districts throughout the state, just because I feel like it's definitely a more competitive district. I don't think there's that one team. It's just they're loaded and everybody else is just kind of fighting for second place. I feel like everyone has a good shot at it. Everyone has a good fight, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, and to the players, we can start over here and just work down. Team you're most looking forward to playing?
I would probably say either LeCanto or Crystal River for sure, because they're in our district, they're in our county, so it's very competitive.
Okay.
That green team over there, I don't like them at all.
That green team being LeCanto, correct?
I would also say LeCanto. I feel like it'll be a lot better this year. It'll be a lot more of a matchup than it was last year.
Okay, great.
Either of the 2 teams. I feel like we have a better chance against LeCanto, but I also want to beat Crystal River.
Okay, yeah. Well, those county rivalries are important, aren't they, Coach? That's no doubt about it. All right, Citrus Hurricanes. I wish you guys the best of luck, and hey, let's start turning it around, Coach. Good luck to you, and thanks for attending.
Thank you.
Preparing for that next step in life isn't always easy. At Nautilus Financial Group, our combination of experience, professionalism, and access to a wide variety of products and services to help meet all of your financial goals. For a new level of attention, insight, and capability, contact the trusted team at Nautilus Financial Group.
Okay, we're now welcoming the Hudson Cobras. The head coach is Tim Hicks. You're entering your 10th season, Coach, I believe, and excited for you guys to be here. And I'm going to open it up to an opening statement for you, and then we're going to get some media questions.
Same thing I say every year. I appreciate you guys having us out here. We appreciate everything that all of you guys do for the players and helping them get their name out there, and just, the coverage that you guys give to the sports around here. So I appreciate that, and here we go.
Okay, thank you to the media.
All right. Well, I was gonna say I ran into Chris, I think, at a Wawa recently, so that was that was random. But I wanted to kind of just mention that got to see one of your guys during the off season after the spring. Got to see you guys at a practice. Just, Coach, talk about going from the spring into the summer. How did the workouts go, and how do you feel about the team going into the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a good summer program. We had good numbers. We have two coaches that are kind of running our strength and conditioning program this summer, which was the first time having both of them out there. And I think we got better because of that, so our kids are going to be probably more conditioned and stronger than we've had, in previous years. So I think we're moving in the right direction and ready to go for the season to start on Monday.
How was it playing in the FIT tournament, just being part of that inaugural class of teams that was able to compete in that?
I mean, I know that I reached out to you before I was about to reach out to the FHSA about us not getting into it. So, I wanted to get our kids into it. So I thought it was great. It gave our kids an opportunity to play 2 more games, which I think if you can have any opportunity they can get to play another game the game that they love is huge. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was a very cool thing, and I'm glad that they did it. So, we got to play those extra games.
Now, talk about practice starts on Monday. Just what are some of the things that you're looking at this team feeling good about, and what do you feel like are some things you have concerns?
I think our defense is going to be very, very good this year. So I look forward to getting out there and seeing them fly around, and see if the stuff that from spring and summer translates to the field. And we're probably going to be running a different offense than we normally run. So we're going to be spending some time focusing on getting that kind of up and running. We did it some in the spring, but you didn't have enough time to really implement it too much. So just kind of looking forward to seeing what that new offense is going to look like.
You got another big-time recruit with Chris here. Obviously, kind of knowing when you had Elias at the school going off to Missouri, just how has it been to kind of have another player that is kind of just seeing his stock continue to rise?
It's exciting for him, and for me, having Elias and kind of getting to deal with that helped me to be able to help him as much as I can. But he does everything. He earns all the stars. He's everything that he gets. It's because he works hard and puts the time and effort in. So it's exciting to see him, the fruits of his labor, I guess.
Well, I'll go ahead and ask him himself. Chris, just talk about how that's been for you. Obviously, being in an area like Hudson, you don't usually see that. But do you talk to Elias at all? Do you have any relationship with him and kind of talking about the recruitment process?
Yeah, sometimes I talk to him about how it was when he was in high school, just so I could get the blueprint, everything I need to know, just so I don't make any mistakes and keep me in the right path for the next level.
I know you've been really busy this offseason going into camps and kind of just going around the state. Just kind of talk about how that's been for you, what kind of experiences you've had, and just, how's that helped you kind of develop more of a decision I don't know when you're considering on committing, but how much has it helped you?
It's helped me a lot, especially going to different campuses and visiting different schools, meeting new coaches, also seeing what the difference is when you get to the next level. Just everything is different, and being able to see that first person and being introduced to it earlier, it helps me a lot, especially also making decisions like that. I could see how coaches treat their players, how they recover, everything like that, and how the culture is of the school. It definitely means a lot to me too.
This season, I feel like you're probably going to play a multitude of positions. I think you're going to, play probably out of the backfield. You probably catch the ball. You'll play, obviously, on defense. You'll probably go grab a hot dog over the stand and bring it over to coach. Kind of talk about your role on this team and how much you're going to be integral to everything the Cobras do.
I say I'd play a pretty big role, but I like to play everywhere around the field. Anything I can do to help my team, quarterback, receiver, punt returner, kick returner, linebacker, just anything to help our team win and excel, I'll do it.
All right, well, let me ask your team. Well, actually, this is for you too, but you can pass it around. The backyard brawl, obviously 5A's that game. That's your guys you circle that one. How exciting is that matchup still? Is it still as exciting as it was maybe a few years ago when you kind of saw that from the outside looking in, and now you guys are in that?
I'm going to keep it very honest. Not very worried about the backyard brawl this year. I think we got it, honestly.
I'd agree with that too. Just growing up with those guys being so close, you know what they can do and what they're capable of, and I like our guys over there.
Oh man, it's gonna be the talk at the Kickin' Wings.
Yeah, I mean, there's more games that we're probably worried about than 5A. You know, they're still a team to beat, but we got other things to worry about during the season.
I'm not worried about them.
You guys are going to make me fall over. I haven't heard answers like this about a rival in quite some time. It's like they're just those guys over there. They're
Can
not worried about it.
I think what JT said, I think there's other games, like, yes, it is a rivalry game, but there's other games that are as important, you know, for the season. I think that's what they're trying to get at, so hopefully that'll help the bulletin board material.
Absolutely. Well, I'm gonna give way to Larry. I know he's got some questions here for you guys. Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Coach, thanks so much. First of all, I want to commend you. You know, I've known you for years, and what you do for the young men really goes unnoticed. I mean,
Well, same to you. You've been doing it for a lot longer than me.
But,
So.
Yeah, but you work extremely hard to get them exposure. Saw you down in Miami, just, you know, working hard to, you know, I mean, obviously Mr. Morello is your key guy, but everybody else on your team wants to play football.
For sure.
And they want to go. Thing I want to ask, Coach, certainly in the off season, it's a long off season. It's 8+ months. What have you done from the close of 2025 to now? And I want the kids to answer too, to get better.
I mean, we focused. I want to go back to the weight room and having multiple strength and conditioning coaches that one's running outside, one's running inside. I think that's going to be huge. I think if you just, you know, if we just looked at maxes and how strong our kids are compared to where they've been before, I think we're going to be, you know, stronger than we've probably ever been.
Right.
And that's, I think, the most important thing that we did in the offseason that's going to help us, you know, win football games and compete with the teams that are on our schedule.
Yeah, no doubt. Guys, I'm going to ask you the question. I mean, when the season ended in 2025 to now, what kind of difference have you made or have you seen in this program to say, hey, you know, we've got a chance to make the playoffs?
Well, really, it's just been, you know, people showing up to practice and wanting to put in the work and get better.
Yeah.
I say it's everyone on the team buying into what the coaches are saying and what the program's trying to build.
I think regardless of the work we put in, obviously we put in a lot of work keeping our brotherhood and having our back behind each other, you know, making sure our brothers are safe and always having their back.
And I got to agree with Coach Hicks. Just the way our strength and conditioning has been going, we've all seen the improvements in our speed, our lifts, and I just think that we're coming stronger and faster than ever.
Yeah. And it's a program known for weightlifting throughout the years. I mean, you guys have always been strong in the weight room. Guys, little offbeat question. Is there a restaurant in your area that you've kept a secret that's probably as good as any, but nobody? Coach, you can answer. Is there any go-to restaurant within 15 miles of your campus that nobody knows about? Or if they do, it's underrated?
I don't know. I'm 280, so there's a lot of restaurants.
Yeah,
that
there
I
you go.
like. Just right off campus, like literally, I could throw a baseball and hit it. There's a little place called Mamma Mia's Pizzeria.
All right.
And they do a lot for our school and for our you know, if you come to a softball game, you're eating pizzas from Mamma Mia's Pizzeria.
Shout
so
it
they
out.
Do a lot.
That's
so
it.
I would say that's probably, you know, if I have a break, you know, after work before practice or something, I can run over there real quick, get a couple slices, some
There you go.
jalapeno poppers. So I would
There
say
you
that
go.
for
Okay.
me.
Guys, any other place?
Anybody got anything?
No? That's a
something?
go-to?
Okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. And obviously, the best of luck.
Thank you.
This year. And again, Coach, keep doing what you do.
I appreciate you.
Okay, Coach Hicks, 5A golf, Hudson, Pasco, River Ridge, Z Hills, and Springstead. Your thoughts on the new district?
My immediate thought when I saw it was I hated it because it's a 7-team district, and I think there's only a handful of those in the entire state. And as a coach that likes to make his schedule and have a travel game where I get to go somewhere, having 6 games already scheduled wasn't ideal for me personally. But do I think it's a tough district, and am I excited to play in it? Yeah, for sure. I think every one of those teams are very competitive, so I'm excited to to see what happens and how it ends up. But it will be a grind week in and week out for sure. Coming from a 4-team district where you only had 3 games that really truly mattered to doubling that now to 6, it's going to be different, but I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the challenge.
And your fall classic is against St. Stephen's Episcopal out of Bradenton. A little bit what you're trying to get out of the fall classic and what we can anticipate in that game.
I think we have to put, with this new offense that we are putting in, I think we need to put some more on film and see what that's going to look like. We did run it some in the spring game, but we didn't get to implement it as much as we wanted. So now we can add more to it and put something on film and see what works and what we need to scrap and what we might need to change, and just to see it against a good opponent.
Okay, and over to Chris for a second. It's been a whirlwind. You've kind of blown up on the scene in the last couple months. Take me through your summer, your as far as traveling to camps, fitting in the weight room, and everything else that's been going on for you.
Yeah, the recruiting's been going good, visiting a lot of schools, but I try to stay focused on the season, really pushing forward to my junior year, very important year for me. But yeah, visiting a lot of schools has shown me a lot in the recruiting process. Just there isn't really, I feel like once you start getting deeper in it, there's really not such thing as a dream school. Like when you start meeting new people and seeing new programs, you like get to see how it is when you really get there, because you're gonna have to live there for 3 to 4 years. It's not just about what's your dream school, but yeah, that it does play a big role. But I try to stay focused a lot on the summer, work on my agility, strength, getting ready for the season.
Okay, and speaking of strength, you got a favorite lift in the weight room? And if you do, why?
I'd say bench press.
Okay. And why is that? That's most guys' favorite lift is bench, I think.
Probably because it's my most impressive lift.
Okay. All right. Okay. And we'll take it down right to your left. How about you? Favorite lift in the weight room?
I'll go with bench too, just because like the atmosphere and the energy of when we're benching everyone. It's mostly everyone's favorite. So it's just a good day.
It usually is. Down on the other side of Coach Hicks?
I say squat.
Oh, all right. You're a leg guy.
I would agree with Chandler right here. I would say squat as well.
All right, we got split. All right. Coach Hicks, you got the tiebreaker.
Man, I haven't lifted in a minute. But, I like lunges.
Okay. All right, good. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, I wish you guys the best of luck. Okay, we'll be following you and get a great start next week in practice. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. Go Cobras.
Hey there! Have you heard about Ron Schuster Pest Control? They've been serving the Nature Coast since 1983 and are experts in keeping your home and lawn pest-free. Give them a call at 352-683-4003 to schedule your appointment. Remember, when it comes to lawn treatments, the grass is always greener at Ron Schuster Pest Control.
Preparing for that next step in life isn't always easy. At Nautilus Financial Group, our combination of experience, professionalism, and access to a wide variety of products and services to help meet all of your financial goals. For a new level of attention, insight, and capability, contact the trusted team at Nautilus Financial Group.
Okay, we have Coach Pusateri and the Central Bears up next. Coach P's in his 6th season at Central, and I'm going to open it up, opening statement for you, Coach, and then we'll get to the media.
Well, our opening statement is pretty simple. We're
I'm surprised it's 6 years. That's that fast, huh?
It
I
goes
realized it was
by
that
quick,
much, so.
doesn't it? Doesn't seem like it.
No, it doesn't. So, what can I say about Central? We're the best kept secret in this county right now. That's what I can tell you. These guys worked very hard in the off season. We're looking forward to it. We've been knocking on the door for the last 2 years, going from a losing record to a winning record. So last year we probably came 2 plays away from having a 6-4 record. So looking forward to this year. We've got some new guys and some new looks that will probably surprise a few people.
All right, I'm excited for you, Coach. All right, and open it up for questions.
Hey, Coach. Good to see you again. Just to start off, you said you're the best kept secret. So is there anything to that secret that you wouldn't mind divulging, maybe as far as like coming into this season?
Well, I would guess the secret is we believe.
Yes, sir. And that incremental improvement that you've said as far as like, getting the record better and better, would you be able to talk about, I suppose, now that it's been, like you said, 6 years, sort of going into what's gone into that?
Well, a lot of hard work, that's for sure. But at Central, it's a little tough because our reputation, I guess, isn't that well. And what we're trying to do with these guys is protect from the outside noise. They can't listen to all that stuff. None of them people are at our practices. None of them people know what goes on in the weight room. But we do. And that's why I say we're the best kept secret right now, because I think we're going to surprise a lot of people this year. Our talent is up. Our commitment is up. And it all started back in January. We did 16 weeks there in the weight room. We had spring football. We worked hard in the summer. As you all know, it's been very hot, but these guys have survived. And they're going to be better for it. So.
Yes, sir. And would you be able to talk about a couple of players maybe that have really been growing for you, really been standing out? Obviously, I know you got this quartet up here, but would you be able to talk about, I suppose, any standout players that you've been happy about their progression?
Well, I mean, we could just look at the 4 that are here. So they're here for a reason. Normally we bring seniors to this event, but we have 1 senior here, Gabe. We have a sophomore, we have junior. So these guys have showed up all summer. They put in that work that we're talking about. They've been leaders. So, I mean, I would hang my hat on these 4. That's why they're here. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coach P, thanks for showing up. You're probably the most protected guy there with Greg and Jesse being your bodyguards today, and certainly, and I see why you're excited. I really do. You have a lot of talent on this team, and if you know, I mean, Coach, you know, you've been around long enough where you can't worry about what other people are saying, because they're not there at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning when you get there and start lifting weights or getting home after dark. But talk about guys. I want you to go right down. You have a sophomore in Mr. Barrow. We'll start with you. Talk a little bit about what you guys have done since spring to now that got you better, and for Coach to feel this way.
Yeah, I mean, since spring, you know, we took those 2 tough losses, and I just feel like it's been a grind, man. It really has. You know, from the start of June 16th, we started. You know, we just been there every day in the weight room, outside on the field. Strength and conditioning has been going great. We've just been 7-on-7, implementing plays, defenses, offenses, special teams, you know, as well.
Yeah.
We've also just been, as he said, we've been believing for a while now. Like,
Yeah.
you know, these past 2 seasons have only been a glimpse of what we are, you know. I feel like this year we can really be great. We can really, I say, shock a lot of people, you know. And yeah, that's what we've been doing for a while now, and it only get better, you know. So
Yeah. Jesse, talk about this. I mean, you know, you're a young guy. You're a junior. You have an opportunity to be a leader as a junior. Because as you see, you get in the weight room a little bit, I'm sure. I'm sure
Yes,
you
sir.
don't pass by. I'm sure you get in there.
Yeah.
Talk about what you've done this last couple of months to get better.
You know, it's been a really tough grind. Been in there, in and out every day, showing up at 7 a.m. in the morning,
Yeah.
leaving in the afternoon. And we got a bunch of really young, hungry guys that are ready to get on that field and put in that work every single day.
Yeah. Carmelo, talk about this. This is a group, as Coach said, if he didn't bring, people are asking about other players, but he brought the players who have made a sacrifice and have stepped up, and you're one of them.
Yeah, so, we just showed that, like, we just want to work and we're hungry and we want to change the perspective that a lot of people have on our school, really. And, like, these past few months, this whole year, really, it's just been hard work every day, every single day, just showing up, doing what you have to do, and showing why you care. And like Coach says to us all the time, he wants everyone to do their part, and that's like a big part of our school and our motto and our tradition. You need everyone to do your part so that everything can go right. You can get the results that you want.
Yeah. Anybody up there play 2 sports? What do you play?
Well, I don't think it's. Oh, sorry.
Weightlifting.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's a
weightlifting.
sport.
Yeah, it
Look
counts
at it. Look at where it's gotten you.
Yeah, it's helped me a lot. He does it too, Gabe. But it's just been those 2 sports have just like helped me out a lot. I've been just getting stronger, faster, more explosive, and yeah, I think Gabe he can.
Yeah, go ahead, Gabe.
Well, sorry. With weightlifting, not much of it will carry over to football, obviously. But the same sense of showing up every day and just really getting after it, it still remains the same.
Yeah.
Both.
No, I understand.
That's
I do.
most likely all sports, though.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of games on your schedule, but talk about one game that you've kind of circled a little bit.
For me, it's definitely got to be Nature Coast. I'm really excited to play them. I feel like.
Have they become the standard in Hernando County now?
I think you could say that almost, yeah. They got a good group of guys over there. They're hardworking, and I'm excited to see how that'll go down when we get to play them.
Okay. Well, I
For sure.
appreciate you guys.
Of course.
The best of luck.
Thank you so much,
I
sir.
believe what Coach says. I think that you guys will be a secret that a lot of people by the middle of the year. I don't think anybody wants to play you. Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate that.
Abe Dowd, Suncoast Sports Network. So your coach believe y'all the best kept secret. So to the players, do you believe y'all the best kept secret? And what is it that you guys have done this summer to bond as a team and as players to replicate what your coach is believing in you guys?
It's just been bonding together, showing up every day, trying not to argue with each other. And even after practice, some of us, like myself, we go over to one of our coach's house. He has a pool, weightlifting, hill you can run on, just putting in extra work after the day is almost over.
Good. So being that you guys are the best kept secret, because that's how I'm gonna look at you guys this year. You know, every team that play you, you guys get to surprise them, because guess what? They don't expect you guys to try to put them on their back, because most times most teams already have put a loss on you guys to them. So how are you guys gonna change that mindset of the players on your team?
It's really just changing the culture and stacking days. Like everybody says, stacking days, stacking wins. And those tiny wins are going to lead up to those teams that are non-believers in us, and we're going to show them that night.
Good luck, and I hope to see it happen.
Okay, I'll open it up to the players. We can start down at this end. Your first game's against Sun Lake High School, I believe. And how important is that first game? I mean, you got two programs trying to get up over the hump. How big is that first game for Central against Sun Lake?
Like that game would be a very important game. I mean, it's first game, home game, week 1. Yeah, two teams trying to get over the hump. But I feel like if we come out punching, we come out showing why we're strong, I think that could set the tone for the rest of the season.
Yeah, just following off what he said, it's just that first game, if you lose, it can be heartbreaking, and then it can carry throughout the season. And then if you win, it's a confidence booster going into week 2, having that confidence, you know, we going to win this, and that's how it should always be.
While that is an important first game for us, I do think no matter the result, you know, we're just going to have to focus about the next thing, you know.
It's a long season.
Yes, sir. But obviously the first game coming out punching, but, you know, whatever happens, you got to be ready for the next thing, sir.
And finally?
Yeah, I feel like that game, it'll just be a tone setter, you know. 6A school against a 3A school, you know, I feel like people have us counted out already, you know, and I just feel like the opposite is true, you know. If we come out how we've been all summer, all spring, you know, our first drive against East Ridge, they were a 7A team, I believe, we scored, you know. Nobody expected us to score, and I feel like against Sun Lake we can do the same, but this time win. So, yeah, that's what I feel like is true, or
Okay.
like what'll happen.
Great, good answer. Coach P, Fall Classic, I believe you have 5A. Every coach, the two head coaches get together and everybody works it different. Some keep their horses in and want a full game out of it. Others go some varsity and then let the JVs take over or work on depth. Okay, how you all going to work the Classic against 5A? Or haven't you gotten together yet and talked about it?
Well, we're a very young team, so we're going to play our guys.
Okay.
And let them get their reps and get, you know, they all are anxious to show what their work put in the off season. So we have 15 seniors, 11 juniors, and we have 40 sophomores.
Ooh, okay.
So that's why we're excited about everything.
Yeah.
So
Now you mentioned that, and you are going to be young. Any young guy, maybe a freshman off the JV team last year that maybe was just you know developing a so-called late mature, that really caught your eye this spring, that a young guy or two that may end up helping you in this fall, whether as a starter or as a solid role player?
well, there's a lot of them, I have to say. There's a lot of them that put in that work, and but there's several that came from the JV team that'll be starting. Yes, in fact, probably our quarterback is one of them. So that's been a battle all off season to see who that's going to be. We got some new faces. Mr. Henry down here came over from Plant High School. He transferred over, was it last July or something? January. Got a lot of talent, understands hard work. So, again, one of the reasons he's here, these guys have spread the message that we're trying to get across. I still say Central has just as much talent as anybody. We just don't have that belief. And I think it's coming with this group. So.
Okay, outstanding. I'm excited for you guys and anxious to follow you. And thanks for your attendance today and the best of luck.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Roselli. I served in the U.S. Navy 65 to 69. Through all the turmoil and stress battling with the VA, I've come to learn that certain organizations have their hands tied and can only proceed so far, whereas Attorney Chris Chambers has the experience and the ability to dig into the files and get the results that got me my 100%. Tremendous job in helping veterans.
Okay, next up, Crystal River Pirates, new head coach, and Bryce Spalding, taking over a team that finished 4-6 last year. And geez, I'd be remiss if every time I mention Crystal River High School and Larry Bluestein, I'll appreciate this. I have flashbacks of going against Earl Bramlett up there in Crystal River way back when, who he could run that wing tee to tough. It was always a battle between the two. We had a lot of mutual respect for each other. Bryce Spalding is a new head coach, and Coach, opening statement from you, please.
Hey, first of all, we're happy to be here. Thank you guys for having us in. I think the biggest thing with Crystal River football right now is we're kind of the sleeping giant that nobody really knows about, right? There's a ton of talent in our room, and there's a lot of buy-in right now. The way that our offseason program has gone and the way that the kids have bought in, the effort and energy that they're giving to us, we really feel like we can take anyone, anytime, anywhere. We'll take them in the parking lot. We'll take them on a Friday. We're ready to go whenever, right? And that's kind of the culture that we're building, kind of the belief that we're going into. Crystal River football is back.
Okay, it just sounds like you're working on your mindset right off the bat, Coach Spalding. I'm going to open it up to questions from the media.
How you doing? Chris Bernard from Citrus County Chronicle. Bryce, you sort of got a late start. You were there, but you weren't necessarily in charge. How have you kind of been able to catch up this summer?
I think getting in the building early was a benefit to me. I come in February. The athletic director had pulled me over. Me and Mark Lee have a great relationship going back, about 15 years now. So I had a good idea of what we had in the building. I had a good idea of what our deficiencies were. And even well before I was officially named in as the head coach, I had already laid out my process. I had already done a lot of the logistical groundwork. And really the thing that's kind of helped us move forward quickly and make up that lost ground is the fact that the kids are all in, right? We're not having issues with not getting enough guys in the building, right? We're having more issues trying to figure out how to get enough room for all the guys to work at the same time. So the fact that everyone showed up, everyone's really worked their butt off, it's really lended us the opportunity to make up that ground, and it's helped a bunch that I have a very good staff, right? It's not something that every first-year head coach gets, right? Especially as a young first-time head coach, to have as much experience that I have in the room and have as many guys that I have that are willing to help spread my vision and help buy into what we're doing. The staff has really let us kind of push faster than we would have been able to for a lot of the first-time head coaches. So I think we've made up that ground because of the way the kids are just showing up every day and working hard and having an excellent, very experienced staff.
Unfortunately, the narrative for all the Citrus County football teams has been these coaching changes. You're, I guess, technically the fifth head coach in 4 years, 7 if you count like Coach Lee and Coach Montemagno filling in. And how challenging is that for a team to deal with that kind of instability?
I think our seniors have obviously felt the brunt of that the most, but I'll also say that I think our seniors are the ones who bought in the quickest to the change. I think as a coach, if you walk in and you just be authentically who you are, right, and you spread who you are and you give that energy and you hold true to your standards, right, I think a lot of that stuff goes away quickly, right? I think the boys have gotten used to me saying that I don't care how things were done in the past, right? I don't care what we used to do, what the last coach used to do, what the coach before him used to do. That's not something that we focus on, right? This is a new team, a new program. This is a fresh start for us. So obviously there's some old habits to break guys out of. There's some things to push through. But really for me, it's been a non-issue just because of the buy-in that we've had, the way that the kids have adapted to who we are. And I think a big part of why I was the right fit was that I plan on being the head football coach at Crystal River for the next 30 years. This is my dream job, right? This is the only head coaching job I ever wanted. I live 8 minutes down the road from Crystal River, and I have for the last 5 or 6 years, right? This is a dream for me, and I don't want to be anywhere else. So I think when you show that to the kids that, yeah, there was change in the past, but there's not going to be any change in the future, right? I think it's a lot easier for the kids to understand that the turnover's done, right? We are who we are now.
And on a larger scale, this is the second time in 3 years that all 3 schools have a new coach. You know, you've been around, obviously, on the outskirts with Hernando. I know you live nearby. Just from your observation, how is that? What's been the impact or consequence of all this change for all of Citrus County football as a whole?
I think in total of it, right, it's just a product of where Florida is right now in football, right? Athletically, we're ahead of most, right? You can see the talent that we turn out as a state year to year. And there are a lot of organizations working to kind of push us forward, right? But we're still just behind as a state, right? And the farther you get away from some of the bigger cities like Tampa and Orlando and Miami and Jacksonville, you feel the impact of that even more, right? So when you're in an area and you're fighting for resources and you're fighting just to get to what you feel like is the standard baseline that these kids should have the right to as a high school experience, I feel like that's what's caused a lot of this turnover. When we talk about it on the competition side, I think it's to our best benefit, right? We're all on equal ground, right? I'm not walking in and playing against and coaching against coaches in our county that have been a landmark or a staple or have set their feet in and built their program, right? I've told our staff continually, we're all on even ground and the pendulum's swinging our way, right? It's our turn to take over the county and bring it back to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are only a year removed from being district champions, pretty much the same district setup. Where do you feel like you stand this year?
Kind of like how I opened. I feel like when I see what we have and I see how it's coming together, I think with the right preparation, we're ready to go toe-to-toe with everyone, right? This is a district I'm familiar with, right? Nature Coast was added to, but outside of that, it's the same one that I've been coaching in for the last couple of years, right? At Hernando last year, it was a district that I helped win, right? And then the year before that, it was a district that this program won, right? So I think we're ready to go for the district, right? I think we're ready to go toe-to-toe. There's good competition in there, and obviously the same way we preach to the kids, we respect every opponent that we step into, but that doesn't take away from how we feel about ourselves, right? I think on any Friday, we can go toe-to-toe with just about anybody.
Yeah, that's actually true. Adding Nature Coast to district, how much more does that kind of bulk it up?
I have a ton of respect for Nature Coast. Coach Hawley, I think, is a fantastic coach, and obviously he came in there and kind of pushed Nature Coast back to where they were. You know, I've coached against them every year since I started coaching football, won a few, lost a few. You know, they're a well-run program, right? Obviously, always talented, always have a bunch of track stars there. But I think we match up well against them, right? I firmly believe that the way that our offensive line is built, right, and everything that goes on behind them and around them, you know, I think we're ready to go toe-to-toe with them, right? I respect them, and I think they're probably the toughest road mark in our schedule. But that doesn't mean that I don't feel like we can line up against them and go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this before, but the offense has been an issue for Christopher over the last few years. How is that side of the ball going to be different this season?
I think it's going to be the exact opposite of what it has been. I'm loving how it's developing. This is hands down the best offensive line that I've ever been around. All right, and every coach worth their weight in salt will tell you that the game starts right there at the offense and defensive line. You know, and offensive line is my background. That's what I played my whole life. That's what I played in college. That's what I started my coaching career in. Our offensive line is going to enable all this talent that we have around them to really flourish. So offensively, I really think that we're a program that's going to turn some heads. I think that we are A+ in the ground game. I think we're A+ when we throw the ball. There's a lot of guys. I think our biggest conflict right now is figuring out how to get all these talented players opportunities, right? That's the hardest thing that we're working through right now. We've got a wealth of talent, and we're just trying to figure out how to get it all an opportunity to get something going.
And who are going to be the leaders for you guys?
Excuse me?
Who are going to be the leaders, guys you lean on the most this season?
You're looking at them, right? Our leaders up here, you know, that's kind of the emphasis of what I brought. Guys that I feel walked in and worked hard and lead vocally and by example. Alex and Eric Burnett are sitting closest to me. They've shown up and they've worked their butts off. Colt McGregor has been an absolute animal in the weight room. Elijah Simmons down here to my right has come in and done everything we've asked of him, led by example. And Grayson Stack over here to the left has been just a fantastic leader, carrying over from last year. You know, these guys are really what's going to be leading the charge and pushing us forward.
All right. I'm going to talk to guys. Can I start with Grayson? Yep. Kind of move forward. coming into this season, you had a late start last season, but then you really came on strong at the end. What are your expectations for this year?
I don't expect anything but better. All the way down this line in the weight room, the field, we're just day in, day out, it's discipline. I wouldn't even say motivation. It's just whether you like it or not, you're showing up, you're putting the work in, hours on end. It's just we don't expect anything but better.
I assume you're still playing quarterback?
Me and Elijah will be sharing.
Okay. Well, what are you seeing as far as the offensive development?
It's better and better every day.
What do you think you got to be? What do you think is going to be the strength of the offense?
Everything. We have a good ground game. We can throw the ball a little bit. Our O-line, like Coach said, it's just about as good as we've had.
And also the defense. That's has typically been a stronger suit for the Crystal River. How's that side of all developing this year?
I think it's going great. We've moved a couple guys around, seeing where they fit. Everybody's kind of getting used to their new roles on the defensive side, and I think we're also going to be strong there.
All right, I think you pass along down the line. And give your name, position in that year.
Colt McGregor, linebacker, 2020. Sophomore.
What do you see as far as how the team is progressing, especially under your coach?
It's great. We've progressed so much. We work hard in the weight room. Last year I don't feel we took it as seriously as this year. We're just grinding. We're in the weight room. We're outside. We're always working hard.
You said you're a sophomore. Is this gonna be your first year on varsity, or did you play last year?
I played sixth quarter last year. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just how do you see the strengths of the team as far as offense and defense?
I'm not too much on the offense side, but as I see so far, we're doing pretty good. We have two great quarterbacks. Our offense line is looking absolutely amazing. I think we're going to be good on offense this year. And defense, we have a bunch of dogs. We're looking good on defense.
Yeah, I can pass it down line. Same thing, name, position, year.
Alex Burnett, offensive line, defensive line. I'm a junior.
You've been in the program a few years. How has it been as far as just all the different head coaches? How difficult has that been on the players?
I transferred from Denellen.
Oh, okay.
So this is my first year in the program.
Well,
Yeah.
never mind then. What's your impressions of the Crystal River program then?
Can you repeat that?
What's your impressions of your new team? What's your impressions of the new team?
Oh, you're my impression. I think I see a lot of hard workers, a lot of discipline. I see that everyone is striving to work harder than every other high school in the program. And I see that everyone's showing dedication by showing up every day, every morning. And I like it. I see that we've been making a positive impact on our area, our community, volunteering and stuff. And I'm just excited to see what we have.
What is it like, Coach mentioned you bringing you in as one of the leaders here today. What is it like as a new player to take that role?
I just think that God blessed me with leadership skills, and I'm going to use it to my best ability.
I can pass it on.
Eric Burnett, junior, offensive line and defensive line.
Okay. How long have you been in the program? Twins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same amount.
So your same question is kind of for him too. What is your impression of the new program?
It's going good. In my opinion, better than Denon. A lot better character, and everybody here is just working our tails off.
What do you guys feel like you can achieve this season?
Beat everybody. Play football.
Do you guys have any goals in mind, like win district and county, stuff like that?
The ultimate goal is win states.
Okay. As last guy, just say anything again.
Elijah Simmons, quarterback, class of 28.
How are you gonna split time at quarterback with Grayson? How are you guys gonna balance that out?
Just really, just work. I mean, we both put in great work in the weight room and on the field, and we're just gonna see how it goes. Just lead.
Thank you, Chris. Chris River, best of luck. It was great having you. I'm excited for y'all and get a great start next week in practice. Thank you.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that, you know, you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. You know, why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Okay, welcome 5A High School, coached by Anthony Egan. This will be his second year at 5A. He's doing a great job building the program there, and it was a pleasure seeing Coach Egan at a couple of the 7-7 tournaments and visiting with him and talking a little bit of ball. I know he's got you guys working hard. And at this time, Coach Egan, opening statement from you.
Thank you guys for putting this on. We're excited to be here. We had a really good off season. A lot of working out, a lot of stuff in the weight room, a lot of 7-on-7, get the skill players where they need to be. So we're looking forward to it. I think that we have a really good group of kids that are coming back, and I think we should have a pretty successful season.
Okay, awesome. And now, man, I'm going to open it up to the media for some questions.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Appreciate you being here. Obviously, this is huge, the upcoming season. Coach, first of all, Monday is going to come quick, but the last 8 months have kind of gone slow. It's been an off season. What have you done from the end of 2025 to now to improve this team and to take things a little bit, maybe a couple steps further than last year?
We really started in the weight room about a week after the season was over. All the guys, pretty sure everyone up here besides one of them was on my weightlifting team. The other one played basketball.
Okay.
So we got everyone on the weightlifting team. We hit the weights hard, and we've had very few days off as far as the weight room goes from November of last year till now. Some of these guys have had incredible gains, 80, 90, 100 pounds on their bench.
Wow.
Clean and jerk, stuff like that. So we're excited at the amount of work we put in and see how it translates to the field. I think some of our younger skill players really grew up, so to speak, with some of their skill set growing into their bodies and being able to catch the ball better and run their routes better. We had a quarterback competition last year and kind of split reps there. We have one guy now who's throwing the ball really well and gelling really well with his receiver group. So I think that, we're going to be a lot more of an air raid type offense, throwing the ball a lot more than I have in the past with other places I've been. And we had a couple, everyone kind of deals with the transfer issue. We had a couple transfer issues that kind of made our run game a little bit different. So the guy that is running it now, is stepping up for us, did a great job on defense and running the ball a couple times last year, but now he'll be the main guy. So we're going to have a pretty balanced, high-powered offense, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. If you pass the microphone down, I'm going to let these young men introduce themselves. Tell everybody who you are, what position you play, and what year, and what you've done from an individual standpoint to make this team better over the last 6 to 8 months.
All right. Terrence Thomas, class of 27, running back, linebacker. I mean, I've been working out at home in addition to the weight room, and that's all I can really say. Just putting in work on my
own. Dante Moretti, class of 27, quarterback. I would say I feel like I brought the team more together because, like more so after the season, we had a lot of like low lights. We had people like thinking about leaving, this and that. And I feel like I would bring like receivers to the rec or like fields in general, getting work in, and I feel like that brought the team more together. And even at practice, I would always keep people's like spirits up.
Yeah. Was it confusing if Coach had said that you had a competition, a quarterback competition last year? Is it better to just say, hey, you know, I'm the quarterback, this is my job, and that's it? I mean, you know, you don't have to worry about anything else, or do you thrive on maybe having somebody else step up and maybe push you a little bit?
I would say like even last year, I didn't really worry too much, but I was either way. If there's two quarterbacks, one quarterback, it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna work. I'm gonna push myself to be the best I can.
I hear you.
Damn.
Got that thing stuck in your throat a little bit, huh?
Clarence Walker, class of 2027, receiver and DB. I'd say that I bring a lot of motivation to the team and everybody else. You know, that's really it.
Did you play basketball in the offseason, or
No, sir.
What'd you do in the offseason?
All season I was weightlifting.
Okay.
Track.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
You're in that 4 or 5 range, or?
Pretty close.
Okay.
Trey Larry, class 28 wide receiver DB. I really think I helped the team bring it together. I've been helping the young guys out, like the freshmen coming in, helping them, showing what to do, showing the ropes of 5A. But yeah, I really like bringing the team together, showing, yeah.
Yeah, you high jump at all? Or no?
Huh?
You look like you could high jump a little bit.
I can high jump, yeah. I did track and basketball. I can jump pretty, I can jump pretty
All right,
high.
just checking,
Yes,
checking.
sir,
You
yes,
got
sir.
some size. All right.
Trevin Jameson, class of 27, linebacker, tight end. I say I've helped a lot in the weight room with some of the younger guys, just
Okay.
motivating them, pushing them to work harder and stuff.
Yeah, hold on to that microphone because I'm going to ask you all one last question. There's a game that you circled on that. I know that all of them are important, but is there any game that you circled? And I'm not going to say anything about a team that has a reptile as a logo.
I'm not too worried about them this year, but a team I'm looking to play against is Golf High School.
Okay.
Just a lot of competition there.
One game I look forward to this year is Zephyr Hills High School. We always lose. We come short every year in the district championship. I really think we got it this year, though.
And their quality, they're a standard. So obviously, if you beat them or play with them, then
Yes,
you've
sir.
shown.
I
yeah.
think if we beat them, we really got a good chance of making the playoffs this year.
Nice.
I would say the same thing as Trey Larry, Zephyr Hills High School.
Okay. Coach, what about you?
Zephyr Hills.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like every year, the other school I was at before I came to 5A, it comes down to the school I'm at in Zephyr Hills for a district championship. So, looking forward to playing those guys. I'm good friends with Coach Nick Carroll. Mix it up with them.
Great guy.
And,
Great guy.
Yeah, I look real forward. I'm sure he'll say that he's got us circled too.
All right. All right.
I got a couple of teams, but the main team I'm excited to play is Mitchell. Like,
all right.
They've been the top of our county, and I feel like with the squad we got now, we definitely could bring some competition to them.
That's fair. Nice day. You know what? The whole thing today is when you hear who people want to play. They want to play Mitchell. They want to play Zephyr Hills. And they want to play Nature Coast, who's become a standard in Hernando County a little bit. That's fair.
I definitely have to agree with them, with Mitchell and Zephyr Hills, because those are two powerhouse teams that
Sure.
we're definitely going to have to compete with.
And you get a rep after you win those games.
Oh, most definitely.
Everybody starts talking Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abe Dowdell with Gulf Coast Sports Network. Coach, I got nothing but a minute left, so I'm going to hit you with a little rapid fire.
Okay.
Who's the funniest player on your team?
I'd have to say Trey Larry. He's pretty funny kid.
All right. Who the team DJ?
Team DJ?
Who play the music?
I don't know. Chance? He likes to get they say get the aux, and all the time I'm like, they don't do that anymore. It's Bluetooth, guys, you know? There's no more aux cords.
Gotcha. Well, guys, good luck this season. We're going to let Coach Browning close it out.
Okay, Coach, Fall Classic, you're going against Central. You got, I know Coach P, he was up a little while back, and he said they're awfully young, and just curious how you're going to work the Fall Classic as far as personnel. You're going to keep the horses in, you're going to play the young guys in the second half, or haven't you given it any thought yet?
Yeah, I've given a little bit of thought. We have a lot of guys that are changing positions, and we got to see what they're capable of doing. A lot of young guys that are going to be in that 6-quarter thing, so we got to see if they're able to come up and help us on varsity, depth-wise, all that stuff. So I would say we'll probably dress like 50 kids, and most of them will probably be in quite a bit. Okay. Get some reps and find out who can help us with depth or starting somewhere.
Yeah. And you mentioned the 6-quarter thing and getting some of the kids some work for depth and so forth. You have any young player maybe this spring or this summer that's maybe a freshman or even a sophomore that didn't play last year that's really just kind of caught your eye that was unexpected?
Yeah, we have a new quarterback actually named Javion, but he really caught our eye at receiver in the 7-on-7 stuff. He's got great hands, heck of an athlete. His last name, I don't want to butcher it. It's like 40 letters. It's pretty hard to. It's Naglaria or something like that. But I got to fix the pronunciation of that. He's a great kid, and he's there every day putting in the work, getting after in the weight room. We have a lot of linemen on the bubble, sophomores, that I see what they're going to be able to help us anyway on varsity too.
Okay. And so we'll start down here real quick and then work back. Okay. Favorite lift in the weight room?
Bench.
Bench, okay.
Oh, I like to clean a lot.
Clean, all right, got an explosive guy.
I'll say squat.
Squat, leg man.
Bench press.
Bench press.
Definitely bench.
Bench.
Definitely bench and squat.
Okay, 2 of them, bench and squat. Okay, all right, good. And Coach Egan, starting Monday, you going morning practice, afternoon practice, and how are you going to handle the heat?
We're going first thing in the morning, baby. 8 o'clock a.m. on the field. If you're late, you got extra running. We're going to try to get, I believe that first week and a half before planning for teachers and all that starts, getting them out there before it's way too hot so you can push it and get them in shape before you start to deal with the heat element, We'll
Right.
probably be off the field by 10:45, something like that.
Avoid those afternoon thunder showers.
Yeah, you got to get in a little bit of shape out in the 85 to 90 before you push it real hard in 94. And come week 2, we're going to be pushing it. So.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, I wish you guys the best of luck. Looking forward to seeing you guys play, and thanks for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
All right, we welcome the Wiki Wachi Hornets. Head coach Justin Bland. This will be his 3rd year. Finished 7-4. Coach is doing a great job over there building that program, and has had some early on success. Coach, opening statement, please.
Yeah, first off, I'd just like to say, thank you for having us here. I think this is a great thing that you guys put on for the kids. Get the kids some of the exposure to the media day. It's something that I think I've been a part of all 6 years that you guys have done it. Every year it gets better, so I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that's a part of this. Going into the fall, we're excited. Graduation hit us pretty hard this year. So, I don't want to say we're hitting the reset button. We're rebuilding. We've got a lot of young guys that are going to step up and play some meaningful snaps, whether they're going to be incoming 9th graders or 10th graders, but we're going to have some young faces in different spots. But we've got a good core group of our senior class that has been bought into what I've been preaching the last 3 years. So I think the culture there is set in stone. The kids know what I expect, the expectations from them, from the time they wake up to the time they leave our facility. They know what I expect. So we're really excited to get rolling on Monday. Just to see what we have. I know what we have in the weight room and stuff like that. But to see what we have as a product out on the practice field and what we're going to look like in the fall.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to open it up to the media now.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, how are you?
Losing Richard and Leland, how do you replace their offensive production? They've been a big part of it for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, both of them were probably the focal point of our offense for the last 3 years. Like Richie came in, he played very meaningful snaps as a freshman, the second half of his freshman year. Leland coming in, middle of his sophomore year, started to get some reps. So really 2.5 to 3 years, they've been the heartbeat to our offense. So, I think we've got a guy that's coming in to play quarterback that's going to be, I think he's got more upside, than what Richie had. I think, Richie's a great football player. I think the guy that's coming in to fill his shoes at some point, I think, he can do just as good of a job, if not a little bit better.
And who is that quarterback?
Braden Grasso.
Okay.
So
he got to play a little bit last year at the end when Richard was hurt?
He did. He played. He came in against Santa Fe and played really well. I know he missed some throws. Some of the decisions that they were about a half step too late, but you could see the potential. You've seen the reads. I'm very excited to have a kid like that in our program. Another great guy. He leads by example. Banged up a little bit in the spring, but he showed up just about every day throughout the summer when he could be there. If he's not doing physical therapy or whatnot, he was there lifting, running, doing everything he can to lead by example for this team. So I think we're in pretty good hands at the quarterback spot moving forward. Running back, we're going to have to be like a running back by committee. Obviously, Leland Wright, like I said, he come in, leaves as the leading rusher in school history. So first ever back we've had to rush for 1,000 yards in multiple back-to-back years. We've got our senior, Evan Sirianni, is going to step in there. We have 2 other younger guys that are going to come in and get reps and stuff like that. But replacing those guys, it's not going to be easy, but I think we have pieces to get on the right path for that.
You had winning seasons the last 2 years. How much does having that experience help going forward to keep that winning tradition going?
I mean, it helps. It helps. I know, especially at a place at Weeki Wachee where until I took over, I think the most wins we had in a season was 4. Right. So to turn around and win 14 games in 2 years, I think it helps trying to set that culture and establish a winning tradition at Weeki Wachee. So, I think it helps going forward. But now also the kids go year 3. There's that pressure of we did it 2 years, and the 2 years prior, people have looked at us and the schedule helped, and it did. Having a couple of teams on there that we as a measuring stick. So this year moving up. Putting 5A back on our schedule, putting golf on there. We have Cypress Creek for the kickoff. Just some of those teams in Pasco County that are, the next step up in competition for us to really, really see where we're heading in the direction, where if we're heading in the right direction, what we're trying to do as a program. So the pressure's there, like I said, to keep performing. The kids know it. I know it. But we just got to show up. We got to work hard every day, and the results will be what they be.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Abe Dowdell with Gulf Coast Sports Network. How's it going, Coach?
Good. How you doing?
Been watching you for a few years. You say you're pushing the reset button with a bunch of young guys, but I'm quite sure you can get them out there and get them motivated and get them believing in your process and your system. So who do we have here with us today of these some of the leaders that's on your team?
Starting at the far end down here, that's Jeremiah Sostre. He's a senior, plays DB, plays receiver. Next to him is Evan Sirianni, play running back. He'll play inside linebacker. Braden Grasso here to my left. Jay Sean, not even going to try to say his last name. He can tell you because it's the same thing like Coach Egan said. He's got about 40 letters in his name. And then Anthony Pomadio down there at the end.
So with this summer, how have you guys prepared to bond together as a team, especially being a young new team with not a lot of senior leaders on your team?
I will say, I think this summer it was different. We didn't have a choice but to come together with all the construction going on on our campus. From losing our weight room to we had to use a classroom at Winding Waters. So it's been definitely a different summer. So the kids that were there every day, it made it easier to get the kids to gel because there wasn't a lot of space. So the kids, they're tight to each other. They're running around, pushing each other and stuff like that. So I think the summer set up well in that aspect of the kids really didn't have a choice but to come together.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna go with each player. You can start to your right, far right, and we'll go straight down. What's your goal going into this season, and what team do you have marked on your calendar that you want to play most?
I just want to win every game that we play. A team that I'm really looking forward to play is Central and Hernando. We did come short with Hernando with the championship last year. We just want to finish that, get our revenge on them. And Central, they're our rivals, obviously. We just want to hold that Hexham Cup.
A team that I'm excited to play, I would say Crystal River. We've had 2 close games with them back-to-back years, and they're a district opponent. So I'm just excited to play them, and I think it's going to be another close game.
I'm really excited for Hernando and Tanner Rock because last year Hernando took a big toll afterwards after we lost. A lot of momentum was down. Same with Tanner Rock. We came in the game all high. We weren't expecting to lose. We came out with a L, and it just took a toll on our team. Momentum went down, and I'm not looking forward to that happening again.
Two teams, or a team that I am excited to play this year is Hernando. Hernando and Central, actually, or Tanner Rock. Actually, I agree with Grasso. 2 teams that really just stole our momentum, took our energy away, and just go back and prove that we put in that work this offseason. We can go back and beat them. And a goal that I have for this season is to go after Leland Wright's record.
A school that I'm hoping to play this season is Hernando High School because we came short last year and it ruined our team's momentum. So yeah.
Okay. Well, Coach, good luck to you guys this season on your reset with your young team. I expect them to be feisty out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Coach Bland, you first game is against 5A high school, and of course coming off some successful seasons, and 5A's been a much improved program. How important is that opener for the program?
To me, it's important. I look at those first 2 or 3 weeks of our season for Cypress Creek for the Fall Classic, 5A, and then Gulf. It's kind of like that. That's our measuring stick of what we're going to be down the stretch. Those games are important to us. We obviously want to win them, but we also want to find out what kind of football team we're going to be against some of the programs that are, like you said, that are turning around over in Pasco County. Can we go over there? Can we compete with some of those teams and stuff like that? But when we use those teams to when we get into district play starting week 4, that's when we want to know. We want to know week 2, week 3, what kind of football team are we going to be? So that's kind of what I look at, and like I said, you want to win every football game you do. But I look at that as we need to find out our identity at that point.
Yeah, and you mentioned getting into district play, Central, Citrus, Crystal River, Hernando, nature coach, then of course yourself. Your thoughts on this year's district?
Our district, I think it's going to be laid out a lot like it was past 2 years. I think it's going to be very competitive because at any given time, any team in our district, we've proved it the last 2 years. If you play with a little bit of confidence and stuff like that, you put yourself in a situation to be successful. The fact that last year it came down to 2 quarters, against Hernando, and that was the difference in our district last year. Obviously putting Nature Coast in there, they're the clear front runner in everybody's eyes, just because of the past success they've had. I believe they're a 3rd round playoff team the last 2 years, I believe. So obviously, with that success that they've had, that puts them at the top of the list. But, again, any team, when they get confident and can play and are playing, aggressive football, can play confident, mistake-free, I think our district's wide open.
Okay. And a few thoughts on your coaching staff.
The staff that we have put together, I believe in trusting the guys that I have in the building. One thing I don't have 13 coaches this year like I've had the past 2 years. And I think any coach will tell you it's getting hard to find coaches that want to do this grind every single day. So having the guys in the building, I trust them, and I think they preach everything that I want them to preach, that I believe in, and I think the kids are buying into them. And, like I said, I think having that staff, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, and let's go ahead and hand it off to your right, working down. What's the biggest difference we can see for this team compared to the 2025 team?
Well, our team is a lot more younger than last year. We have stuff to prove. Like last year we had Richie, we had Leland, we had all of our key players, but we also have a lot of new players like Evan, incoming running back. He's really good. We just got to prove ourselves. We're going to be underdogs for this whole year. We just got to prove ourselves like we did the last 2 years.
Okay.
A difference from last year's team to this year's team. Last year I would say we're a lot more senior heavy, and now we have a lot more younger guys that are gonna have to fill in these roles that the seniors were in last year. So that's only the really big difference, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with them. We're very senior heavy, and we're very young, but we're going to have to build off potential that we have. And with more experience with the younger guys and us, we build a bigger future for next year or this year too. Just building more experience with the players that get more reps. And we're obviously we were senior heavy, but now we're going to have to look to something new.
Okay, and of course you guys have mentioned senior heavy, and we'll go ahead and hand it over to your teammate. Besides being a little more inexperienced this year, okay, how do you feel you're gelling up to this point?
Up to this point, I feel like we're coming off of 2 seasons, 2 pretty good seasons. Right now, I feel like we're at the point where we need to take that momentum, take that energy with the people that we have and the talent and the kids that we have. Just use that to continue to not stay stagnant at a 7-4 or 7-3 season, but to take what we have and be better in the future, and to continue to grow this football program.
Okay, and next.
The difference between last school year's team, I would say our mindset is very different from last year. Our team is too I would say comfortable with winning 7 games out of our 10, and we need to change that this year in order to become a way better team than we were. I agree with all of them about our team being very senior heavy and all that, and I don't know. That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Wikiwachi Hornets, wish you all the best of luck. All right, hope you guys get off to a great start.
Thank you.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Okay, next up is Pasco High School, 2026 North Suncoast Media Day. They have a new head football coach, Cortez Stubbs. He's coming over. His last gig was as the defensive coordinator at River Ridge High School. And Coach Stubbs, congratulations on the position, and I'll open it up for a opening statement from you.
I just appreciate the opportunity being here with my team and having the opportunity to coach Pasco High School and being the head coach at Pasco High School football.
Okay, thank you. And I know Coach Stubbs comes over with a lot of respect from a lot of the River Ridge players, and anxious to see what you guys are all going to bring to the table in the upcoming seasons. At this time, I'm going to open it up for media questions.
Good afternoon, guys. Larry Bluestein from Prep Red Zone, Florida. Appreciate you guys making it out. And Coach, on the way over here today, got a chance, and I look at the sign that said Dade City, and I've been doing this. This is my 56th year of covering high school football in the state of Florida. And back in the day, Pasco was the deal, no doubt. A lot of these programs that are in place now were not even thought about. What would it take, and what it's going to take to get this program back to where it was in the 80s and in the 90s? And because this was a standard. You know, looking back at Hambrick and some of the kids that have played there, what is it going to take for this program to get on that path to get back?
It's going to take discipline, accountability, and these players here playing each and every week out, giving it their all, and also just having pride about what they're doing at the end of the day. So I feel like we're on a great path right now, headed in a great direction. I feel that we're going to do great.
And you know this area as well as anybody, having coached here for a number of years. And obviously it's like this anywhere, you know, where you get more population, you get more schools, you get more competition. A lot of the kids, especially in this day and age, think that the grass is always going to be greener on the other side. How come the grass is going to be better in Dade City than it is anywhere else? Because you know it, and you can make it better because you know the history of this area, and you know the sacrifices it takes to be on top. Talk about that.
I feel it comes down to our saying, never abandon ship. One crew, one code, sticking together with the community behind us. I feel like Pasco football can be back on top.
Yeah, I agree. If you could pass the microphone down, we're going to go down the line. Please say your name, your position, and what year you are, and also what you've done over the last 8 months during the off season to get this team better.
My name is Jaheim Chisholm. I'm class of 2027. I play DN and outside linebacker. And for the past 8 months, I've been putting in the work, conditioning. Unfortunately, I did pick up an injury, but I'm on the path of healing, coming back stronger, coming to dominate, being better for my boys.
Hi, I'm Adrian Juarez, class of 2028. I play right tackle. And over the past 8 months, I feel like I've been really committed to this program, and thanks to my coaches, I feel like I've gotten better on my craft, and I'm way stronger now, and I really appreciate my coaches.
It looks like you got in the weight room a little bit there.
Yes, sir. We all have put in the work.
Nice.
My name is Jamin Keeling, class of 2028. I play on the interior of the offensive line and D-line. Over the past 8 months, I've had to sacrifice a couple things to figure out what I want to do in my path to football. We've all been putting in the work.
My name is Gio Reyes. I play running back and outside linebacker. I'm class of 2027. And for the past 8 months, just been in the weight room, outside in the track, conditioning, and just making sure I get better each and every day.
Yeah.
My name is Austin Jacobs. I play D tackle and inside linebacker in class of 2028. And these past 8 months, we've been working in the weight room, outside conditioning, and just pushing each other as much as we can.
My name's Drew Brown. I'm class of 2029. I play DB and receiver. In the past 8 months, I've just been trying to get faster on the track, hitting the weight room, and watching more film to get my mind right mentally to be able to play the game.
You're a sophomore, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks like you can run a little bit. Track also?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Do you run track?
Yes, sir. I ran the 400 and 200.
Nice. How'd you do? Good?
Yes, sir.
District, regions, what?
No.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
well that's a bar that you got to set. You guys have been serious, but I'm gonna kind of like lighten things up. What's your favorite music to listen to?
I like to listen to rap. Kendrick Lamar's my go-to guy.
Okay, bring it down. I don't want any gospel here. Come on now.
I usually listen to like country music, a little bit rap, but more like country. More like
Okay.
Luke Bryan
Yeah. Okay.
and Jelly Roll.
Great choice. Yeah. Great choices.
I'd say I listen to like rap and hip hop, you know, Rod Wave, NBA YoungBoy, people like that.
Nice. Coach, set a standard. You tell us. What do you listen?
Kurt Franklin.
There you go.
I like rap music. I do listen to new age, but I also like some old people, Young
Okay.
Jeezy.
Okay. Nice.
I'm more of an old soul at heart. I really listen to some old music, like the 80s type of music, you know, Marvin Gaye, people like that.
Oh, look at
That's
you
what I
mellowing it out, huh?
Yeah, I've listened all my life, so
All right.
I really
Nice.
like it.
When it comes to music, I'm more of a old R&B, old 90s, along those lines.
Yeah, Luther Vandross type stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Union
wow,
Twins,
look
stuff
at
along
you.
those lines.
Good stuff. Well, I appreciate you to give me some time. Again, Coach, I'll be watching. I mean, I'm an OG, and
Okay,
I
I
remember
like it.
when the Pirates were right there.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Gio, I know you've been around for a couple of years. What's it been like with Coach Stubbs coming in, and how's it been different?
It's just been a higher standard with Coach Stubbs, you know. He's holding leaders accountable and, you know, he's just trying to do his best, and we're all doing our best to make this program back to what it was, and, you know, that's what we want to do this year.
Coach, you were an assistant at Pasco back the last time Pasco had a winning team. How much does your knowledge of the community experience, you know, in that area, how much does that help you, you know, starting off this season as a new head coach?
It's helping a lot. Just coming in, it's very easy because I know the community's behind me, and I know everyone want to see Pasco back on top. I feel great about being here. I am Pasco.
I know the last couple of years, Pasco's numbers, you know, they've only been suiting up like 23, 24 kids. How many guys do you have this year?
Right now, we've been having like at least 44 kids coming out for summer practices, and we should be adding more next week when fall camp starts. So,
Did you have to encourage some kids? Were there some kids walking around the hallways of Pasco that should have been playing football that weren't, and now they are?
yes, sir. So, yes, sir. I definitely hit those hallways and kind of, you know, trying to get them out, checking them in.
And I know you had a football camp, I believe, last week. And, you know, how much does that help just to get the Pasco football involved in the community and, you know, getting people excited about Pasco football again?
That's one of our top priorities, being in the community, especially these guys came out, helped out, teaching the young kids what they're being taught. So that's the biggest thing for us right now is just giving back to the community and having everybody on one accord.
And what can we expect of the Pasco Pirates this year? What kind of football team are you going to be?
We're going to compete and we're going to dominate.
Great.
That's the goal.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and of course, Larry mentioned the history of Pasco, and I'm sure you guys probably get tired of hearing it sometimes, especially you, Coach Stubbs, but you got a great challenge ahead of you. And I remember when Pasco High School came to Sun Lake High School, I think it was a 34-game win streak in Pasco County, and I had the privilege of being on the Sun Lake sidelines when we beat Pasco that year. But Pasco's had some great players and great tradition go through that school. Coach Stubbs, what's some of the positive off-season signs you've seen that excites you in turning this program around?
First off, is the communities behind Pasco High School, and the biggest thing is giving these boys up here on the stage praise as well. They're coming together and understanding what the mission is and what the standard is, and they're holding that to a great standard in a sense.
Okay. All right, let's start with all the way down to your right, Coach Stubbs. Take me through your summer. What have you done to improve?
Over summer, I've been in the weight room. I've increased on maxes, bench, squat. I've just been feeling like a better person, better player overall. I feel like Coach Stubbs and the coaching staff has really been pushing a lot from these boys, me included, pushing us mentally, helping them build mental toughness, just trying to get us through the season, make sure that we dominate, and we bring back Pasco High School.
Awesome. Next.
Kind of piggybacking off what he said, over the time I've been working really hard at my craft. Even on the off days, I'm really working on my craft just to get better. And the Coach Stubbs and Coach Jimmy effect is real.
Okay. So, what's your primary position?
Offensive line, right tackle.
Offensive line, right tackle. Okay,
yes, sir.
Great. Next.
Over the summer, been in the weight room, a lot of single leg squats, stuff to work on football, really helping our game. On off days, I'm working on footwork, anything I can. And the maxes are increasing heavily. We've got a good strength and conditioning coach. Yeah, we're just working hard, Pasco football.
Awesome.
We've been in the weight room all summer, been outside conditioning. And during the summer, just been getting at it, put them all into it, and eating the right foods, hydrating, taking care of my body, stuff like that.
When we're in the weight room or we're outside, we got guys like Gio, Adrian, and Jamin just pushing each other over every day. You got Drew taking his time, doing stuff. We got me pushing Gio's pushing me pushing Drew. We just push all. And when we push each other, we just grow more and more every day.
Okay, great.
We just been hitting the weight room like everybody else said, conditioning a lot more, just talking to each other, building a brotherhood like outside of football, so we could be more connected when we're on the field, getting mentally right to be able to play 4 quarters in the game. So yeah.
Okay. Any camps or 7-on-7 competitions?
Yes, sir. We competed at the Buck 7-on-7 tournament.
Okay. And back to Coach Stubbs, quick for a closing question. Coach, you got Mount Dora in the Fall Classic, followed by your first game against Braden River. How important is it for you to all get off to a fast start?
The biggest thing is just going in and competing at a high level, being conditioned, and focusing on us at the end of the day. Not worried about Mount Dora, not worried about Bellevue. I'm focused on this team right here. If we do what we need to do.
Okay, Bellevue's your opener?
Is it? No, Braden River.
Braden, yeah.
Yeah, Braden River.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay,
yeah, the biggest thing is focus on us. We need to control what we do, and we able to attack each and every game.
In the Classic, what are you going to be looking for in the Classic?
Looking for these guys competing at a high level, and piggybacking off the spring. I know they have some build up, and I'm ready for them to unleash that.
Okay, great. And I appreciate you guys coming out, looking to see this Pasco Pirate team turn their fortunes around, and the best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Preparing for that next step in life isn't always easy. At Nautilus Financial Group, our combination of experience, professionalism, and access to a wide variety of products and services to help meet all of your financial goals. For a new level of attention, insight, and capability, contact the trusted team at Nautilus Financial Group.
Hey there! Have you heard about Ron Schuster Pest Control? They've been serving the Nature Coast since 1983 and are experts in keeping your home and lawn pest-free. Give them a call at 352-683-4003 to schedule your appointment. Remember, when it comes to lawn treatments, the grass is always greener at Ron Schuster Pest Control.
Okay, welcome to Lecanto 2026 football team. New head football coach Wesley Wyatt. Coach, congratulations on the position. Thank you. And Lecanto finished 5-5 last year. You were in the program last year, as I understand, as an assistant head coach and offensive line coach. And I'm going to open it up. You have an opening statement, and then we'll get some media questions.
All right, appreciate you. Congratulations there. I've took over the job about January of this year, and I've been going at it for about 7 months, and we've been grinding ever since I took it over. It's been a transition that has been a smooth one. Kept quite a few guys on staff that were already there, made some new hires that I think really helped propel our coaching staff a little more, and these guys just continue to grind and surprise me every day.
Thank you. All right, open up to the media.
How you guys doing? Chris Bernhardt from Citrus County Chronicle.
How you doing?
Coach, this is the I've been talking to all the other coaches about this, and it's second time in 3 years all three county schools have new coaches. However, you're the only one of the three that comes from within the program. How advantageous has that been for you?
How did that what?
You're a new coach in the county who's coming from within the program. How advantageous has that been for you?
Well, I've been assistant head coach of this program for the past 3 years. So stepping into the head coaching role was not much of a different role, to be honest with you. I've been running strength and conditioning, helping with every aspect throughout the program of, with fundraising and paperwork and all those different avenues. So that's not been a huge transition for me. Transition was putting my stamp on the program. Our motto is #built different. We want to build a standard that everybody wants to follow. That's what our motto is, and that's what these guys have really bought into and started to instill into our program in the past 7 months. And so I think that's what you're going to see come August once we start.
The county as a whole, I mean, you guys have had more stability coaching than the other schools have, but there has been some changes too. Just how do you feel like that has impacted this Citrus County football as a whole, all these coaching changes?
Well, I mean, you don't have consistency. When you don't have consistency, it's hard to, build standard that kids stand up to. It's hard to continue the standard year in and year out when you don't have that consistency. So I think, we're a little different because of hiring within. These kids know my standard. They've been part of me for the past 3 years. Some have been part of me for the past 4 years. And they understand what I'm looking for. They know they're going to get coached tough. They know they're going to get coached hard, but they also know they're going to get loved every day. And that's, I think that's why they stood by my side and they're still here on the stage with me right now.
And we talked about you guys. You lost a lot. How young are you guys going into this season?
Oh, we're real young. It's no secret. It's no surprise. We graduated a huge class last year, signed 11 kids into college to play football at the next level, which is an awesome opportunity for all 11 of those guys. And, these guys up here are going to have an opportunity as well. And that's something we're going to continue to build the tradition at Lecanto with, is giving kids opportunities to go to the next level. I don't care what level it is. It's still college football. It's still a degree. It's still their passion and their dream. And so that's where we're at.
Yeah, and how do you maintain that standard that you guys have built over the last several seasons?
Discipline, hard work, and just, respect. The number one thing is I'm going to give you respect, and I'm going to earn the respect back. I'm not going to ask you to respect me first. And that's something I think in this day and age with kids, you really got to focus on. If you don't buy in and get their respect first, they're not going to play for you. They're not going to want to be part of you. They're not going to want to be part of the crazy stuff you come up with or the crazy ideals that you come up with for them to do. So I think that's really, respect is a huge thing, but discipline also.
And I guess kind of the elephant in the room for you guys, how do you replace a 4-year starting quarterback like JT Timpton?
You don't replace JT. I mean, he's a special guy. He broke every county record, every school record. He broke state records at basketball and real close at football. So, that's not a guy that you replace. That's a guy that you try to grow from and learn from and try to make your program. We got a young quarterback, Eli Portwood, that's going to come in. He's going to take control of the offense. We just got back from Grinded Out camp over at Weber International on Wednesday. Had a great 3 days over there. We grew as a team tremendously. We're not the same team we were against Lakeland Christian in the spring, that's for sure. And you'll see that come Fall Classic.
And what will be the kind of the focal point and the strengths of the offense?
We're not going to change too much. We're going to stay spread. We're going to run the ball probably just a little more. We're going to rely on this guy right here. He's a pretty special dude. And we're going to utilize our tight ends a little more this year than you've seen us do in the past. So you'll see a little bit of change, but not a whole lot.
What makes him a special dude?
I got a bunch of special dudes around me. Which one are we talking about?
Well, just the guy, the first guy you're talking about. Yeah.
This guy right here is one of the hardest workers I've encountered in my 20 years of coaching. I tell you, and the guy that does it the right way. He's academically straight and forward. Physically straight and forward. He's determined. He's a leader. And he's our reverend also. So that makes it even better.
And the whole group. What does it make this? Why are these the guys you brought today?
This is the nucleus of our team, minus a couple. I promise you, if I would have had an option to bring 10 guys, I could have filled 10 seats. When I took over this program, what I did notice is that there's a nucleus of this team that is ready to buy in. It was, ready to step up and take the reins from those 10 guys that we just talked about that left. And so at the end of the day, when I walked into the room and I, congratulated them that we're going to keep moving forward, I think that these are the guys that stood here, and I told them at the end of camp on Wednesday, they're special to me because they bought into me. They didn't jump ship. They didn't try to go somewhere different. They didn't do none of that stuff. They stayed right here with me, bound and determined to see what we could do.
And lastly, you guys are always, unfortunately, you guys got to play up because your enrollment size, up a classification than the other schools. How do you evaluate the district this year and where you guys stand?
How you evaluate
the district?
The district. We got a tough district. Probably, one of the tougher ones in the state. I mean, there's some tough districts, that the state put out, but we've got to battle through. We got some district opponents that, we're going to have to rise up and play football against, and we know that it's everybody's going to look at us as the underdog. That's okay. We'll take that and we'll roll with it, and that's who we are.
I'll talk to the guys. I guess start from over there.
Right.
Whichever way you want to start. And just say your name, position, and year.
Carly Kelly Lamb, class of 27, receiver, and defense. I'm an athlete. Play everywhere, coach.
Okay. No. I'll ask a question. Just what are how you evaluate how the team looks this year with all the new guys, new coach, and all that?
Like how do I evaluate it?
Yeah. How do you feel like you guys are progressing so far?
Everybody's learning. Everybody's learning different things, and they're trying to fit in where they can put in. Whatever the coach puts you at, that's where you're gonna play at.
All right. Okay. And name, position, and year.
Andre Hicks. I play class 2028. I play wide receiver and DN.
And I believe you're the one. Coach was telling me you're the one defensive starter that's returning.
Yeah.
So is this kind of your unit this year? Are you taking on that leadership role?
I'm really trying to be a leader this year. That's what. Yeah, I'm trying to be this dude. Do what I gotta do just to win our defense.
What kind of expectations do you have for you and the defense? What kind of expectations do you have for you and that defense?
I just want to dominate. Just do everything. If coach wants you to play somewhere, play there. Like we just need to dominate and just win and just get stops.
Okay.
Terrence Hollis, class 27, running back. Yeah.
We talked about outside, some college offers and whatnot, you're looking to get more tape and all that. So how big of a year is this for you to get that exposure?
This is a huge year for me. You know, like I have a lot in store right now. Like there's a lot of stuff that's been going on, and this has definitely been weighing on my mind. But you know, I'm really excited for this year because like it's a lot. You know, it's a lot for me. So.
And with all the losing JT, losing Braylon, all that, how big of a role do you see as for yourself on offense this year?
I feel like me being a very hard worker, it puts a lot of emphasis on me. You know, I feel as though like, you know what I'm saying, I got to be that man to fill in the shoes of those great people, and you know what I'm saying, play at a very high level and play at a very disciplined level as well.
John Sandford, class of 27, middle linebacker, tight end, and long snapper.
So you're a senior, right? So what are you seeing as far as how this team is acclimating to the new, younger players, new coach, and all that?
It's a big learning curve. You know, our offense has a lot of ins and outs. You know, O-line, a lot of different blocking assignments. But, you know, it's the same standard. You know, nothing's changing going from last year to this year. You know, old head coach, new head coach. It's the same set. You're going to do it, and you're going to do it right.
What do you guys got to do to still be that same Lecanto team, even without all the guys you lost?
Be smart. You know the playbook. You know, don't go out there with questions. You know, that's why we practice. You know, you practice in-game, no questions.
My name's Caden Cole. I'm class of 2027. I play receiver, corner, and punter.
Kind of the same thing. I mean, what are you seeing as far as how the young guys are taking to it, especially with the kind of younger core?
I think the young guys, they're fitting in very well because our coaching staff has a lot of knowledge of the game, so they can teach us a lot easier than our previous coaching staff. Like, it's an easier way to understand things. Like for me, learning new things like with the new defense and stuff, I think it's just easier with the coaching staff we have to like understand the different concepts we have, and I think the younger guys are picking up on that, picking up on the leaders, and just following in the leaders' footsteps.
With so many young guys, the older guys, how much are you guys putting on your shoulders this year?
I wouldn't say we're putting a lot on our shoulders. I mean, the only thing we got is like leadership, but we rely on the young guys just as much as we rely on the older guys. I mean, there's young guys filling in spots that were previously by old seniors. So we're relying on everybody the same, and we're built on trust. So as long as we trust them to do their job, I think we'll work out just fine.
All right.
Aiden Davis, class of 27. I play O-line, D-line.
How does the team look in the trenches this year?
I think we're a very strong team in the trenches. It's kind of just like a bullfight. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot in the weight room. We're hitting it very heavy. The O-line, we're progressing every day with the play calls, learning the playbook, when to double team, when to do a single block, zone block, everything like that. D-line, very, very much pushing, very hand fights. I think we're going to look very good in the trenches this year.
I think I'm right. Your coach, that's your background is line, right? So what is it like to have a head coach as a lineman?
I think it's actually very strong for us, because we have more of a higher standard for our trenches, knowing it's also both our head coach and O-line coach. So we try and make it more of a higher standard than the rest of it. We have to push a little bit harder. It's just a lot on us, but it's still the same standard, if not higher. It just pushes us to be a little bit better than what we were last year or the day before.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, and one last real quick question, Coach. District, what's your take on your new district this year?
We had a couple teams. I brought over Mount Dora and Lake Weir, so that steps up our district, beefs it up a little more. Now I think we go to like 6 opponents now, and so to be a playoff caliber team, that's always going to make your road there a little harder when you got 6 teams in your district and you got to fight that through the caliber of district we play in.
Okay, thank you, Coach, and players. Lecanto High School, wish you all the best of luck. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Throws the ball down the field. Nice catch. Oh, interception by number 3. Oh. He hits his tight end in the back of the end zone. That is a big target.
Okay, next up, 2026 North Suncoast Media Day is Cypress Creek. Head coach Mike Johnson, who's the only head coach in Cypress Creek football history. And Coach, I'm going to open it up for a statement from you.
Just want to thank you guys for involving us in this. We've done it the last couple of years. It's been awesome. I know Andy's done a nice job of promoting it and putting it out there, and just want to thank you guys for involving us in this. Year 10, we're certainly excited going into the season, getting back into pads, regular season. We've had a great off season, great summer. I kind of did a full reset with the coaching staff, new OC, new DC, new special teams coordinator, brought on a bunch of new assistants. I don't think it's any secret that we've struggled the last couple of years. And I think, if I'm a firm believer, and if you do the same thing over and over and over again, expect the same results. So we went back to the drawing board, and I brought in some new energy and some new excitement, and we're looking forward to it.
And you mentioned the coaching staff. Can you mention some of the coaches you've brought in?
Defensive coordinator, Coach Haynes. He previously coached at Blake, and he's brought a ton of energy to our program on the defensive side of the ball. I think the guys respect him, and they really love to play for him. It's shown in the summer. They're showing up. They're working hard. Offensive coordinator, Coach Patel. He's back with me. He was previously with me when we had the good run of 7-3 and 9-2. So he's back with me again. So I'm super happy about that. And we work really well together. Bounce a lot of ideas off each other during the game. He's been awesome. And then Coach Hernandez is going to take over our special teams, where I believe that we kind of lacked a little bit in some areas. I think we've done good in some areas, and some we needed to get fixed, and I think he's the right guy to get that under control.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm going to open up to media questions.
All right. You guys are the first team for me in a little bit. I'm trying to get some articles done. So, Coach, I don't know how long it's been since I've been able to ask you some questions, but coming off the season you guys had, just what's encouraged you about the off season and the spring that you feel like a turnaround could be happening this fall?
I think, we've lost 24 plus seniors the last 3 years, and I think this is a young and hungry team that I don't think we've had in the past. So I look forward to these seniors that are going to be leaders and leading these younger guys in this season, and then into next season we should have a lot of kids returning, so it'll give you kind of that 2-year swing like we had in 22 and 23, and that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. They're blue collar guys. I mean, they come to work every day. They're in there. They work hard. They listen. They're respectful. They have great attitudes. So it's a real fun group to be around.
What do you feel like is different about this group heading into the season and kind of their mentality that they have versus kind of past year's teams?
I think the talent level, I think, is cranked up a little bit in just about all areas. I feel comfortable, with our O-line, our backs, our receivers. Whereas maybe in years past, we've kind of been like, we may be a little thin at that position, and if injuries happen, which they always do, then we're going to be in trouble down the stretch and or even early in the season. And I think the numbers are great. I think we should have right around 100 kids in the whole entire program. We've seen over 80 in the summer, and there's some freshmen still trickling in. So that's a positive. We were down numbers last year, and I think with the more numbers, then we're going to find guys that can find a way to win for us.
How do you take on just having so many teams in a kind of I'd say a smaller area? Kind of you got you guys, Wesley Chapel, Wiregrass. We've talked about this in the past, but how has that kind of been more challenging over the years to really take head on?
I think it's tough. I mean, I came from a small town in Illinois, and you shut down everything downtown to go to the football game, and you do the homecoming parade, and when you got 3 schools in a matter of 4.4 miles or 7 miles or whatever it is, it's hard to kind of get that community backing behind you, and I think that's kind of been a tough thing. And then it's you got 2 youth teams in the area, or 3. And, those kids are, kind of getting a chance to pick and choose what team they're coming to, as opposed to, a smaller town team where they have their PAL football that are, coming right into your program, or their middle school that's only feeding into their program. So I think it is tough when you're having, 3 teams, very, very close together.
Let's ask the guys some questions here. If you want to state your name, and then I'm going to go ahead and ask, because of that kind of tighter area and you guys having those rivals, I mean, who's the team that you look most forward to playing?
I'm Deuce McAllister, class of 2028. Out of all the games that we will be playing and teams we do play, I'm most excited to look for and play Chapel, obviously. That's our biggest rival, and I'm just ready for that game week 5.
All right. If you want to pass it around.
I'm Raiden Dutt, QB, class of 2028.
And same question. Just, what team are you most looking forward to facing against this season?
It's definitely Chapel, because a couple of kids I know are on that team, and just been some talk a little bit. So there's a little bit of beef, and they're just I feel like just rivals of our school. I don't know how else to say it.
Is it actually running into them in person talk, or is this social media?
No, it's just social media, but it's nothing actually too bad.
Okay, all right. And then go ahead.
Warren Lopez, class of 2027. And I'd say definitely Chapel. I mean, they talk a lot. They talk back, trying to back it up. And I just can't wait to play in week 5.
All right. And if you last 2.
Kevin Correct, class of 2027. I'll say the most important game for me this season is really all of them, honestly. I feel like last season, we went over everybody's heads. I feel like everybody felt like they just took advantage of us. So every single game this year matters to me, honestly. I feel like I don't have no specific game this year that I feel like we need to win. I feel like we need to win all the games. There's no game to me this year that matters most to me. Every single game matters to me. Every single game we play, I feel like we need to go 100%. That should be the most important. All 10 games should be 100% to us. They took something from us last year. I feel like we got to come back and get all 10 games. That's all I feel. Week 5, we got a rivalry game. We got to get that sign that they took from us and get it right back. That's how I feel about it. All 10 games.
Colin Ferry, class of 27. I play center, and honestly, the same thing as everyone said. It's got to be week 5 Chapel. I mean, it's past 2 years we've lost them. Definitely want to get that sign back. It's the most important game for me, in my opinion.
All right. Well, if you want to hold the mic, I asked the Wesley Chapel Wildcats kind of their spots over by the Grove and the Crate, because I kind of know that area a little bit. I mean, for you guys, more of a fun question. I mean, where's the go-to spot over there? Because I feel like there's a lot going on, and other than traffic, where some places you guys would hang out at.
Yeah, honestly,
Any place in specific, restaurant-wise?
I tell you, I don't really live in the area.
Okay, alrighty. All right, on to the next teammate.
Same question.
Yeah, same question to all you guys, even coach.
I feel like, the Grove, it's a good area. They have an Outback over there. That's my favorite restaurant. So, I like the Outback. They got the shrimp pasta if you want to try that. I like the shrimp pasta, but yeah, it's a good area though. It's, traffic and all, but yeah, at night you got the crates. There'll be a lot of people there. Be lights, go out, see what you want to get. A lot of food spots you can check out. It's a very good place.
All right, you're not Chick-fil-A people.
Be honest with you, I don't frequent the crates all that much. But he says the taco place. I will say this: his dad has a lot of influence in the crates. Maybe he's built it, contracted it, whatever. So I'll let you answer that question.
Specifically, food at the crates. I would say Tacos El Patron, really good. The Bubble Place, really good. Blush, that's pretty good. They have good food, good wine. All around, crates is a good place to go get food, go hang out with your friends. I would also say other places we all go and hang out with is Outlet Mall, Wiregrass Mall, all different types of places, but the crates is definitely a good place to hang out.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know, but like anywhere you could just like wander around with your teammates and talk and just hang out.
Okay, any one of the malls.
I just moved here, so I don't really know either. But my dad, we do be getting Chick-fil-A like 3 times a week. So, I mean, I guess Chick-fil-A, that's the move.
All right, well, that's a favorite of the Wesley Chapel teams, Coach.
Okay, Coach Johnson, Cypress Creek, thank you for coming today and wish you all the best of luck. And should be a heck of a first game against you and Citrus. I'm looking forward to following that one. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Preparing for that next step in life isn't always easy. At Nautilus Financial Group, our combination of experience, professionalism, and access to a wide variety of products and services to help meet all of your financial goals. For a new level of attention, insight, and capability, contact the trusted team at Nautilus Financial Group.
Okay, we welcome Wiregrass Ranch next. Head coach Mark Cantor. Coach Cantor believes this will be his 12th season. In the playoffs last year, had a tough overtime loss against Palmetto. Gave them everything they could ask for in that football game. Coach Cantor, I go back a long ways with him. I know him just a little bit. Back in the Dinosaurs days, he actually played for me at Springstead High School. Huge player on that team for Springstead's success. Started coaching with me, helping out at Springstead, and went over to Hernando with me when got the head job at Gaither, did a great job at Gaither, and he is doing a great job at Wiregrass. So it's really an honor and a privilege to follow his growth and development as one of the few long-term football coaches still in the area. A lot of head football coaches are in it. After 2 or 3 years, they find out, hey, this isn't all what it's supposed to be, and it's a lot harder than they thought. But this guy stuck it through thick and thin, and I have a lot of respect for him. And Coach Cantor, opening statement from you, please.
Coach, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. You've been a great influence in my life. A lot of guys don't understand. we honestly played real football back then. You know, you practice in full gear and for 3 days, and you're lucky if you got 3 water breaks the whole time in 2.5 hours, and nobody complained about it. So, but I mean, we're here. We're happy to be here. Thanks for Andy and Gulf Coast Media having us here, and we're ready to answer any of you guys' questions that you guys have. So let's get this party started.
All right, let's get the party rolling here. Media questions, please.
Hello, Coach.
What's up?
Last time I saw you, you were yelling at me from the sideline at a 7-on-7, so that was pleasant. Kind of talk about the off season and just heading into the fall. Just how you feel about this group coming off of another playoff appearance.
So the staff and I are very excited for the guys we got in the room, and I think if the cards are played correctly, it could be one of the great teams that we have had at Wiregrass. We've had plenty of few teams that have been in that echelon. So we're excited for them. We want to see what they can do, and we have some errors that we need to fix from the last game of the season in 2025, the spring game. So these guys worked hard in the weight room, came every day, never complained, never fudged about anything, and just went to work. So we're excited to see the product that we're going to put on the field, and hopefully we give the fans a great show.
All right, this is a question for you, but then all 5 of the players. And if you weren't on the team last year, then just hand it to one of your teammates that was. But coming off of that heartbreaking playoff loss to Palmetto, just how do you use that as motivation to kind of have this team not want to have that feeling once again this fall when you make a run?
For me, the opportunity is there. You have to make the play. And you just got to continue to use that as a motivation of finish the job. So when you're able to do that, the success will follow you. And you have to understand, we were a young football team being in that position. So being young and playing the number 1 seed to overtime, that was good. But in our standards, it's not good enough. Like, we need to have playoff wins. We need to advance as far as we can and have those opportunities. So hopefully these guys use that as that motivation for this year and finish the deal that we need to finish.
I felt like we played a pretty decent game, but towards the end, as we got tired and, as we weren't as conditioned, I felt like we kind of ended up like taking a turn for the worse when we should have been able to put the game away. And I use that pretty much as a standard to raise every time I think about that game.
And go ahead and state your name as well, each one of you players.
My name's Cameron H. I play left guard, class 27.
All right.
Carson Cantor, class of 2027, defensive tackle. I really don't got much to say, but I feel like we should have won that game. We should have gone for a field goal, send it into second overtime, and we would have seen what happened. But I was also talking about it with them out there before we came in here, and he was like, "You go for one, something could have happened. They could have won. They could have scored. We would have gone sent home. But us going for 2, that gave us the accountability and response that we needed to try and win the game. And unfortunately, it did not happen."
My name is Chase Cobb, DN, class of 2027. I think this whole off season, I've used that close loss as a way to motivate myself, motivate my teammates, and become that captain that I've strived for all 4 years. Seeing those seniors that were bawling their eyes out after that tough loss. It really just put in perspective what I have to do to surpass them and make a better playoff run this year.
Jonah Gonzalez, wide receiver, class of 27. Going off that playoff loss, actually, like, it was an eye-opener because, like, going on to how we went into overtime, there was a lot of guys who were just falling out with cramps, and it just showed how we weren't prepared enough to perform. And it's something to build off this year. And going back to how we went for 2 instead of kicking a field goal, I think that was a great choice by us, actually. And we could have won that game easily. And just fell short.
My name is Daniel Mauricio, class of 2027, offensive line. In the Palmetto game, I felt like we should have been able to finish a game. I've been there for 4 years. I've seen 4 playoff games. I've seen my seniors cry. I've seen how we should have turned the tables around during the overtime. I felt like moving on, like, we're gonna help our team perform more, show them the game, the film, how it should have been done right. And from moving on there, I felt like we should have just won the game.
Well, kind of looking at the schedule, there's a team that you guys won't be playing, and I guess I'll kind of just say their name, Mitchell, and you guys have been district opponents for the last few years. So, I mean, is there any kind of feeling, and I know I've talked with you, Coach Canner, kind of the, I guess, frustration that you can't have them on the schedule, but, I mean, how do each one of you feel about not being able to play a team that you guys, every year, you guys usually have pretty good battles with?
We know what we can do. We'd want to perform from the team ourselves. Like, we just want to keep moving on. We want to play better teams, comp. And it's like, we see what the teams can do. Like, we just need to be more prepared for them. And we just want to see, like, more schools out there just so we can see, like, where we're at.
All right.
I don't have really much to say about not playing Mitchell. I think I played them when I was at TC, and they whooped us, yeah. But I would have liked to play them this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going off what Jonah said, I think it sucks that we're not playing them, especially during my senior year. I really was looking forward to that game. They've always been comp, and I'm just sucks that we're not going to be able to play them, but hopefully we see them in the playoffs.
I'd say it's a big rivalry for me because last year that 31-6 loss was, I know I could have done better, but I just didn't prove what I could do and what I can do. But now taking that and improving myself, I feel like I could have done a lot better against them this year when we play them, and hopefully we see them in the playoffs, hopefully round 1, and we'll just see what it goes on from there.
Yeah, I really do wish that we could have played them this year. I've been looking forward to getting back with them, but I mean, it's unfortunate that we can't play them, but we take what we get. This year we got Berkeley Prep, so we got multiple chances to prove ourselves.
All right. Larry, you got any? No? Oh, well, actually, I got another one for Coach because I feel like I got to get a quotable out of him. Talk about how you feel about just kind of some of the changes that have gone on over the offseason with Florida high school football, FHSA, some of the rule changes that include coaching pay. I know that's something you're passionate about. And then also kind of the changes when it comes to students transferring in season. On the 27th, it's supposed to stop based on the rules. Just kind of your thoughts on some of those upcoming changes do you feel like it betters high school football in Florida, or?
Well, let's talk about the pay. Why does it have to go through a booster club? The government sits on a lot of unused money, and they could fund every county to be able to pay more for the coaches. Now, granted, it's not the same model that you see in Georgia or Texas. However, you see a lot of people complaining about coaches leaving and going to Georgia, Alabama, neighboring states for more money because they're honestly paying for what the net worth is of the coach. So if the governor or the next governor can fix that, that'd be great. Will it be during my time period? Probably not. It'll be after I'm done and gone. Then they'll get their pay and they'll get their worth. And people would say, we wish we could have done it for you. I wish I could have done it for the guys that have been before me. So it is what it is. All the transferring stuff, who knows? What are we doing? Like, are we trying to make it look like a college thing, but still have rules, things of that nature? I don't know the answer. I wish I did. Even if I did have the answer, people wouldn't listen to me because I don't have enough. Either I'm not an admin or I don't have enough years or any of this stuff. So doesn't really affect me too much. All I know is I'm gonna play with the guys who I got, and we're either gonna be good, we're gonna be average, or we're gonna be below average. It's one of those things. So it's high school football, and the card you're dealt with is the card you're dealt with. Coach them up, play them, and see how the cards fall.
It's good enough for me, Coach.
All right, real quick, Coach, the closing question. You open up with South Sumner. We're looking forward to in that game.
You know, that environment up there is crazy. And we were up there 2 years ago. It was a fantastic environment, great place to play, great high school environment.
I think you won that game too, didn't you?
We did, 14-7, and Grayson Littleton made a miraculous play, 99-yard fumble return for a touchdown, which flipped the tide a little bit for us. But, Tide does a great job up there. They're going to be prepared, ready to play. So, it was one of those things where we were calling around to see who we could get on the schedule, and Ty just kept hitting me up. He's like, let's play. So went to our AD, Dave Wilson, and we're like, hey, can we play him? He's like, all right, but it's got to be a 2-year deal, and Ty wanted a 2-year deal. But, it's funny because I was watching it on TV before I came here, and a lot of coaches were up here talking about they play any place, anywhere, anytime, in the parking lot, things of that nature. I picked the phone up for a few of those guys that have talked, and they hung up the phone. So I'm just saying right now, and I'm on TV, if you're going to do that, like we're here. We'll pick up the phone. We got no problem doing that. So that's just how we are. So, don't say it and not pick up the phone because we're going to play people. So.
All right, Coach Cantor, Wiregrass Bulls. I wish you the best of luck, and you're in a new district. Should be exciting times. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that, you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Okay, we welcome the River Ridge Knights. Head coach Fred Reed. They finished 7-3 last year, and another successful season under Coach Reed had a nice game against Wesley Chapel in the Spring Classic and came out with a W. Coach Reed, I'll open it up for a statement from you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I want to thank you guys for putting this wonderful event on every year. I think it's good exposure for the surrounding county, so we really do appreciate you guys putting this wonderful event together. For us, for me, going into year 4 here at River Ridge, we're just looking to continue what we've been doing the past couple years. You know, build off the past some winning seasons, and just get better. You know, we missed the playoffs last year a little bit, but we don't want to be in that position again. You know, we want to make sure we dominate all throughout the season so we can put ourselves in a great position for a playoff seeding and win a state title. That's our end goal here. All right, we want to compete in playoffs and get there, but we want to win a state title as well too. And these young men up here sitting next to me want the same goal as well.
All right, and thank you. And I'm going to open it up to the media questions now.
All right, and Coach Reed, you guys, I mean, you've kept the model of consistency that's been over at with the Royal Knights. I mean, kind of carrying that over from the previous coaches before you. Just kind of talk about how you've been able to do that with high school football changing so much since you've taken over at River Ridge.
We're just coming in and establish a good culture at the school. A culture where, you know, you want boys that want to be here playing for you and work hard for the school and do whatever. So that's part of it, just building a good, strong culture. You know, a disciplined football team, and, you know, just teaching these boys every day about life, and, you know, and just being honest with them and demanding hard work out of them. You know, I've been there and done that, been in their position before, so I know what it takes. You know, I made it. And so I just try to instill the same attitude and the same vision for these young men as well.
Talk about this team coming up and guys you have with you today. Just kind of what do you feel like is a bit different from last year's group than the one you got coming up?
Oh, the difference is at River Ridge, we got depth now. We got some numbers that I don't think River Ridge had in a while, as far as players coming out and want to be a part of this football program. So, and that's a plus. You know, when you got depth and you got numbers, you can build off that. Got some some talented guys at some different position groups. But I think we're going to be pretty good. We got some talented guys up here. These are our main guys. They've been putting in some work this offseason, and they want to continue to build what we've been building as well, too, at River Ridge, and they're ready to take the next step. They've been having a great offseason so far. They're hungry, and, you know, I'm excited for the season, just like they are.
Well, if you want to pass it around to the guys and state your name, position, and then my question I'll pose to you is just what is your individual goal heading into this season? Coach obviously saying the state championship is the goal, which I know a lot of teams are heading into Monday with that goal, but what is your own individual goal for the upcoming season?
Yeah, okay. My name is Dylan Wallstetter, class of 2028. I'm the quarterback. My goal is to have a winning record again. I want to make the playoffs this year because we came short last season, but my main goal is just to improve from last year.
All right, and you want to pass it on down?
My name is Brendan Krupp, class 27 receiver. My goal this year is just to win. It's always to win. You know, make playoffs, go as deep as you can, just win. Like, that's always the goal.
Hi, my name's Arthur Wynn Stanley. I play offensive line, right tackle, class of 27. My goal is just to take it all the way and just have a great year.
My name's Dayton Ray, class of 2028. My goal is to kind of become a leader on defense. You know, I want to lead my boys out, everyone fly to the ball, and just like all my other teammates been saying, you know, win. We want to make the playoffs again and have a winning record.
All right, well, if you want to hold the mic, I was going to say win. I know the one team you guys always look to win against is those guys over in Trinity, the Mitchell Mustangs. I know that's the kind of the game. Draws thousands of people no matter where it's at. Talk about, I mean, what's the mindset going into this one? Obviously, they've, you know, had your guys' number. When do you guys feel like you'll be able to kind of get over that hump and beat them?
Yes, sir. I think I'm very confident in my teammates, and I think, you know, we can, you know, beat them this year. And I think we've improved a lot on defense, offense, and just like Coach Fried said, depth in general too. And I think we have a lot of guys, and I think we can make it happen this year.
All right, and if you want to pass it on down to your teammates. Oh, same question. Same question, all for you.
Could you repeat the question?
Oh, it's just about Mitchell. Just yeah, I mean, how do you feel about the team being able to finally get over the hump and beat them?
I think our depth is great. It'll put us in a great hole, and then just take us all the way and just keep our heads high and play to the ball. Every whistle, make every play count. Yeah.
All right.
You know, being Mitchell is really important. I haven't got to do it yet my high school career. So to have your senior year at home against Mitchell, you got to make it happen, man. Like, you got to win that game, especially to cap off the season, you know, heading into the playoffs. It's always the goal to beat Mitchell.
I do believe we can beat Mitchell this year. I think we made a lot of mistakes last year that we could have fixed, and offense just needs to be better. I think we can really beat them, though, this year.
All right, and then you pass it over to Coach. Just looking at your guys' schedule, how do you feel about this slate? Obviously, every game is important. I know that's the cliche saying, but, I mean, where do you feel like the toughest stretch is? Is at the beginning, towards the middle, at the end? Where do you feel like you're going to tell a lot about the Royal Knights?
We got a tough schedule. We got some tough teams at the beginning, for sure. We're starting out with Northside Christian and Carrollwood Day. You know, we get battle tested early playing those two teams before we start playing district play, and of course later in the schedule as well. We got to come with it playing Z Hills, and we got a Mitchell and golf down the line as well too. So really every week, you know, we want to take every game like it's a playoff game. You know, that's how we want to approach it. You know, even the 5A, we want to play like we playing the state championship every Friday. That's the mindset we got to have, because any given Friday, one of those teams can knock you off, no doubt about it. So we can't take anyone for granted. We got to play tough and hard every week, and that's where I approach it, and that's where I coach these guys. No matter who's in front of you, you got to dominate, and you got to play hard as you can, like we in the state title. So that's the mindset.
I was going to say, ever since I started covering the area, since 2007, I don't know if I've ever heard River Ridge in depth. It's usually 30, 35 guys. So what are the numbers like?
Yeah, well, for the summer, we've been having close to, 50 guys, and expecting quite a bit more once we start Monday. A lot of incoming freshmen. So I think before we kick off that first game, probably close to 70 guys. I don't think River Ridge had that in a long time. So, you know, I mean, we're doing some great things at River Ridge.
Well, knowing the Newport Richey area, just kind of knowing the local spots, where, I mean, more of a fun question since we did some serious stuff. I mean, where do you guys like to go out to eat around the area? Is there a place you guys like to frequent? I'm sure Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, where's the place?
I like to keep basic. You know, I like Chipotle. I like to get the protein bowl, and, you know, just I like to keep it simple, just like that.
All right, he's going out to Little Road to the Chipotle.
I'm personally a big fan of Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
All right.
We have a new spot close to River Ridge. It's just open. Coach Crump, I know you're in the crowd. What's the name of that restaurant, my man? R2 Restaurant. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. We go there. We're pregame. We'll go there after games. We had a coaches meeting there the other night. Pretty good restaurant, and the food is pretty good. So definitely go check them out if you can.
Yeah, just the basic Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, man. They're always good.
All right.
Chipotle. You know, I can get some Dave's hot chicken sometimes.
Yeah, Chipotle all the way. We need to get them as a sponsor. Chipotle, fueling River Ridge High School football. Coach, what would, by the end of the season, you feel like you had a successful season? Is there any goals that you have set out for this group and you're like, this is where I feel our ceiling is? I know you said state championship, but what would you feel good about by the end?
Just being consistent throughout the year and winning games. You know, that's what it all boils down to at the end of the day, winning football games. You know, and I highly believe that's something we can do consistently this year. You know, we just can't do things like we did in the past to shoot ourselves in the foot to cost us some games. And, and that's working in the off season, working at a lot of things that we need to improve on and different things like that to get better from last season. And we have been doing that. So I think we're ready to take that next step. And go about it with this hard schedule that we have. But I think we got the guys and they got the mental capacity to get it done, because we always had a tough schedule last couple of years, but this is probably the toughest one that we done had by far. But I think we're at a place that we're ready to compete and make it happen.
You coached over in Tampa before you got to River Ridge, so how much of that learning experience when you were a head coach just kind of taking that over to River Ridge, knowing you need to play a tougher schedule in order to prepare you for a deep playoff?
Oh yeah, you have to. You know, playing an easy schedule don't get you nowhere. You know, you're not accomplishing anything. You know, you're playing, getting reps and all that, but you want to get battle tested by great teams. And you know the strength of schedule that helps with playoff seeding as well too. So you don't want to play a cupcake schedule. You know, I feel like where we're at right now, we can play the toughest guys. You know, I think we can compete with some great teams around the state of Florida. No, I'm not just saying that because I'm the head football coach. I really believe in what we got right now, and I believe in these guys and the work that we've been putting in at River Ridge. So I'm excited to see where this take us this year.
Oh, absolutely. Well, got to see you guys in 7-on-7 action. I think it was a couple weeks ago over at Cypress Creek. You guys looked like if the Thunder or the Lightning didn't come, you guys were well on your way to, I think, winning the tournament. So definitely looking forward to seeing. And, you know, my kiddo goes to your guys' school, even though I went to golf. So sometimes that hurts me a little bit.
You okay? You got your kids at River Ridge. That's all right. You're good with us.
I was like, hey, I guess I got to get a River Ridge shirt at some point too.
I got you.
Hey, Coach, thank you so much. I'm going to pass it off to Coach Browning here.
All right, thank you.
Coach, one final question. You start the fall season in the classic, traveling out to Celebration, and how do you normally work your classic? Do you keep the horses in the whole time? You work on depth towards the fourth quarter, or what exactly are you looking for to get out of the classic?
You want to start your horses off, but you want to play them the whole game. You know, we got a long season, and we want to try to stay healthy as possible. But we want guys to get good quality reps. But we do want to see what some younger guys that we have in, to see what they can do as well, too, when we put them out there in that fire. So I believe that's what that game is for. You know, it really don't count against anything, but you want to go out there and compete and win the game. But then again, you still want to get the younger guys some reps as well, too, because they may not see that many as the season goes.
And real quick, Northside Christian, kind of a different opener for River Ridge. What can you tell us about Northside?
No, they have some talent. They have some big dudes over there. You know, so I think that's a great game for us to kick off the season and see where we at playing those guys. You know, they're talented across the board. Got some D1 guys on the defense side of the ball and on the offense side of the ball. So, you know, I'm excited about that game because that's going to really tell us where we're at, you know, at the beginning of the season, week 1.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations on your past success. Looking forward to watching this your squad and get off to a great start next week in practice, man. Thank you, River Ridge Knights.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name is Tom Roselli. I served in the U.S. Navy 65 to 69. Through all the turmoil and stress battling with the VA, I've come to learn that certain organizations have their hands tied and can only proceed so far, whereas Attorney Chris Chambers has the experience and the ability to dig into the files and get the results that got me my 100%. Tremendous job in helping veterans.
We want to welcome Zephyr Hills High School. Next up, Bulldogs are coached by Nick Carroll. They've been there for a while now. How many years has it been, Coach?
This is my 11th year.
All right, geez, so 11 years, boy, it doesn't seem that long.
No.
No, Coach Carroll Welly did an awesome job at Sun Lake High School. Coached with me there for years before he got the Zephyr Hills job. They finished 11-1 last year. Second round in the playoffs. It was an exciting season. And Coach, I want to hand it over to you for an opening statement.
Yeah, first of all, if I could have, I'd bring a shuttle full of all of our defensive players. So I want to make sure that they all get a little shout out. On the D-line, Myron Stewart, Jameer Lamar, Trey Hoyle, Tyson McColl, Adrian Segura, Marlon Carlson, Kevin Kirkland, Lionel Bates. Who am I missing? And then Sinai Black, Zach, and did I say Kevin Kirkland? Yeah. So I just want to make sure that those defensive guys get a shout out, and then a couple guys that are 4-year starters or 3-year starters have been in the program. Quentin Single, Barry Keating, Aiden Martinez, and Brody, and our offensive line that consists of Elias Martin as well.
Looks like Zach getting stronger than you now, Coach.
You got jokes.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the media.
All right, I'm just going to ask a question or two because I know Dave's itching. This was his one team he wants to talk to. But, well, Coach, I'll ask you one question, and then I'll have one that's for all the guys. But this team, you're coming off another playoff run here. Just how do you feel about this squad? And, I mean, obviously you're going to have a new quarterback in place. You got some new weapons offensively. Just, I mean, how do you feel? Do you feel like this team can kind of match what last year's did or maybe go beyond what they did?
Well, I think if this time last year you had told me that we would have undefeated and beat Port Charlotte in the regular season, I probably would have laughed at you. So that's kudos to my coaching staff because we developed our kids and we got them going in the right direction. And so with this team, I think defensively, if they don't score, we don't lose. So I think we're bringing back some really good guys on defense. Our offensive line is coming together. We had a pretty good spring in regards to that. And I just think we got to continue to grow and continue to develop our offensive side of the ball to ensure that we can match our defensive side of the ball.
Now, this is for all you guys. So, and when you get the mic, say your name, position, class. Last year ended on a playoff loss. Obviously, you guys looking to get to kind of take that next step. I know that's been the last few years trying to get to the state semifinals. How do you take a playoff loss like that and use that as a motivator for you guys going into this season to go deeper in the playoffs?
Jarvis Warren, class of 27. I used it as motivation because I seen a lot of the guys that I've been playing with since 8th grade. I seen them crying at night, and I just know I don't want my senior season to end that same way. So sometimes I go back and I look at that game and I learn what I could have did better, and then I just learn from that.
Sinai Black, class of 2027, athlete. With that game, I feel like we should just keep using that as motivation. We was up for like first 2 quarters, came out halftime and let them get up. But I feel like if we come out halftime, any game after that, we would have came out victorious, I feel like. But yeah, we just gonna keep on using that game as motivation and let the whole county know.
One thing I want to add to that is I think it's a responsibility of us as a staff. We had a couple guys make some great strides this summer in 7-on-7. Xavier Dillard and Landon Brown and Ahmad Roberts. And so I think that's going to help restore more depth because our 3 receivers that were catching balls and running were also starting on defense, and that hurt us in the back end of that game.
Zachary Carroll, class 2027. Like Sanaya said, we got to use that as motivation every rep in the weight room. And every time we feel down at halftime or we're having a hard game or we're struggling, we got to use that memory and that feeling of crying. And I can't go out my senior year like that and just keep pushing through.
Jake Godfrey, class of 27, left guard. We're going to use that game as motivation to, work harder in the off season and bounce back and hopefully go undefeated again.
All right, well, I'm going to bring up a familiar face to all you guys, Dave Walters with Zephyr Hills Free Press.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, Dave.
First question I have, Nick and Zach, how special is this season going to be right now, father-son senior year? This has got to be a big one for you guys.
It is, but he's also a player, and I'm coaching a player. And so we leave those relationships on the field and in the house. Obviously, you would dream to coach your son, but the reality is he's still just a player.
And from what I've witnessed over the last 11 years, each one of these kids you treat like your own, so I can understand that.
It's a great feeling to have your dad by your side all 4 years. He's definitely taught me a lot of things and someone I can look up to as a man and just continue to push me harder. It's not the best having your dad as the head coach. Thank God for my position coach, Coach Smith, for keeping me away from him at times, and that he's always pushed me there, Coach Smith. But yeah, it's great having my dad.
All right, for Sanayan.
What's up?
To have the commitment out of the way and to be able to focus on the senior year, how important was it to make that choice of Pitt and to move on?
Yeah, it was very important for me. I didn't want to go into the season focusing on multiple things. I want to just focus on my teammates and going undefeated and making a long run in the playoffs.
All right, we'll just go all the way down the line with this one. Guys, coming off of, what, 5 consecutive district titles now?
Yeah, 5, yeah. 6, I think.
6, I'm sorry, 6
Yeah.
consecutive. To play every game, every season with a target on your back, I mean, what kind of, is that motivation? How do you guys use that?
I mean, yeah, we use it as motivation. Honestly, everybody at this table know we the championship team for everybody in the county, so it really it just help us get better, change our mentality for the season. But at the same time, we just worry about us, but we just know that we do have a big target on our back being 6-time district champs.
What was the question again?
How is it to be able to play with a target on your back, knowing you guys, 6-time district champion, everyone's gunning for you, everyone's giving you their best game?
It just makes me go harder because if you're going 100%, I'm going to go 110%. I don't care who line up in front of me. I done played against 5 stars, 4 stars, and they just normal guys to me. So I don't really take too much of it.
I don't allow them to get complacent. That's my job.
I love having a target on my back because then it just shows week by week what we can do. And I'm not really worried about the district. I'm worried about further down the road, the bigger teams like Lake Wales, Jones, just trying to get there.
Yeah, having a target on our back is just another way of motivating us to, work harder, go out there and compete and win games, and just makes winning feeling way more better.
Zach, talk to me about the culture that has been put in place by your dad and his staff.
I think our culture is one of a kind. I feel like every team in Pasco County wants to kind of be like us, and we're the only team that can really do it. We continue to we're brothers. I played with Jake and Sinai since I was in 6th grade, and we never lost a game in middle school, and we carried that culture of winning to high school and surround ourselves with good people and connecting as brothers.
Sanayan, real quick. Let's go back to Cruising Field and your Zephyr Hills Z-Pal days.
Yeah.
Those lessons you learned on that field, how are you taking those and putting them into place at Bulldog Stadium?
Those lessons, learning from great people like Coach Blue, Coach Flip, Coach Kuhn, Coach Jimmy, all those people, it was a blessing. It's a blessing to be brought up and coached by all those legends. So, with what I know, with what I learned from cruising, I'm just using it to motivate the guys. I actually tell stories about the younger cruising days at practice, so they understand you shouldn't just play football. You should have a different mentality. It's more than just playing football and putting your body out on the line. You gotta think different at the same time too. So yeah, I just tell the guys change their mentality. That's what cruising field will bring to you, a mentality, a different one.
And Coach Carroll, preseason classic, South Sumter. That's a great way to gauge what you need to work on. Talk to me a little bit about playing the Raiders.
Well, I think it does. It gauges where we are, and it's going to give us our strengths, but weaknesses is what we have to improve on. Because then the next week we play the Villages, and they're going to be really well too. So I think it's important that you play a tougher opponent or one as equivalent as you are, because it shows what you have to work on much sooner than later in the season.
And with the redistricting, what did you see when it was finally redone and what you guys had to face?
I'll be honest. I take one game at a time. So I think that district's real competitive. Like you said, we have a target on our back, and I think it's important that we don't look past any of those teams because they're all coached really well, and they're some of my friends. And it's important that we take one game at a time.
All right. Andy, that's all I got.
Okay, a couple final questions. Coach Carroll, you have the Fall Classic against South Sumner. What are you looking to get out of that game?
Well, I want to see how physical we are because South Sumter's always physical. Last year we played them up there, Bushnell. They were physical, and they're always really well coached, and they're always a very competitive team that kind of like Zephyr Hills. We have rich tradition in our area as much as they do. So I think, and Ty's a friend of mine, we worked together in an all-star game. So I think seeing where we are early is always a good sign for a football team and a coaching staff.
Okay, and then you set yourself up with a tough game in the opener, and I know you always try to schedule some tough teams. What are you expecting from the Villages this year?
Well, I know they got I think he's a 4-star running back, and they've done really well. Last year they lost in what we say, second round, the first round. But Coach P up there does a really good job. We played him a few other times, and he's going to have those kids ready to go. And we got a tough battle week 1.
Okay, all right. Zephyr Hills, I appreciate you guys coming out. Wish you the best of luck, and have a great week of practice next week. Thank you.
Thank you guys for putting us on.
All right, and last but not least, Mitchell High School Mustangs. Appreciate you guys being here. The head football coach is Andy Schmidt. He's been there for years. Had some great success. Last year, standing was Coach Fenton. I remember, and practice had started, and he was as hoarse as could be. He must have been doing some yelling out there last fall. And I'm going to let Andy's representative introduce himself and give an opening statement.
Yep. My name is Kyle St. John. I'm the wide receivers coach. I'm here up on stage with AK Aiden Quadralis. He's a receiver of ours. Rex Driggers, our quarterback. Nolan Kearns, offensive tackle and defensive lineman. And Anthony Mirabili, outside linebacker.
All right. Thank you, Coach. And now I'm going to open it up to the media.
All right, how's it going, guys? I feel like I'm gonna see Andy Schmitz at one of these eventually. I know it's always it was Coach Fenton one year, Coach Durtrick one year. I'm like one day I'll see the other Andy here. But you played for Mitchell, Kyle. Kind of talk about what has the staff been kind of preaching? You included just to the kids about kind of keeping the standard, because obviously competing for district championships, making deep playoff runs, that's kind of what has gone on at Mitchell year in and year out.
Yeah, there's definitely a formula to success, and I think a lot of that goes to Coach Fenton and Coach Schmitz, who have built a culture and an environment where they are so organized, they're so prepared, they're so invested into this community and these kids, and they have an amazing off-season workout. They have an amazing summer workout. They pour into these kids during the season. Once we start, I like you know, I played football. I played high school football. I played college football. There are a few coaches that I've been around that prepare and really give their kids the best opportunities than Coach Schmitz and Coach Fenton. They really do their time and study each opponent and put these kids in the best situations that they can.
For you, just being somebody that played for the school and then played college football, and you joined the staff, you're on a staff that has almost like a who's who of head coaches when you look at around Pasco County. How much do you feel like that's helped you as an assistant? Kind of, I mean, I'm guessing at some point you probably want to take on your own program maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm blessed in every aspect of my life, and especially in coaching. You know, like you mentioned, Coach Fenton's been a head coach in Pasco County. He's been the DC at Mitchell for a very long time. Obviously, Coach Schmitz has been the head coach. He's had a really great career at Mitchell. Coach Durchik was a head coach at 5A High School for a long time. Coach Mahler was the head coach at Hudson. I'm surrounded by a bunch of seasoned coaches that really have helped me grow and helped me be a better coach, which is really, really awesome, and I'm extremely thankful for that.
Well, gonna bounce it around. I mean, we could start off with you, coach, and then want to pass it off to the players. Coming off of last year, you guys made another run through the playoffs, got to that region final, and ran into the buzzsaw that is West Boca Raton. Obviously, a team that eventually went on and won the Class 6A state championship. But I mean, what do you guys kind of take away from something like that? You play a state powerhouse, but being able to get to the third round, is that something that just satisfies you guys, or is that something you eventually want to find a way to get over that hump?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to get over that hump. That's the goal, to play football as long as you can up until the state championship. But I will say it was really special this year. There's a goal, and I think a lot of high school football programs have this goal, is to wake up on Thanksgiving and have a walkthrough and like breakfast and really spend Thanksgiving together. It's a really big milestone, and it was really special that we had a walkthrough on Thanksgiving this year and ate breakfast as a team together. And then that next morning on Friday, we drove down to West Boca, who, is a multiple-time state championship team, really, really talented. It's just a really cool experience, I think, for the coaches and the players to play those type of schools, because it's far away from Pasco County. But it just really, it builds a culture. It makes the players and the coaches, I think, have a better experience altogether going to these like high-level high school programs outside of Pasco, outside of the greater Tampa Bay area. And yeah, obviously the goal is to make it past the third round, but it is a huge accomplishment that the opponents that we faced going into the playoffs, Leonard High School and Palmetto, were two really, really, really good high school football programs. And I would say some people even didn't have us favored against those teams, and we went in more prepared and more physical, and it was just a great season last year, but always looking to make it past that third round.
All right, and if you want to pass it along to the players that played on last year's team, kind of that same question: is getting to the third round satisfy you, or getting beyond that point something that you feel like that burns inside of you?
The goal is always go to state championship, try to bring one home. But like Coach St. John said, being there on Thanksgiving and then going to West Boca the next day, it was an awesome experience. But at the end, we wanted to win and advance and go to the state championship and win that, but it just didn't make it happen. And try to bounce back this year and do better.
All right, and you want to pass it over to...
Yeah, like what they were saying with the state championship, you always want to win state championship, but playing on Thanksgiving was pretty cool, making it that far. This year, we're probably going to try to go back, not to West Boca, but to the third round of playoffs, and hopefully go further this year.
All right, and you want to pass it over to your teammates?
Yeah, like everybody at this table just said, we're never satisfied. Like Coach Fan always says, never too high, never too low. You know, it was a great experience practicing on Thanksgiving, and you know, our goal is to try to make it back there and eventually make it farther. But yeah, I'm just never satisfied. I always want to win a state championship, and I think we got the players and the coaches to do that.
I mean, I wasn't here last year, but from what I heard about going to West Boca and all that, I mean, I want to get past that point. I don't want to make it only to the third round. I mean, that's always the goal, but making it back would be nice.
And Rex, kind of talk about, yeah, Caden Thomas obviously filled those shoes that you're going to look to fill this season. Just kind of talk about kind of following up his act and how difficult is that to kind of follow up a 3-year starter and kind of have, you know, some of that success that he had.
I mean, yeah, I want to fill those shoes, but I want to run my own race. I want to do what I can control. I don't want to just follow after somebody else. I want to do more.
All right. Well, I'm going to touch on your guys' rivals here, River Ridge. Obviously, I had to mention you guys to them, so got to do likewise. You guys. Well, for you, Rex, first time. But how much have you heard from your teammates about the rivalry, and just what do you know about it?
I mean, I've heard it's a big rivalry, but I mean, I think like other years, we'll win this year. I don't really see it much as a big competition on our schedule.
All right, and you want to pass it over to the teammates? I'd love to hear all your guys' thoughts on it. Obviously, it's been pretty one-sided, but, I mean, thousands of people still attend the game. So, I mean, do you feel like anything changes whatsoever?
No, I really think River Ridge can't handle us. And we're obviously the better team, and we always have been. And, yeah, it's just going to be the same thing as every other year. We're just gonna beat them down.
I'd say we're more mentally and physically tough than them. So in the end, it's not really. We're just a better team. We're more prepared going into the game, and at the end, we still have more energy, and we're just more energized than them, and we want to win more. We want it more than them, and that's just how it's been the past few years. So that's why we've won, and it's gonna keep continuing this year.
All right.
I mean, yeah, they can't hang with us. Last 10 years, we've won every single game for a reason.
And I know texted Coach Schmitz about the Super 7 rankings that Tom Ketchum put out with Pasco County football. I know that's something I think he uses and Coach Fenn uses. I mean, they like to reach out to me and say something about it. So obviously it must be something that they relay back to you guys. Just how do you guys use rankings to really motivate you guys in a day and age where social media, everybody's saying something? You see rankings and you guys are below Zephyr Hills and Wiregrass Ranch, and you're usually at the top. Do you guys feel like that's just kind of another, you know, just something that you guys have to overcome and say, hey, we're going to prove them wrong again?
Yeah, we prove them wrong over and over. I mean, to me, it's just honestly disrespectful. To me, we're the better team, and we're going to come out on top, and we're going to prove them wrong. And our rankings at the end of the season is going to be higher. We're going to be at the top.
All right.
I mean, I see it as disrespect, but by the end of the season, they'll respect us for what we've done. I mean, it's just fire, really. It's going to make us better. It's going to make us push each other each and every day in practice. And, yeah.
Yeah, I see it as motivation. It's just something to keep in the back of your mind for you to work harder every day. You know, the next rep, make it better than the last one. Just, you know, something to keep in mind, and they're going to respect you at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah. I don't think the rankings really mean anything. Yeah, like every year, we always make like a deep playoff run, and we've never been ranked like the highest in Tampa or our area at all. And, yeah.
I've been to practices over the years. Coach Fenn's let's just say, a colorful guy at practice. Yeah. He definitely makes you guys, I think that drill, the pursuit drill is one where I hear him, I could hear him right now actually in my head yelling at you guys. Just what's the kind of the craziest thing that you can say up here that he's that he's done? I've seen him wear cowboy boots. I've seen him wear the pullback belt. I mean, what's your fondest memory of him?
My best memory of him that I could say up here. I don't know. I got a lot.
Got to be one.
We just had these sled pushes. It was like a relay race. We did that for like an hour straight. Yeah, we just for end off summer.
Oh,
that was one
wow.
of the craziest things like I've done with them. And then before that, like the year before, we had this big relay race where we had to push a pad on the ground for 10 yards, bear crawl throwing a chain for another 10, carry a kettlebell for 10, push a sled for 10, run a football 10 yards, and then go around a cone and then run all the way back. And then that was one, and we had to do that. I don't even know. It was a relay race, so we did it a couple times.
Oh my gosh, is it 2006 or 2026? I don't know what's going on. These sound difficult, Blue. Go ahead with the teammates, if you guys have a memory of Coach Fenton.
I mean, like you said, the pursuit drill, just the way he gets in our face and just screams at us, and yeah, it keeps me going. Honestly, like I love it. He motivates me. I love that guy. He motivates me to be a better person and be a better player, and he gets the best out of me. But I think one of the best memories is probably after the Wiregrass game. Me and him had a good talk. It was probably my best game of the season, and it really touched touched me, like the way he was talking, and I really enjoyed that conversation that we had. And yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'll share this with Coach Fenton. I've had the opportunity now to teach his children in school and get to know him as an adult and coach with him, and it's been very admirable to see him as a father and see him interact with his two sons that I've gotten a relationship as well with. Yeah, I have a lot of respect and look up to him a lot, especially in how he is as a father and a man.
I mean, I haven't been here that long, so I don't got much experiences, but I mean, he's a great guy. He can be hard on you in practice, but I mean, he'll motivate you if you're down in practice or need help. He'll come up to you after, like, motivate you, tell you're doing good, and just keep going. Yeah, so I don't play defense, so I don't really know what the pursuit drill feels like. But I say, like, one thing I remember a lot is his pregame speeches. And last year, my sophomore spring, I messed up really bad, and I just remember him screaming at me at practice, and I don't want to feel like that again. So I've been straight ever since.
All right. Sounds like very motivational. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for attending, and I'm going to pass it over to Coach Browning.
Coach St. John's and the Mitchell Mustangs, thank you for attending. Wish you guys all the best of luck. Have a great week of practice next week, and look forward to seeing how you can progress through the season. Thank you.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Okay, now that we have concluded our team segment of the 2026 North Suncoast Media Day, now we're going to go to the media panel. Fellas, we've covered 23 squads between Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, and Sumter counties. Okay, I'm going to start with Andy down at the end there, and then we'll work to Larry, Dustin, Bob and Abe. All right, Andy, what was some of your takes on what we heard this morning and this afternoon?
Well, I feel like what we just heard from Mitchell, some of those practices, my goodness, taking it back 20 years. I feel like those are things I did. I thought you'd probably have the local authorities come if you did stuff like that. But no, obviously the team's really preparing, gearing up for this season, starting on Monday, start practices. I think probably something that I heard a lot from these teams is kind of really ambitious goals of making deep playoff runs, trying to compete for district championships. I even heard state championships mentioned, and I don't think you think North Suncoast and state championships in any sentence. But, I mean, to have those goals and to believe that you might be able to do something like that is, I think it's kind of where it starts. And, you know, a lot of these teams feel like they've gotten better from last season, and I think the only way we'll ever find out is when they do it on the field. They're going to take these couple weeks of practice, then they're going to be out for kickoff classics. We'll, you know, as media people, we'll have some takes on that. But everything starts on August 21st for most of Florida. I know the SSA starts on the 14th, but for the teams that were here today, they're all FHSA member teams, and August 21st is that date that we'll be watching and seeing what they do.
Yeah, any one team you're really looking forward to seeing what they do, whether it be a turnaround team or a traditionally winning team that takes it another step?
I feel like a team that seemed extremely confident was Fred Reed and River Ridge. I felt like he was answering these questions. There wasn't any doubt on his face. Everything he answered was with conviction. I felt like he was telling us, we think we're one of the best teams, not just in this area, but in the state. And I don't think he answered that in a way of just coach talk. I think that was him saying, no, this is how I really feel about my team. I think I got the guys. Here in River Ridge in depth, I don't think is something you ever think of, because River Ridge in the past has usually only had like 30 players on the team. You think of Ryan Benjamin and teams he's coached and guys before him. So it's like, what can River Ridge do if they have 45, 50 players and actually be able to make a deep playoff run? It's going to be interesting to watch Royal Knights and, you know, some of these other teams that obviously are perennial playoff contenders.
Okay, and just want to mention Andy's doing a great job with Rivals. He's in the national scene now, and he's I don't know when he has time to eat or do whatever. He certainly is busy. Next up, Larry Bluestein. Larry's with New Bluestein Recruiting. He's been around the state since I can remember, back in the 80s. He's promoted more kids in this state than anybody that I know of. And Larry, what was your take on today?
Yeah, I agree with Andy. You know, I mean, I'd be disappointed if everybody didn't have high expectations. I mean, they worked extremely hard. I think, you know, the big takeaway, as Mitchell found out, when you get 3 rounds deep in the state, it's not easy. You run into teams that are loaded with talent, loaded with speed, loaded with size, and at least they got to that level to understand what it's about. I think that the teams that we saw today have a lot of hope and a lot of promise, and I'm very interested to see what Nature Coast does, because I think that they're well coached. They've really progressed in such a great way. I think that they've become the standard in Hernando County now. I'm looking forward to Zephyr Hills because they're loaded with talent. They're well coached. They have a coach who gets it, who doesn't want to look too far ahead. Kind of, you know, I mean, and that's, you know, Coach Carroll doesn't want to talk about game 5, 6, 7. He wants to talk about game 1, and that's how you win. You know, the here and now. And, you know, I mean, the OG in me wants Pasco County to be back. I mean, that was a program. Remember, and you know, Coach Browning, that back in the day, they were it. 80s with Hambrick and all these guys like that. They were it. There was no other schools, and there weren't very many. Them, Zephyr Hills, and in that area. And And certainly was great to see Ty Lawrence because of the fact that South Sumter is another standard and some of the talent that they put out. But I think of all the teams that we saw today, I was really proud of all the kids who this was for them. And, as Andy and I said, this is something that they're going to remember. Whether there were 5 media or 50 media, the very fact that they were given this forum, that they'll look back on this for the rest of their lives. And remember when we were at that church and the week before, a couple of days before practice, and we had all the media people and the video, and it was for them. And a lot of these coaches who bust their tail for no money. This isn't Georgia, this isn't Alabama, this is Florida, where we pretty much stock the rest of the country with elite athletes. And the source of it are our coaches, and they're paid nothing. And it's a testament to them. But I enjoyed myself. I'm honored that I was invited here. I appreciate that for the opportunity to come, and and I thank everybody out there for checking this out and watching today, because these are your future stars, whether it's going to be on the athletic field or in the business world or in the classroom. You watched a lot of young men here today that have a bright future, maybe not in football, but in life.
Yeah, and just a quick follow-up to what you said about the coaches and the paying that, and Coach Cantor hit on it a little bit, but I totally agree with him. There are some schools don't even have booster clubs, so they've kind of made it sound like all these head coaches, these coaches are getting raises, and it's not. It's really not happening. It's all just I don't know if you want to call it political theater or whatever, but it's it's not what it sounds like. Next up is Dustin, and been a long time. He's the Hernando County Athletic Director now, and he's been in the area for years. And your thoughts on it, and then after your thoughts specifically on the Hernando County schools.
Working? Good? Yeah. All right. So, didn't sound like it was on. Anyways, first off, I just, kind of helping run this event with Andy. I didn't think so. There we go. First off, helping run this event with Andy, I just wanted to shout out, some of these people that are involved putting this on. CCW, Christian Church in the Wildwood, they opened their doors to us. They let us run roughshod over this whole building, and they're just such kind, caring people, and they open our doors to us every year. I think it's our 3rd or 4th year doing this here, so we want to thank them. Gulf Coast Sports Network does a tremendous job. I was watching it on the laptop out there. I'm like, man, this looks like a regular SEC or Big Ten Media Day being, on the broadcast. Looks tremendous. I know they put a lot of work into it. And then obviously the press members and the coaches and the players coming here, and then having Larry Bluestein here is truly just an honor and a blessing, and so cool to have him here up at the North Suncoast in Hernando County. Really, really honored to have you here, Larry. Appreciate that. And I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. I know my secretary, Brandy, has been busting her butt too, so appreciate her very much. Anyways, back to your question, Coach. Thank you, Coach. You do a tremendous job. This is the second year doing this, and it just keeps getting better. Two things stood out. To me, and I must admit I was not in here for every single team, but two things are stuck in my head. First off, a heck of a lot of new faces and new places, which as you mentioned, Coach, being around this area, dealing with football for over 25 years now, whether as an AD or a coach, a player, whatever it may be, the landscape has changed. The landscape is not to be negative, but I'm just being real. It makes me cringe a little. I hope some of the transfer rules they're putting in, I hope things continue to get a little stricter, a little, kind of rein some of this Wild Wild West stuff in, because I just don't think it's good for the sport. I don't think it's good for athletics in general, interscholastic-based athletics. But that was one thing that popped out. And I'll tell you something else, and this comment stuck with me because I don't know if I've ever heard it before, especially at the high school level, was how Nature Coast answered, who's the team on the schedule that they have circled. and they said it's Nature Coast versus Nature Coast every week. And that really stood out. I thought that was interesting. As far as the teams I'm most looking forward to, honestly, I would say Springstead and Central as far as locally. And the reason I say that is with Springstead, they were very young last year, very young. I don't know if a lot of people realize how many first-time starters they had. One of their best defensive players got hurt before the season even started, their leading tackler. So to have some more reps, to have that experience, to have those players come back, and I think they got a couple transfers themselves from what I understand. So I'm anxious to see what they do, especially in that new district. And then Central, I feel like, Coach, this is year 6 for Coach P, and he's done a good job to kind of reset some of that culture and the expectations there. And just having that consistent presence there, I think, has helped Central. They're in a new district as well. He said something along the lines of like they're the best kept secret in Hernando County or on this North Suncoast, and he's one of those guys that's like, I never feel like I know what he has up his sleeve, So I am anxious to see what Central has up their sleeve this year, especially in that new district.
Yeah, and just to follow up on what you said a little bit about the transferring and all that, and I think it kind of hurts the rivalries a little bit because
it does.
And again, times change and progress is made and that, but geez, there's something to be said too about just boundarying up, and we have the old-fashioned neighborhood rivalries, and
Sure.
the old-fashioned neighborhood rivalries are gone compared to what they were long ago. But at the same token, there's some reasons for that also. So
Sure.
I certainly understand
Sure.
that. Yeah. Next is Bob Putnam. He's been a reporter here in the North Suncoast for years, as long as I can remember. He's done an outstanding job, and I'm glad he could join us today. Bob, your thoughts on today?
Just kind of echoing some of the other things. Like, I think one of the biggest things was the movement, as far as like the transfers. Like, when you think about it, as far as like the Tampa Bay area or greater Tampa Bay area, you think of that more in like Pinellas or Hillsborough, particularly Hillsborough. But it's happening all over now. It's not just two bigger
just
metro
not Miami
areas
anymore.
Yeah, it's everywhere now, and multiple kids moving from one to another. I think of like Wiregrass. I mean, they've had as many come in as they've had come out. Trying to keep track of a roster has got to be a challenge in itself, as far as that goes. As far as teams, I think Hernando, I think one of the biggest things, and it started last year actually too, is just how competitive it was. You don't have some team that's just miles ahead of one another. There's a lot of parity, it seems, and I think that makes for a fun season. Last year there was quite a few teams that got over 500 and were in the mix as far as the playoffs, and I think that can continue. As far as Pasco, kind of interesting to see how Wiregrass Ranch puts that all together. Just because there's been so much change, with what they've had in the roster, and I think Zephyr Hills. They graduated a lot, but there's some really good young talent there, and I know defensively he was really excited about this team, wanted to bring all his entire defense up on the stage if he could have. So those are some of the teams that I think kind of stood out to me as well.
Yeah, I know with like Zephyr Hills High School, I know their defensive coordinator very well, Matt Smith, and he has told me, he says that last year's squad and this year's squad is the fastest defenses he's ever coached. He says they can get after it and pursue the football, and of course that they should be off to another fine season. I think everybody would agree on. And then Abe from Gulf Coast Sports Network, your thoughts?
Looking back at today and all these young men that came in, my hat's off to the coaches as well as to the players and the parents of each one of these young men that came in here. Each coach brought in their leaders to their team, and me watching these young men move throughout the facility, as well as when they were on stage presenting themselves, as well as to when they went outside in the area and were talked to by the media, they were very professional. You know, and it tells a lot about the coaching and everything that's going on with those guys today, that, you know, these guys are the leaders on their team. And if their leaders and their players and teammates are following, you know, we should be up for a great season this year. You know, because those guys, they really shine as they came up here and spoke about their schools and their goals that they want to achieve this year coming up.
Yeah, we've really been blessed on North Suncoast to have some head football coaches, assistant football coaches, athletic directors that are just great role models for the future of the communities here in these counties. So, yeah, your sentiments are right on. I want to ask you quickly, go through your mind real fast. Out of the schools that are trying to turn it around, okay, the under 500 schools, which squad do you think's most likely to turn it around this year?
You know what?
Or is that a loaded question?
Well, there was one coach that came up here and he was very confident, and he said he was the best kept secret. You know what? And his players believe what he says, and they believed in him. So I'm gonna have to say Central.
Okay.
Central has had some great alumni come through that school.
Yes, they have.
You know, and you know, they've been beat up for a while. You know, and now it's starting for a turning point. You know, first they, you know, finally score on the team, then they finally win a game. Now they win 2 games, and you know, that momentum in that building, and they're now believing in their coach. So for me, it's going to be Central as that turnaround team that surprised a lot of people.
Okay. Bob?
I mean, I don't think it'll be like a district run or maybe even a winning season, but as far as Anclote, they got a win last year, which was a really big step, in terms of getting things turned around there. Coach said that their numbers are pretty close to they're getting healthy again as far as varsity and JV. And the biggest thing was he finally had control of the schedule, so he's able to schedule some more like-minded opponents, some more competitive games. And so I think you could see, at least some multiple wins out of, a team that's, struggled to even win one before. So I think there's at least some light at the end of the tunnel there for
those are
Anclote.
great points. Yes. Yeah. Dustin?
Kind of racking my brain here. I do agree with both of those gentlemen. Those were 2 that kind of popped into my head. Another one to me that, and again, I like Bob said, I'm not saying they're going to go 7-3 and go win the district, but I do think Crystal River is a little under the radar right now. I got a lot of respect and love for Coach Lee, their athletic director. He knows how to do things first class and do things the right way, and get some support, community, finances, whatever you want to call support. I know he's gathering those people behind him and behind that school, and I know how that community can be when they have a winner.
Yes.
And Coach Spalding, I've seen firsthand when he was at Hernando, some of the good things he did there, and how kind of what his mindset is, and offensively some of the scheme that he has, and how that fits into what the Pirates have and whatnot. So that's someone that I feel may overperform what I think some people are maybe projecting them, especially in that new district.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there too. Chris River, some of their players, they look pretty stout there sitting at the table, so they've obviously been putting in some work in the weight room. Yeah, Larry?
Yeah, I have 2. I'm going to say 5A. I think that they're a program that's been building. He's got the recipe, well-coached team. And I think that they're going to continue the path and get the playoffs. And the other team is South Sumter. I mean, I just have an affinity for Coach Lawrence. If you've been to South Sumter in that area, their little league is as strong as any. And they feed that they're a lot like Lakeland and Cocoa in the fact that they feed their programs with kids from the youth programs who run the same offense defense. And a lot of times you get feeder programs where the parents are the coaches and they want to do things their way and not the way what's best for the high schools. And South Sumter definitely is in that pattern of running the same offensive and defensive schemes.
Yeah, and they run a good youth camp in the summer there, and a lot of their athletes that have gone on to bigger and better things give back to that community very, very well. Yeah, Andy?
I'm going to go with one from each county.
Okay.
And just kind of
Awesome.
excluding Sumter, just because South Sumter and the Villages, I don't think are coming back from anything. They're good teams. So yeah, I don't think I need to say who's the team that's going to be able to rebound from last year. Citrus, I agree with what Dustin said. I think Crystal River, I think they're a team that when they have a winning program, I think the community backs them. I think you have businesses there that would love to see a winner out of the Pirates. So just kind of spending some time there. Actually spent a couple days just, kind of doing a little staycation and kind of going around seeing there's a lot of people that, go over there as tourists, and then you have people that live in that town. They really love Crystal River. So I would imagine if Crystal River High School can have a good football team, they'll come out. I mean, as they say, if you build it, they will come. And if they can build that back into a winner, I'm sure the people will go back to the stands. In Hernando, I like what they're saying about Central. I like what Coach B's saying. I mean, if he feels like they're the biggest secret, well, they're not going to be a secret anymore. They're going to have to hit the field here on, August 14th for a kickoff classic, and he's going to have to kind of show everybody what we're all missing out on. So let's see what the Bears are going to do. And then in Pasco County, hey, I already said a Pirates team, so let's bring up another one. Let's see what Cortez Stubbs and the Pasco Pirates can do. I know he's got a running back that's got several Division I Power 4 offers in the Geo kid. So to me, I mean, I've always felt like Pasco County High School football is Pasco County High School football when the Pirates are a good team. So I think they're a team that I feel like let's see what they do this season, and I feel like they can rebound from last year.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that assessment, and I think the big thing with Pasco, there's no doubt they get some skilled athletes. They can get any type of line play and get some guys that actually want to work as a cohesive offensive line. They could be a surprise in the county. I appreciate the panel. Gulf Coast Sports Network, thank you for the privilege of emceeing again, and it's been great. Now I'm looking forward to the season, man. I know you are too, and it's been a great day. Thank you.